Sam took an hour hiding in the distance, assessing the blue giant's fortifications. He studied all the entryways and exit points. He didn't do this so that he could take them out stealthily. He did it so he could figure out a way to defeat them all as efficiently and optimally as possible, in a way that would raise his strength stat. That was why, even after careful deliberations, he simply marched straight into the middle of the encampment. One blue giant blew a horn, and all the different giants began to stream out of the cave complex and rush towards Sam. "Let's do this," he thought, and triggered his pain ring ability. A bright circle of red energy shot forth from Sam's person, marking the battlefield. Instantly, the gnawing teeth of his silver armor dragon set, digging in and out of his flesh, causing him pain and hurt, started getting converted into raw strength and power. The first wave of blue giants entered Sam's pain ring, and Sam wasted no time getting to work. He stayed agile on his feet, managing to slash each and every one of the 4 blue giants who made up the first wave of attackers. His silver dragon armor had still not raised his power levels to a point where he could rip through the blue giants with ease, which was fine, because every second fighting within Pain Ring got him closer to hitting that power level and then exceeding it. Also, Sam's quick slashes with his Berserker Sword was additionally helpful, as his Berserker Sword's special ability was to send his enemies into a hostile frenzy, which basically sent the blue giants into an unintelligent rage where they became a threat of as much destruction to themselves as they did for Sam. One blue giant got so angry, it swung its club down and managed to hit one of its companions in the head, knocking it unconscious. After slashing all the current blue giants in the pain ring, Sam then triggered Blood Flame. The 4 blue giants erupted into crimson flames, screaming as they were roasted alive. The blue giants collapsed on the ground, just in time for the next wave of enemies to rush to attack Sam from within his pain ring. The blue giants screamed with rage as they charged in against Sam. Sam leaped in the air and slashed his Berserker Sword. It ripped through a blue giant's neck with utter ease. Sam took note, seeing that his pain ring had pushed his power levels to where it needed to be to take on the horde of blue giants with ease. As the blue giant's head went flying through the air, Sam triggered level 2 of Blood Flame, creating a ball of red-crimson magic in the palm of his hand. He then whipped that flame ball right at the severed blue giant's head, soaring through the air. The blood flame ball then turned the blue giant's head and its enamel tusks into a hostile projectile of its own, rocketing the severed head right into the neck of another incoming blue giant. Sam didn't have time to soak in the awesomeness of his combo move, as he had to stay focused on his toes as the fight against the horde of blue giants grew more and more intense. More and more blue giants kept flooding out of the cave complex and rushing towards Sam with the intent to utterly obliterate his entire existence with the mere swing of their clubs. They screamed with rage as they joined the horde of blue giants already swarming around him. Sam didn't flinch at the sheer enormous amount of blue giants attacking him. He knew to achieve what he wanted, he needed to keep his cool. That was what years of being a soldier and a mercenary had taught him in his previous life. If you wanted to survive, you had to stay composed under pressure. Even if the pressure was so immense your entire life depended on not letting it bother you. You could not break. To break under the pressure meant sudden and immediate death. And not just for yourself, but for everyone you cared about as well. Sam didn't even blink as he danced between the swings of the blue giant's clubs. He dodged, ducked, and swerved, all while slashing his swords in the exact right space to create the most amount of damage possible. He punctured hearts, jugulars, and brains, knocking one blue giant out at a time. The pain from the silver dragon armor had been feeding his pain ring abilities so much raw power that he was now slicing through the blue giants with ease like a hot knife through butter. The horde of blue giants slowly began to thin out. One blue giant swung its club, and Sam leaped in the air to dodge the attack. Sam landed on the club and quickly ran up it onto the giant's arm and then swung his sword, slicing the blue giant's head off. There were only a few remaining blue giants now, and there was blood splattered everywhere that Sam triggered Blood Flame once more, roasting the remaining enemies in a blaze of a hostile conjured fire. As the blood flame died down around him, Sam caught his breath and smiled. He'd hit 31 with his strength stat. His Blood Knight class had finally reached apprentice tier, unlocking a brand new ability for him to employ. 7. The horrible stench of blood and death surrounded Sam, and yet he couldn't help but grin. He'd hit 31 in his strength stat. His Blood Knight class was now apprentice tier. He had a new ability, one that would prove incredibly useful in the upcoming Crystal Sea Mermaid crisis. He'd achieved everything he had set out to do in this dungeon. How could he not grin in such a scenario? Still, he couldn't run back to the Travelers Guild just yet. Nope, he'd have to take out the dungeon boss. If he left now, there would inevitably be a dungeon break, unleashing the monsters in the dungeon world out into the rest of Westria to terrorize and harm others. The only way to stop that from happening was to fulfill his job and responsibility as an official traveler of the Travelers Guild, which, in this case, was slaying the dungeon boss and clearing the dungeon. He took in a deep breath. The blue giant encampment was nothing but puddles of blood and ash. Plumes of smoke filled the air. The fortifications had all fallen down during the battle, either burned down by Sam's blood flame, or wrecked by the slash of his swords, or the swings of the blue giant's clubs. Sam walked away from the destruction and wreckage he'd caused. He looked forward determinedly towards the forest. He had a new task ahead of him, hunting down the dungeon boss. An hour later, Sam returned back to his home base for a final and brief visit. He removed his silver dragon armor set and took a swim in the nearby pond, cleansing himself of all the dirt and blood that had gotten all over him during his fight with the blue giants. He scrubbed off the dirt and bloodstains on his skin while combing his hair with his fingers underwater to get all the knotted blood, guts, and debris stuck in his shaggy brown hair. Following his dip in the pond, he made a fire and made himself a big meal of eggs, bacon, beans, and toast. Sam was pretty rigid with his dietary habits normally, wanting breakfast to be breakfast food and lunch to be lunch food, but breakfast was what he was craving even if it was the middle of the afternoon in the forest. He had originally stridden off from the previous blue giant encampment with the plan to fight the dungeon boss, and that was when his stomach rumbled. He'd been training fairly heavily up to that point and figured it was worthwhile to have a moment of rest to nourish himself before taking on the boss. Sam realized it would have been hasty and unnecessary to go directly to the dungeon boss after his previous battle. He finished all the food on his plate and took one last sip of his coffee before tidying everything up. With the quick rest, wash, and meal, Sam was finally ready to go scour the massive forested dungeon world and find the dungeon boss. As he traveled through the forest, Sam had a pretty good idea where he needed to go. During his days of training and battling the smaller bands of blue giants, Sam had pretty much explored every location of the dungeon world except for one, the northwest corner. So that was where Sam headed. He traveled for a few hours until eventually, through the green bushes and foliage, he could make out the signs of a large encampment. Sam crouched down as soon as he could make out signs of the enemy's presence. He waddled forward to get a better look of the encampment in front of him. It was 3 times the size of the previous encampment he'd fought in. The fortifications were even more severe. Walls were topped off with sharpened spears and the severed heads of wolves and boars. The dead beasts with their glassy, faded eyes looked out toward Sam with what had been their final looks of rage before a blue giant had slain it. Their snarling visages of hatred were meant as a warning to any hostile intruders. A warning, but also a threat. The warning said, "Don't come any closer." The threat said, "This is what will happen to you." Just beyond the horrific walls adorned with severed animal heads, Sam could see blue giants going to and fro. Some were resting, others were on guard. Others were roasting a whole hog, most likely to feast upon later. The smell of the burning meat wafted all the way from the encampment to the bushes where Sam was currently crouching down, concealed. Just like the previous encampment he'd fought in, where he had finally got his strength stat up to 31, the best plan always ended up being the simplest. Sure, he could spend an hour stealth-killing loads of the guards on the perimeter of the encampment, but that wasn't where his strengths lay. His strengths were in combat that was close-up and personal, ruthless, and blood-soaked. For a traveler like Sam, sporting both the super-rare Blood Knight class and the legendary Death Lord class, there was simply no need for stealth. Sam stood up from his hiding place, materialized his berserker sword, and charged head-on into the massive blue giant encampment. The guards at the encampment's entrance didn't even blow their alarm horns, assuming they'd be able to take on a puny human on their own. They were proven wrong in a matter of seconds. Sam stabbed his berserker sword into one's chest, and just as he ripped out the ribbed blade from the creature's body, pulling out blood, guts, and flesh, he then triggered level 2 of Blood Flame. The first kill led to the second as Sam conjured a ball of blood flame from the blood quickly emptying out of the first blue giant's stomach, and used it as a projectile to knock the second blue giant's jaw back, sending the creature stumbling backwards. Sam wasted no time, rushing up to the disoriented monster and slashing upwards. A huge gash formed right in the middle of the creature, spurting out a huge gusher of crimson fluid. The final cries and echoing thumps of the dead blue giant's corpses crashing into the ground was enough to alert the rest of the encampment that they had an intruder in their midst. Sam rushed forward. A squad of blue giants came at him in the middle of the encampment, and Sam made quick work of them. He was no longer interested in grinding out stats against these awful monsters. All he wanted was to find their leader, the dungeon boss. That was when an echoing horn went off. Sam looked up in the direction of the sound. High up in the hills emerged a blue giant, far more massive than any of the ones he'd fought so far. The blue giant was adorned with a helmet composed from the skulls of his enemies. His body was cloaked in the tanned hides of the powerful wild beasts he had slain. Even more terrifying than the blue giant king himself was the giant warthog he was riding upon. The warthog's fur was brown and sticky, drenched in both swamp water and the blood of battles recently fought while hunting. Like the blue giants, the warthog had massive tusks of its own, sticking out from its mouth and massive nostrils that were situated at the forefront of its face. "So you finally revealed yourself," Sam smirked. It was the dungeon world's boss. The remaining blue giant soldiers all backed away from Sam with the arrival of the blue giant king. It would be dishonorable to slay the king's prey for him. Fools, Sam thought. You wouldn't be acting so cordially if you knew what was coming your way. The blue giant king's warthog kicked its feet in the dirt impatiently. It sniffed and snorted, growing ever eager to rush towards Sam and kill him. Finally, the warthog kicked off and the blue giant king descended towards Sam. The dungeon boss had a powerful, massive spear lifted, ready to stab and puncture Sam's heart. As the blue giant king came towards Sam, atop his galloping warthog, Sam couldn't help but consider how the odds were currently stacked against him. His opponent was mounted, giving the monster a height and agility advantage over Sam. This advantage was only further compounded by the blue giant king's spear giving him incredible range. The blue giant king clearly could see this as well, smirking as Junior got closer and closer to Sam, and in range of dealing a devastating hit. But Sam had an ace up his sleeve. His heart pounded in his chest as the blue giant king got closer and closer. Sam could hear the hot, panting breaths of the hungry, destructive warthog as it got closer and closer. The blue giant king lifted his spear ready to puncture Sam's throat before Sam could even get close enough to attack. Sam knew the blue giant king was going to strike any second now. 3, 2, 1. Sam stretched out his arm and triggered his new Blood Knight Apprentice tier ability. A magical rope composed of flickering orange energy shot out from Sam's palm, flying forward right into the blue giant king's chest. A second later, the orange energy rope snatched the blue giant king, ripping him off of his giant warthog and delivering the boss monster to right in front of Sam. The new ability was called Herding Hook. Any pesky enemies could be hooked and dragged to fight Sam face to face. Not so protected now that you're not on your warthog, Sam thought. He then sliced the giant king's head off cleanly with his berserker sword. 8. Sam caught his breath as the headless dungeon boss corpse at his feet dematerialized into a monster stone. The warthog faded away along with the blue giant king. Sam concluded that they must have functioned as one unit within this dungeon world. Upon the death of the main boss, the warthog simply faded away. As for the remaining blue giants in the encampment, they had all scattered in fear of the man who had slain their king. Sam picked up the boss monster's dungeon orb and dematerialized it into his inventory. He quickly looked over his profile to review any stat gains acquired during the battle. Sam, class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, apprentice tier. Abilities, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Hurting Hook, apprentice tier, level 1. Shoot a straight hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Class, Deathlord, legendary, rank, novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 2. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Strength, 31. Agility, 26.2. Endurance, 31.1. Magic Affinity, 26.1. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 730/3000. Blood Flame, level 3. Seek the enlightenment of the blood flame, 6 out of 10. Hurting Hook, level 2. Gain mastery over your hurting hook. He couldn't see any noticeable stat gains from his previous battle, but that didn't matter. Sam was still immensely pleased with how far he'd come, just in this dungeon alone. His Blood Knight class was now apprentice tier, and his new ability, Hurting Hook, would be a welcome addition to his current rotation of skills and abilities. At the moment, his Hurting Hook could only shoot and drag enemies back in a straight line, so Sam had to be extra focused with his precision. He looked forward to seeing how the ability might evolve in the future, though. Overall, Sam was feeling great about his progress. He eventually closed his profile and looked around at the now empty encampment and sighed with relief. It looks like my work is finally done here, Sam thought. Now that the dungeon boss had been destroyed, he only had a few more hours to exit the dungeon, or he would disappear along with the dungeon and everything else inside of it. He headed back the way he came towards the dungeon's exit. The sun was setting over Resfall a few hours later when Sam returned. After entering through one of the city's gates, he got off his horse and led it on foot through the narrow, cobblestone streets of the Volsungar capital city. "It's good to be back home, isn't it?" said Sam to the horse as they turned a corner. Sam had been gone a week, and from what he could tell, the city was very much the same, still embroiled in an overwhelming heat wave. Residents sat outside their home on chairs, fanning themselves in the heat. Children, normally buzzing about with feverish excitement, played board games quietly in the shade. It was one of those peaceful, calm summer nights that brought Sam immense joy. It was the dog days of summer, and everybody knew it. As he turned another corner, the Travelers' Guild Hall came into sight. It was a large fortress-like building with multiple floors, rooms, and courtyards. It was a world unto itself. Smoke emanated from one of the courtyards from what Sam could see, and his instant reaction was that something bad was happening. "What's going on in there?" He picked up his pace. As he entered the guild hall and made his way to the courtyard, the smell of grilled meats got stronger and stronger, until Sam realized he had no reason to be worried. Outside in the courtyard, the guild was hosting a massive barbecue. The courtyard was adorned with glowing lights and other celebratory and colorful bunting. Travelers of all tier groups were standing around chatting, drinking beers or sodas in one hand, while holding on to burgers and hot dogs wrapped in white napkins in the other. Even Roxy, the unicow, was lying nearby in the shade, keeping everybody company. Guildmaster Edgar Redfield was wearing a white chef's hat and apron over top a summery button-down t-shirt with palm trees. The older man was manning the barbecue, grilling multiple patties and hot dogs and buns, while his face was red and sweaty. "I don't know why me, a senior, is being asked to cook for everyone," complained Edgar, taking a big sip from his beer. "You're all an ungrateful bunch, you know that? Now who ordered a cheeseburger?" A younger traveler came up with a paper plate, and the guildmaster smiled as he handed the burger to the young recruit. As much as Guildmaster Redfield liked to air his cranky thoughts to all those who entered his orbit, he was actually full of love and generosity for those he oversaw in the Travelers Guild. Despite all of his complaints, he would cling to the barbecue's handles before he let anyone else cook for everyone. "Sam," shouted the guildmaster, "good to see ya. I've been telling everyone what a good example you've set. Everyone here has been doing as little work as possible in this heat, while you're out there grinding away in a dungeon gate as we should all be." Sam smiled and took the compliment as he returned his horse to the stables nearby. "Now here, have a triple cheeseburger," said the guildmaster as Sam returned to the festivities. "You've earned it." The guildmaster handed Sam a massive burger, and his eyes widened at the sight of it. It looked both delicious and monstrous. He didn't know how he was going to get his mouth around the entire thing. The burger was so big, it felt like it had a better chance of eating Sam than he did of eating it. Sam thanked the guildmaster and sat down with some other travelers to enjoy his burger. The burger was cooked to perfection, and the cheese was all melted and gooey and mixed in with every bite. The guildmaster was an incredibly talented and powerful traveler, but Sam hadn't realized he also knew how to cook an amazingly delicious burger. When Sam finished his burger, he finally looked around, wondering why he hadn't spotted his friends Clara and Toby. He could see they were standing on either side of the courtyard. "That's odd," Sam thought. Sam walked up to Clara to see how she was doing. The girl was wearing a light green dress that accentuated her beautiful green eyes, freckly skin, and curly auburn hair. "Hey, I've been gone a week. Do I not even get a hello?" Sam smiled. "Sorry, Sam," said Clara, crossing her arms. "I was waiting for Toby to come say hi to you first before I came over." "I'm confused," said Sam. "Could you not just come say hello together?" "Absolutely not," said Clara, crossing her arms. Sam wasn't sure what was going on, but as a betting man, he was certain it was more likely Toby's fault than anything Clara had done. "Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that," said Sam. "Have you had a good week otherwise?" Clara grinned. "Oh yeah, for sure. Brock has been teaching me some more techniques to use alongside my current warrior class abilities." Sam smiled. He was happy to hear Clara was getting stronger and more powerful. So was Toby. After he had saved them from the tutorial dungeon known as the White Gate, they were both evolving into strong travelers of their own. They all still had a long way to go to reach the true fearsome power in comparison to travelers like Olivia or Guildmaster Redfield, but they were well on their way. "All right, Sam, I'm going to head off to bed. I'm tired after yesterday's training," said Clara. "But I'm glad you're back and— Oh, don't say anything to Toby about what I said." Sure," said Sam. "Have a good night." As soon as Clara slipped off, Toby instantly materialized beside Sam. "Hey man, great to see you," said Toby. His eyes then narrowed. "What did Clara just say to you? Did she mention me? Tell me what you said, man." Said Sam. "You two are both acting really weird." "Did she say that? Oh God. Does she think I'm some kind of weirdo like the other guys in the guild?" moaned Toby. He shook his head. "Okay, man, I gotta run, but don't tell Clara that I asked you what she said about me, okay?" Sure," said Sam. Sam had no idea what was going on between Clara and Toby, but he was bemused by the chaos of it. He looked over to see Brock the dwarf and Curtis the elf both sitting in an inflatable pool of water, just chilling out with beers in their hands. Sam went over to greet them, only to find them locked in their usual repartee of who their captain, Olivia Reeves, loved more. "I've done the math, Brock," said Curtis. "I've examined all the probabilities, and you have less than a 0.2% chance of ever winning Olivia's heart. Face the facts. The numbers never lie.
Our captain's heart will ultimately lead her into my arms." "Math schmath," the dwarf rebutted. Sam smiled and sat down on a foldable chair beside them and listened to them chatter on. He looked up to the sky that was slowly beginning to get dark. The sky took its time on these long, hot summer nights. Sam looked around the courtyard barbecue with pleasure. Training was good. Stopping the apocalypse was even better. But hanging out with your friends was always the best.
9. The early morning summer sun flickered through Sam's window, waking him up. He rolled over, trying to get a few more minutes of shut-eye before properly getting up. He hadn't had the best night's sleep last night. He blamed it on all the food he had eaten. After his cheeseburger, the guildmaster kept feeding everyone his delicious barbecued food. He wouldn't stop, and it turned into both a threat and a challenge. Sam's mouth both watered thinking about the incredible ribs Redfield had served, while simultaneously feeling nauseous as a bloated feeling overtook his whole body. "Can't let this food coma beat me," Sam grimaced as he pushed himself out of bed. Apocalypse must be stopped. He quickly got dressed, washed up, and headed downstairs to the dining hall. He poured himself a mug of black coffee and picked up 2 slices of toast and a banana. Sam's whole body shook just looking at the food. It didn't matter that it was a minuscule portion, he was still so stuffed from last night. All that said, he didn't think it was a good idea to start the day with no sustenance, so when he sat down, he slowly nibbled on his toast between drinking sips of his coffee. Now that he had hit apprentice tier with his Blood Knight class, he needed to switch his focus towards dealing with the upcoming Crystal Sea mermaid crisis. First thing he needed to do was speak with the guildmaster about it, but he had a feeling the guildmaster might be sleeping off a big food coma and hangover of his own. For this reason, Sam poured himself a second cup of coffee and continued to enjoy the peaceful morning, which was soon interrupted by the arrival of a twitchy Toby sitting down at his table. The first thing Sam noticed was the boy's full plate of bacon, eggs, home fries, and beans. "Toby, I'm impressed. You have a master-tier metabolism by the looks of things," joked Sam. "Shh, keep your voice down," said Toby, his eye twitching manically. He looked over both his shoulders to make sure no one was watching them before he spoke. "Where have you been all week, man? I needed to talk to you. There's a serious crisis we need to deal with." Sam's eyes narrowed at the word crisis. Toby couldn't know about the upcoming issue with the mermaids, could he? "What crisis are you talking about?" said Sam. Toby's eye twitched manically as the boy considered the subject matter he had yet to reveal. He took another look around the room to make sure no one was spying on them. "I think it's safe here to talk right now," whispered Toby. "But remember, we can't trust anyone." Sam's interest piqued at this. "What's going on?" Toby sighed and leaned back in his chair. Whatever was happening to him, it was clearly weighing on him. The boy could barely function, which was saying a lot, as Sam had seen Toby's paranoia and anxiety operate at incredibly dysfunctional levels. "I don't know, man," said Toby. "Something's not right with Clara." Sam's face fell and he managed to hold back a groan. He had been worried something genuinely serious was happening. With Toby, he should have known better. "Things haven't been the same between us since we danced. I wish we were back in a pre-dance environment. This new post-dance world is freaking me out." "Have you spoken to her about any of this?" "No, why would I do that?" said Toby, who had begun munching on his breakfast, clearly relieved to have let some of his anxieties off his chest to Sam. "I haven't spoken to her all week. I was waiting to find you to tell me what to do." Sam was aghast. No wonder Clara was upset with Toby. He'd been ignoring her all week. "Why would I know anything?" asked Sam. "Well, you're great at killing monsters and being all heroic and stuff, so I figured you'd know what to do here as well." Sam waved his hand and stood up. Toby's eyes widened. "You're going to leave me here in the lurch?" Sam smiled. "My advice is to just talk to her." "I've tried, but she doesn't seem to want to talk," said Toby. "I'm sure it will work itself out," said Sam. "Now, seriously, I have to go. Catch up with you soon." Sam hurried away from the dining hall despite Toby's protestations. He wasn't really sure how to help his friend. Plus, Clara was his friend as well, so he really didn't want to get involved in the middle of whatever strange conflict they were going through. From his calculations, he had maybe just under 2.5 weeks to get to the Crystal Sea, so he really needed to speak with the guildmaster and depart as soon as possible. Just as Sam was leaving the dining hall and turning the corner to then go up the stairs where the guildmaster's office resided, a Depth-tier traveler and Captain Olivia Reeves appeared from the other end of the hall. The woman's eyes narrowed at Sam's, and he knew exactly what was going on. If there was anyone else who was as dedicated and keen a traveler as Sam, it was Captain Olivia Reeves. Clearly, she too was eager to have a meeting with the guildmaster. She's going to take ages speaking with Redfield, Sam thought. I need to speak to him first. He quickened his pace, only for Olivia to outright match him and then just straight up start sprinting up the stairs. Only captains can speak with the guildmaster in the mornings, barked Olivia, as she tried to swat Sam from getting up higher on the stairs. That's a made-up rule, and you know it, said Sam. The two pushed and shoved each other all the way to Redfield's office, both banging on it, demanding to see him. No one came to the door, but the two of them then realized the door hadn't been locked. They pulled the door open slowly and were shocked at what they saw. The guildmaster was asleep on his office chair with an unfinished chili dog on his stomach and a copy of The Buxom Babes of Westria Volume 13 on his head. Empty beer bottles littered his desk.
"Oh, brother,"
Olivia sighed, placing her forehead into her hands.
"this is disgraceful."
The guildmaster suddenly woke up, flinging away his book, and yelled, "It's not what it looks like. I read it for the articles." "If your two best travelers are dressed and ready to discuss with you after a late evening of socializing," said Olivia sternly, "as guildmaster, so should you." Sam smiled. As much as he had been fighting with Olivia only moments before, the fact that she referred to him as one of the best travelers alongside her was a huge compliment and honor. It was only slightly tarnished by the fact that the compliment was from a woman who was also clearly and unashamedly complimenting herself at the same time. Olivia put her hands on her hips and looked around the office. "What do you have to say for yourself, sir?" Redfield's eyes widened, and then suddenly his face went red. "What is this insolence and questioning of my seniority? I am the guildmaster. I'll have you know that falling asleep in my office with this half-eaten chili dog and copy of a prestigious and illustrious book is actually part of a long-term strategy to improve the morale and efficiency of the—" Before Olivia could argue back at the guildmaster's unbelievable excuse, large horns trumpeted outside. Everyone turned to look at the door in confusion. Suddenly, a royal knight stepped into the guild. "Traveler Sam," announced the knight, "Queen Alice Grace seeks your presence." "Oh, brother," Sam thought, "this is just what I need." 10. The royal carriage pulled up outside the gates of the palace. Sam stepped out into the hot summer streets to a very unexpected sight. A large group of children were walking to and fro from the terraced noble townhouses that lined the streets near the royal keep. The neighborhood was known for being fairly quiet with older retired nobles, so this sudden onset of such a young demographic seemed very out of place. "Is there a fair or carnival or something going on nearby?" asked Sam to one young boy who was walking by. The boy shook his head. "Nope, I live in that big old house over there. After the Battle of Resfall, most of the nobles didn't want to live around here anymore, so the Queen turned all the empty homes into orphanages for all of us kids with nowhere else to go. Never in a million years did I think I'd be living in such a swanky place like this." Sam grinned. He was impressed. It sounded like Queen Alice was beginning to flex her royal powers for the good of the people. The Spectral Church had once been the governing body for all the orphans in the city, and based on Sam's personal experience, he knew that they did a horrendous job. It made Sam really happy to see the Queen looking after some of the city's most downtrodden and forgotten group of people. "I even got a job too," said the kid. "The Queen set it up so that we can help work as apprentices in the palace and get real work. Isn't the Queen amazing?" Sam shook his head and smiled. He knew he was going to have to compliment the Queen on all of her great work. Maybe in her new role as Queen, their relationship would be less fraught. Sam said goodbye to the boy and continued forward to the palace. Inside the royal keep, a young, beautiful queen sat at her throne. The young woman of such important stature had long blonde hair and big, gorgeous blue eyes. She normally had a pleasant demeanor and smile that would add a bit of sparkle to anyone's day. However, today there was a note of concern on her face, maybe one of frustration or impatience, though a more discerning onlooker might have suggested what it truly was: nervousness. Alice sat on the throne, tapping her finger impatiently. The throne room was so massive and had such high ceilings that she could hear the echo of her nail clacking against the metal of her throne, which only reminded her of why she was impatient even more. The sound of the nail echoing across the empty throne room was interrupted by the only other person currently in the room: the Queen's handmaiden and guardian, Mildred Cross. "Nervous, my lady?" said the older woman. The young 16-year-old girl's face went bright red before her nose scrunched up in a scowl. "Nervous?" she thought. "How could Mildred think I'm nervous? I'm simply impatient for that annoying young black-haired traveler who's always staring at me and then making me show him gratitude by saving my life constantly. What does he expect me to say? Oh gosh, you're ever so strong, charming, and handsome." Queen Alice Grace crossed her arms and took in a deep breath as she considered the young, irritating traveler boy who was coming to visit them. She then couldn't help but wonder how the boy would react if she did fawn all over him. Would he recoil from her? Or would he hold her tighter? No. Alice knew exactly what he would do. He'd let go of her gently and say something incredibly charming like, "No, we mustn't, Your Highness. We're from two different worlds." Ugh, he would do something that annoying, wouldn't he? "Did I strike a nerve?" said Mildred, looking at her with a knowing smile. Alice shook her head and huffed. "I'm not nervous at all, Mildred. I do not get nervous before visits with those I consider merely as colleagues in the goal of protecting the kingdom. I do, however, get impatient with such colleagues. What is taking him so long? I believe you think much more highly of him than I do." "So you say," said Mildred, giggling to herself. Finally, a royal knight stepped into the throne room and made the declaration. "We have brought the traveler you wish to see, Your Highness." Sam entered Queen Alice Grace's throne room. The beautiful young girl was sitting on her throne at the end of the room, while her handmaiden, Mildred Cross, stood quietly beside her. Sam hadn't seen either of them since the Queen's coronation party following the Great Battle of Resfall. Queen Alice Grace represented one of the greatest departures from Sam's previous timeline. The assassination of Princess Alice Grace ushered in a reign of terror across Resfall and the Volsungur Kingdom, leading to widespread chaos and fear across the realm. Sam knew that saving Alice Grace was key to his stopping the incoming apocalypse and destruction of the world from the Demon King. He couldn't predict where parts of this new timeline would go now that her life had been saved and she had been officially crowned Queen of the Volsungur Nation. He certainly could never predict the fact that they would end up having a strange, less than friendly relationship. But Sam just accepted things for what they were. As Sam approached the throne, Alice stood up from her throne to greet him. "It's good to see you, Traveler Sam," she said, and she raised her hand to shake it and took a step forward. Except there was one problem. The Queen forgot that the throne was situated a few steps up from the rest of the throne hall, meaning her one step outward had her now walking into open air. "Ah!" the Queen cried out as she tripped on her dress and began a long, embarrassing tumble to the floor. Sam moved with lightning quickness and caught the Queen before she could tumble even further. He held her back with his hand, touching the skin on her back. She looked up at him, startled and surprised. He'd never been this close to the Queen before. He was startled by how pretty and cute her nose was, and while he had always admired her gorgeous blue eyes from afar, they were even more majestic up close. Sam felt his heart flutter, but only for a moment, because the queen was soon shoving him away with her hands. "Get off of me, you brute," she said. She scrambled back onto her feet and crossed her arms. She was completely red in the face and flustered. The queen was infamously clumsy. Sam was surprised the girl hadn't accidentally assassinated herself yet. "You're late, by the way," said the queen. Sam's eye twitched. He felt an anger rise in his chest. He wasn't late at all. He'd come as fast as her royal guards were able to escort him here. Plus, he didn't give much of a damn about her schedule. He was working on his previous timeline schedule. And the devastating historical timeline was what mattered most. The Crystal Sea mermaid crisis was only a few weeks away. Still, Sam took a deep breath and stayed composed. The irritating girl was indeed the queen after all. After seeing that orphan boy outside, Sam had thought things might be different between them, but he guessed not. Alice sat back down on her throne and straightened her dress. "All right, enough hysterics aside," said Alice. "I've called you in today because you're needed on an urgent and important task. After your impressive display at the Battle of Resfall, both Mildred and I agree that you're a traveler of immense talent and are the right person for a very important diplomatic task." The compliments are nice, Sam thought to himself, though they don't make up for the frosty entrance. "We've received word from Athena, the queen of the mermaids," said Alice. Sam's back straightened. He hadn't been expecting that. "There's been a series of mermaid kidnappings in the Crystal Sea," said Alice. "She's reached out to the nation of Volsungar and requested we send travelers to help them. I'm not sure why they can't handle the issue on their own, but I believe it would be wise for us to send someone to help them. The mermaids could prove to be incredibly powerful allies." Sam grinned. The queen was now impressing him yet again. Yes, he was already planning on going to the Crystal Sea on his own, but it was good to see Queen Alice acting in such a wise and prudent manner. In Sam's previous timeline, the new treasonous ruler of Volsungar, Clarence Erdstrom, had completely ignored the mermaids' messages for help, and in return the mermaids ignored the rest of Westria right up to the moment of the world's destruction. "So will you do it?" said the queen. She looked at him with cute puppy eyes. Sam grinned. "Of course I will." He was a bit frustrated at time being wasted as he was already working towards heading to the Crystal Sea, but he figured there was nothing wrong with getting the royal family's approval. Being on good terms with the queen would be good for connections and diplomatic sway as events continued to unfold in this new timeline. Still, Sam grumbled to himself, "You'd think I'd have more sway with the queen, considering I pretty much saved her life. But, alas, the queen is peculiar, I guess. Pretty, he thought, but very peculiar." 15 minutes later, Sam found himself outside the gates of the royal keep and in the main city of Resfall. It was only mid-morning, so the heat hadn't reached its peak intensity just yet. The sun was only halfway up its climb to the center of the sky, where it would bake down on all of them for the rest of the day. Better get back to the guild and speak with Redfield, Sam thought to himself, and started walking down a relatively quiet cobblestoned street. He needed to go over the situation with the guildmaster first, and assemble a team before he began journeying out towards the Crystal Sea. By the time Sam returned to the Travelers Guild, Redfield was properly awake and dressed in his office. The space was immaculate, showing no signs of drunken debauchery of any kind. Even the dripped stains of the chili dog had been mopped from the floor. "How can I help you, Sam?" said the guildmaster from behind his desk. Sam then walked the man through the meeting with Queen Alice and explained that he needed a team to go with him to the Crystal Sea to investigate what was happening out there. "How soon do you need to start?" Sam smiled. "Right now." After his meeting with the guildmaster, Sam made a mental list of things that needed to get done before he could set off for the Crystal Sea later that day. He headed by the stables in one of the guild's many courtyards first. The stables always had a strong stench of hay and horse dung, but it was particularly palpable in the summer heat. The stable hands, however, seemed unbothered by it. They were whistling to themselves and tidying up the stable, blissfully unaware of the fact that they were working in a setting that was difficult to even breathe in for everybody else. "You all right, lad?" Sam sucked in air and tried to not breathe through his nostrils. "I'm fine," Sam said, mustering a smile. "If you don't mind, I need to put in a request for 3 horses to be ready to journey to the Crystal Sea later this afternoon." "Not a problem at all," said the stable hand. "What takes you out to the Crystal Sea?" "I'm jealous. A dip in the water would feel great this time of year." Sam smiled to the stable hand. He wished he was going to the Crystal Sea simply on a vacation, but that was far from the case. Danger and the livelihood of all of Westria hung in the balance of his journey out there. But Sam did have to admit to himself that, while danger did lurk everywhere, right now he'd much rather face danger in the coolness of the sea and beach than in the steamy cobblestone streets of Resfall. Sam thanked the stable hand and then hurried off in search of the 2 companions he was hoping to take with him on his mission. First he found Clara in a different courtyard, running drills with Brock the dwarf. "Attack the practice dummy," yelled Brock. "Kill it like you'd kill any other bloody monster you'd come across. Kill it with a devastating fury lass." Clara screamed as she stabbed a scarecrow in the forehead, neck, and heart. Propped up on a spring, the scarecrow practice dummy swayed back and forth, dizzy from Clara's flurry of attacks. Sam watched as Clara went through her training drills with Brock. Given that Clara had unlocked the warrior class after surviving the White Gate tutorial dungeon, it made sense that Brock Skidmore would go on to become her teacher. The dwarf was one of the most fearsome warriors in the guild, and even though he mostly fought with a giant battle axe, he understood how to fight with all pieces of weaponry. He was a man who loved to fight and solve his problems with bloodshed, and sometimes that was the only solution. Sam could think of no better teacher for Clara than Brock, especially since any zealous bloodlust he was instilling in her would be counterbalanced by additional tutelage from Olivia. With the Paladin class, Olivia had a different ability set to Clara's warrior class, but the Paladin class was in the same family of melee fighting classes, so there was still a lot of crossover knowledge that could be passed on. "Enough!" shouted Brock. Clara collapsed on the ground, out of breath. How long did Brock have her fighting against that practice dummy, Sam wondered. "Well done, Clara," said the dwarf. "Your spear skills are improving. I'd happily let you have my back in the depths of a dungeon slaying monsters. Oh, I wish I could be inside one right now." The dwarf looked up to the sky with a wistful look, daydreaming about future monster slaying. Unsure how to react to Brock's insatiable desire for battle, Clara was noticeably relieved when Sam approached her. "Oh, Sam, I'm glad you're here," said Clara, wiping sweat from her brow. "Brock can get kind of intense and weird during training sessions. I think he needs a hobby outside of entering dungeon gates and monster slaying." Brock scowled. "Do you think I can't hear you? You interrupted my daydream with that hobby nonsense." The dwarf had gone red in the face. "What kind of hobby would I take up anyway? Knitting? Cooking? I'm a warrior, not some kind of house husband." "Think about it," Clara smiled. "Maybe woodworking? Blacksmithing? Ooh, what about gardening?" "Ha! Plants and stuff," cried Brock, crossing his arms. "Or reading?" Clara said. "You could borrow one of Curtis's." "All my days," said the dwarf, shaking his head. "First you criticize my passion for monster slaying, which I'll have you know has saved the lives of many, including yourself. And now you'd go so far as to suggest I borrow a book from that skinny know-it-all elf? I'm mentoring you, for heaven's sake. You young bloods have no respect for your elders. There's only one way to solve this hobby dilemma now." "Uh-oh," said Clara and Sam simultaneously. "We must fight here and now." "Once defeated, you'll see the error of your ways," said Brock, excited by the idea, materializing his giant battle axe into his hands from his inventory. Sam could see the situation was escalating more and more, and decided to cut it off there and then. Brock, sorry to interrupt," said Sam. "But the guildmaster has assigned an important mission to Clara and I, so I'm going to have to take her away from her training." Sam grabbed Clara by the arm and they hurried away from the fuming dwarf. "I'm definitely going to have to murder 10 more scarecrow training dummies now as punishment for all that," laughed Clara. "I'm sure you'll manage," said Sam, grinning. "So what's this mission the guildmaster assigned us?" "Well, technically he assigned it to me," Sam explained. "But I've been given clearance to take 2 more travelers with me, so I figured I'd bring you and Tobes." Clara's face suddenly went red and she crossed her arms. "Well then, you'll just have to go on this mission with some other warrior, but it won't be me," said Clara. "I refuse to go anywhere with that neurotic maniac." Sam sighed and shook his head. He knew that Clara could be stubborn at times, but he hadn't expected this. He didn't know exactly what was going on between Clara and Toby, but he couldn't help but yearn for the simplicity of the days when they were just 3 friends hanging out. This new romantic tension between Toby and Clara was one of the few things Sam's previous timeline had not prepared him for in the slightest. 12. After a minute of pleading, Clara eventually relented to Sam and said she would go on the mission, even if Toby were to come. They agreed to meet back by the stable in 30 minutes, in which time Clara would pack and Sam would go find Toby. As Sam went in search of his friend, he hoped to himself that Toby would be easier to convince than Clara had been. "What have you done?" cried Toby when Sam told him about the upcoming mission. Before Sam could even reply, the entire Travelers Guild library made a loud shh sound at them. "Let's chat outside," Sam whispered. Once out in the hall, where they could speak at an actual audible level without offending anyone, Toby continued to air his frustrations. "I asked you to help me, Sam," said Toby, "and now you're telling me we're going to have to go on a long journey together while Clara is giving me the silent treatment. It sounds like torture." "Hey, maybe it would be a great opportunity to ask her how she feels." Toby sighed. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But look, Sam, you know I have your back, so if you want me to go on this extremely awkward mission with you and Clara, I won't say no." "Good," said Sam. "We're leaving in 15. Go pack." Toby's shoulders slumped. "Dang, I thought if I acted all mature you'd tell me I didn't have to come." "Nope," Sam smiled. "I need a novice tier traveler with the wizard class and you fit the bill. So go get ready." Sam didn't care how Toby and Clara felt about each other in that moment. For Sam, he was simply too excited to be going on another adventure with his friends. After packing up and gathering their things, the trio set off from the Travelers Guild, beginning their journey towards the Crystal Sea. They led their horses through the city, and finally mounted them once they were beyond Resfall's gates. The first few hours of the journey were easy as they traveled through bright green valleys and farm fields. They journeyed in silence, only breaking their self-imposed quietude when it was absolutely necessary, such as altering their course or direction. But other than that, the trio of friends moved forward on their journey, not speaking to one another. Sam didn't mind in the slightest. With Clara leading the group at the front, he was keeping guard at the back of their squad. It was the perfect opportunity for him to drain many of the monster stones he had collected a few days earlier in the Green Apprentice tier dungeon gate. Sam was all about efficiency. If he could travel and train at the same time, he would do so gladly. In fact, he'd even plotted their route with an extra special training quest in mind, but they were still a few days away before he could act on that side goal. But he was excited about it. If he played his cards right, he could potentially be acquiring a powerful gear upgrade. Towards dusk, the terrain became more challenging. They had entered a hilly wooded area with large rocks jutting out of the ground. The environment became so rough and treacherous, Toby almost fell off his horse. Clara giggled at that. When Toby noticed that Clara had been paying attention to him, he turned to say something, but she instantly looked away. "It's going to be a long journey if they keep this up," Sam thought to himself. Sam's thoughts were then interrupted by the quietest, most subtle of sounds. "Everybody stop," Sam whispered harshly. He leaped off his horse and materialized a rope and stake in the ground. "Get off your horses, tie them up, something is coming." Sam closed his eyes and triggered his mana sense. His novice-tier mana affinity meant he could sense the mana of any nearby or approaching creatures with mana. It wasn't a foolproof ability, as it only worked on travelers and monsters. Lone bandits in the night would escape his detection. Not to mention, most advanced novice-tier travelers knew how to conceal their mana as well. All of which revealed quite a bit about the incoming attackers Sam was picking up within his mana sense. There was a pack of 7 creatures coming their way. They weren't regular human citizens, because they wouldn't have any mana to pick up on. They weren't travelers either, unless they wanted Sam to know they were approaching them to attack, which didn't make any sense to Sam. So it either meant it was monsters, or the slightly similar but more likely culprit, mana-corrupted animals. Dungeon gates and travelers all leaked mana into the air just by simply existing, and that mana could eventually infect wild animals, turning them into strange beasts that were halfway between ordinary mammal and a monster from within a dungeon gate. The incoming creatures were nearly silent, gliding across the wooded landscape. Their footsteps were like air rushing over cracked ice, a sinister hiss. The twilight sky was quickly darkening overhead. You guys," said Toby. "Why do I have a terrible feeling in my stomach?" Sam materialized his berserker sword in one hand and his fiery flame sword in the other. Clara quickly followed suit, materializing her rare elven spear. Toby shivered, looking at his 2 companions, and then materialized his wizard staff, accepting that an inescapable battle was indeed incoming. Sam kept track of the approaching hostile force with his mana sense. The pack of creatures began to separate, looking to surround them. Between the trees, Sam began to make out glowing red eyes. Soon he could see the wolves in their entirety. They were unlike any normal wolves Sam had encountered in his pre-traveler days. They were different. Much different. Sam couldn't see their teeth, but he knew they were long and sharp from the way they gnashed their jaws at them. The wolves all shared the same type of fur, an orange and white pattern. The creatures were mangy and gaunt. The corrupted mana was destroying them from the inside out. The mana corruption had clearly damaged their brains, otherwise they wouldn't be attacking Sam and his friends so brazenly. The wolves had turned into nothing more than monstrous slaves to their own destructive desires, hungering for violence and nothing else. Clara rushed forward and triggered the novice-tier ability of her warrior class, Attack Burst. She thrust her spear forward, and from that thrust, a bright golden light of energy shot forward as if a magical spirit of the spear itself burst forward, going much farther than the spear could ever go normally on its own. The attack burst moved so quickly that the target wolf could only snarl and attempt to dodge, but couldn't move out of the way quick enough, so the energy spear ripped right through its stomach, cutting it in half. "Are we going to keep standing around, or are we going to finish these dumb wolves off?" said Clara between gritted teeth. She raised her spear to attack once more as the wolves charged in towards them in all directions. Sam ran forward with his 2 swords and attacked the nearest wolf. He slashed the wolf, wounding it deeply. He didn't stay on target, though, running in a large circle, making sure to hit each and every wolf attacking them. Once they'd been all hit once and were dripping with blood, Sam triggered his Death Lord ability, Blood Flame. All the blood on the ground and even the blood dripping on the fur of the wolves began to glow a deep crimson red before bursting into powerful destructive flames. The wolves cried out as their bodies shook in pain before finally collapsing on the ground, dead. "Well," said Clara, "that was fairly easy." One remaining wolf that had stayed back appeared out of nowhere and leaped towards Clara. The wolf's jaw was wide open, ready to rip through the flesh of Clara's neck. The wolf was hungry for both flesh and vengeance. Clara's eyes widened. She hadn't been prepared for this attack. There was no way she could alter the angle of her spear quick enough to stop the wolf from landing a devastating blow. But then, out of nowhere, a gushing swirl of powerful water emerged and blasted right into the attacking wolf, sending it far off course. Pushed back by the water blast, the wolf flew backward right into a fallen branch that punctured the wolf right in the stomach. The wolf was wedged to the branch like a skewer, limping and squirming to escape, until eventually so much blood leaked out of it that its eyes faded into lifelessness. Clara blinked and then did a double take, looking at the dead wolf and then at Toby, who was still standing upright, drawing mana into his hand in case of any other attackers. "Thanks, Tobes," she said. Toby blinked in surprise that Clara was finally speaking to him again. "You're welcome. Does that mean we're talking again?" Now that they were safe and no longer in the heat of battle, it was as if Clara remembered she was mad at Toby more than she was grateful for him saving her life. "No, it does not," said Clara, crossing her arms and looking away. Sam decided to change the subject before another fight broke out. "I can see a cave in the distance," he said. "Let's set up camp. I have a great idea for dinner tonight." "Really?" said Toby. "Yeah," said Sam. "It's a special recipe. Wolf stew." 13. 30 minutes after their battle with the mana-corrupted wolves, Sam and his friends had set up camp in a nearby cave. Sam had created a small fireplace and had skinned and chopped up the wolves and thrown them into a pot alongside onions, potatoes, and carrots. After a while, he poured in some beef stock and red wine to mix in with the juices of the wolf meat. A delicious scent began to waft through the air. Leaning on the wall of a nearby cave, Clara's stomach grumbled. "Oh man," she said, looking at the cooking of stew. "That smells delicious." "I agree," said Toby. "Are we not concerned more wild animals will come approach us due to the nearby scent?" Sam shrugged. "If they do, we'll scare them off or slay them. We're going to have to take turns keeping guard in the night anyway. Who knows what creatures or bandits or rogue travelers lurk in these woods?" "Bandits or rogue travelers?" Toby sighed. "Don't worry about guard duty, everyone. I don't plan on sleeping tonight." An hour or so later, Sam ladled a bowl of wolf meat stew for both himself and his companions. They sat by the heart of the fire and sipped on the nourishing warmth of the bowl of stew. Sam smiled at his two friends, who were still ignoring each other. He was looking forward to traveling and training more tomorrow, and then the day after, and then for the foreseeable days after that as well. The journey to the Crystal Sea continued, and the days began to pass. They traveled by horseback, occasionally getting off their steeds when the ground grew awkward, or when they needed to cross over a river or creek with a particularly strong current. The weather was still warm, but the baking heat of Resfall was gone. The air was gentler somehow, and the occasional breeze kept Sam and his companions cool, along with their horses. Sam practiced cycling his mana core during the day as they traveled, and he encouraged Clara and Toby to do the same. Mana cycling was a great way to train when doing something else. It made traveling more efficient. The only thing that slowed down the mana cycling was when the terrain got rocky or a buzzing mosquito distracted them from their focus. At night, the group would set up camp and, based on a nightly rotation, took turns cooking dinner for the others. While dinner was being prepared, those who weren't cooking would practice and train in areas that they couldn't train in while traveling on horseback during the day. Clara practiced her spearmanship, Toby worked on his mana manipulation, and Sam practiced his sword stances. After dinner, they would draw straws for who would stay guard for the first portion of the night while the others rested. And then they'd go to sleep, under the warmth of the fireplace, while the crackling ash and hum of pine trees offered them a lullaby of the wilderness, and one of their friends stayed up, protecting them from whatever potential dangers might emerge in the night. A few days later, a small village came into view. The village was a collection of wooden homes built side by side. The homes were crafted from wood and straw with thatched roofs. There was a small dirt path running through the town, lined with wooden carts clearly used by the village's farmers and merchants. The dirt path was the only way in and out of the place. As Sam and his companions got closer, he took in the smell of fresh bread and roasting pig coming from a nearby home. Along with the smell of cooked meats, the village had a rich, earthy smell of loam, vegetation, and sweat from a hard day's work. Soon, Sam, Clara, and Toby found themselves at the center of the village, marked by an unassuming well. The sky overhead was turning into a mellow twilight orange. Sam scanned the houses, searching for one advertising itself as an inn. Eventually, Sam's eyes landed on a particular home that had a hanging lantern above its door, and a sign further up with the words Huckleweed Inn written in cracked and dry paint that needed a new coat. Sam and his companions stepped inside to find a cozy oak-paneled room and a crackling fireplace. A homely woman perked up in surprise to see the trio of travelers. Sam figured the Huckleweed Inn must not get too much business based on the innkeeper's excitement at the arrival of new guests. They paid the inn's fee, and the innkeeper quickly ran to the kitchen and hollered for some roast dinners to be whipped up, and then she went off to draw a bath in each of their rooms. After a week of roughing it in the bush, I gotta say, I'm enjoying the luxury. Toby smiled as they all sat down in comfortable seats near the inn's fireplace. Sam smiled in agreement. Nothing beat the coziness of an inn after a few hard days of travel through the woods. The innkeeper soon served them each half of a roasted chicken, alongside mashed potatoes, yams, and gravy. After eating, the three companions soon all retired to their rooms. All three of them rested in the hot warmth of the bath the innkeeper had run for them, and then soon drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Sam awoke. He got dressed quietly, and then went over to his room's window and lifted it gently. A cool nighttime breeze ushered into his room. The village was silent but for the occasional hoot of an owl and the sounds of a rushing creek nearby. Sam picked himself up and climbed out from his room's window and jumped down onto the ground. The village streets were empty except for him. He moved through the small collection of houses quietly, heading in the direction of the wolves. The whole trip so far had been leading up to this moment. Sam had made sure the journey had led them to Huckleweed Village. It had been of vital importance. Sam entered the nearby forest, his boots crackling the fallen pines on the ground. The forest was dark, except for the tiny bits of starlight that made it through the thick foliage of the trees. Sam's movements were quick but quiet in the night. After 40 minutes of foraging in the darkness of the woods, a light began to shine out, glowing more and more. Soon Sam was standing in front of a large green apprentice-tier dungeon gate that was glowing out to him in the middle of the otherwise empty forest. It was exactly what Sam was looking for. He grinned. Perfect. 14. Sam took a deep breath, taking in the large green dungeon gate in front of him. He took a step forward towards it. He contemplated how the whole journey had been leading to this point so far. Yes, this wasn't the end destination of where they were meant to be going, but this lone dungeon gate was of vital importance to Sam in his quest to grow more in power so he could take on the growing threats he knew were going to come up soon in the coming months and years. In his previous timeline, Sam had read about this specific dungeon gate, and he knew that it contained a piece of rare, vital gear that was crucial to his overall development as a traveler. Without wasting a second more, Sam stepped into the glowing green portal, disappearing from the nighttime forest entirely, leaving it to return to its empty silence. Instantly, upon stepping into the dungeon gate, Sam found himself in another realm entirely. The cool nighttime forest was replaced by the hot desert. There was no longer a breeze gently pushing against Sam's skin and armor. Nope. There was only dry air now, a bitter scent of sun and salt. He wasn't in a purely open desert, however. There were no vast vistas of sand dunes stretching out before him. Instead, he was in a canyon passageway, surrounded by swirling sand and massive cliffs on either side of him. The dungeon gate had teleported him not merely to a desert world, but to a lost dwelling hidden within the sun-coated ocean of sand. At the end of the passageway, Sam could see the entrance to a crypt or dungeon of some kind. Tall black marble statues of fox-like creatures with crowns and spears stood on either side of the tall, ancient doorway. He couldn't see much beyond the door, except for the flicker of torchlight, descending downwards into the crypt below. This dungeon gate was quite different from the other worlds he'd entered, but this was to be expected with dungeon gates that were apprentice tier and higher. In higher-tiered dungeon worlds, the environments became less single-realmed, but more hybrids. One could have a valley realm that led to a snowy, mountainous region. A regular, cavernous realm could become more volcanic and lava-filled the deeper you went. Such was the case with the dungeon gate Sam had just entered. He was currently in a more desert-like realm, but the ancient doorway promised a more cavernous dungeon world below. Sam grinned. He was pleased with the world he had just entered. It was further confirmation that this was indeed the dungeon world he had been hoping to find. A famous group of travelers had gone in here and come out with a particularly powerful artifact, one that was going to help Sam continue to grow exponentially. Sam had to acquire that artifact for himself. He moved forward, walking through the canyon passageway. Wisps of sand trickled down from the top of the cliffs that walled the passageway, the closest thing to a waterfall in this dry, barren desert. In the shadowy crevices at the bottom of the cliffs were sun-battered rocks and pebbles. Gnarled plants clung on for dear life, looking both thirsty and suffocated. Sam took in his surroundings more and more as he walked slowly to the entrance to the ancient crypt at the end of the passageway. The young man moved with caution, taking a step or two, then pausing to take in any change in the surroundings. So far, everything seemed a bit too easy. He was waiting for a scorpion to leap out of the sand or for a horde of fire goblins to show up. He considered what he had read about this dungeon gate in his previous timeline. The documents and scrolls he had read had told him the dungeon had a secret layer to it. He was almost at the entrance of the ancient crypt when he paused. He looked up at the cliff faces. They were impossibly high, suggesting they weren't meant to be climbed up. But Sam had long ago learned that often, when a dungeon world presented an impossible challenge that could easily be ignored, there was normally huge rewards beyond them. Sam considered the words written down about this gate from his previous timeline. That the dungeon had a secret layer. Sam eyed up the cliff faces once more. Maybe that layer isn't below me, Sam thought, but above. Sam walked over to the cliff face and reached out his hand to grab hold of it and see how firm the rocks jutting out from the cliff really were. The first one he grabbed was firm, but the second crumbled as soon as he touched it. I'm going to have to be extra careful here then, aren't I? Part of him wished he could use his hurting hook ability here, but unfortunately he already knew that the hook of energy would only bounce off the rocks and fade away. Hurting hook only worked against sentient enemies and not inanimate objects. Sam then unequipped his silver dragon armor set and dematerialized it into his inventory. He figured he'd be able to not only balance better without it, but also it would require less strength to pull himself up if he was significantly lighter as well. Once he felt properly prepared to begin his climb, he found a jutting rock to plant his left foot on, and then he pulled himself up and, with a little searching, found another rock to plant his right foot on. And so it begins, Sam thought. At first, the climbing was easier than Sam had expected. He fell into a rhythm, using his hands for balance and grip, and his feet to search for higher rocks that would help push his body up the cliff even more. As time went on, Sam began to feel the sun beat against his back as he climbed further and further. After an hour of climbing, his whole body ached, and he was desperately in need of something to drink. Worst of all was the knowledge that he was only halfway up the cliff face. He sighed and looked towards the bottom. It was far away now. The statues guarding the ancient crypt were nothing but specks from where he was. He'd be in big trouble if he were to fall now. He knew death wasn't on the table, because he could quickly materialize and equip his silver dragon armor and trigger its ability to hold on to pain which would save him from death. But falling would annoyingly mean he would have to attempt climbing the cliff all over again from the very beginning. Sam shook his head at the thought. This better be worth it. He then took a breath and continued to climb higher. After 10 minutes more of climbing, he felt something tickle his nose. It was a wisp of sand. It was enough to make him want to sneeze, which had the potential to make him fall, which would be terrible. But then it got worse. The sand picked up. Sam turned his head and his eyes widened at the sight. It wasn't just a bit of wispy sand in the air. It was a desert storm.
Oh, crap, Sam thought. He quickly determined whether he could climb the rest of the cliff before the sandstorm hit. Unfortunately, it didn't look like he was going to be able to make it. Instead, he would have to hold on for dear life as the storm passed. He closed his eyes and gripped on to the rock. Like a tsunami of sand, the sandstorm blasted into Sam, pummeling forward like an unbreaking wall of sand and debris. Sam kept his eyes shut and tried to hold his breath. The sandstorm rampaged through the desert, blasting into the passageway and cliff face Sam was climbing. Sam stayed still and focused on his grip and balance for 3 minutes. The storm must be passing soon, Sam thought. How long can it last for? Sam felt his grip beginning to slip on the rocks he was holding on to. Oh, come on, Sam thought. Please don't fall. Then, at that very moment, the sandstorm faded away. The sky went clear again, and Sam could breathe properly. He felt so relieved he almost dropped his shoulders and screwed up his positioning.
Grateful that he survived the sandstorm, Sam felt that he needed to climb the rest of the cliff before another one showed up. 10 minutes later, Sam climbed his way onto the hidden top layer. He was out of breath and his muscles were sore. But as he lay there, resting after his climb, he looked out into the distance on this new top layer of the dungeon world he had reached, and in the distance, he saw something that made him smile. Off in the distance was exactly what he was looking for, a secret boss monster. 15. Now at the top of the cliff, Sam felt like he'd entered a totally new zone to the dungeon world. The ground was bright white, cracked and burnt away from the relentless sun beating down on it. The sky was a sharp blue, and the contrast with the white ground made Sam's eyes wince. Across this new zone, Sam could see a gigantic, lone monster, a secret boss monster. Standing by a scraggly tree without leaves was a giant bird with primarily blue fur and a white mane. It had large yellow eyes and a bright silver beak. It towered over the landscape. It was as big as a dragon. The monster wasn't paying any attention to Sam. For the monster, Sam was nothing but a speck, a worm, a gnat. Sam didn't care. It gave him a chance to prepare himself for the big battle ahead. He rematerialized his silver dragon armor set from his inventory and equipped it. Next, he materialized both his berserker sword and his flame sword. Sam moved towards the giant bird's side so that he could approach it sneakily and get an initial attack in. But the bird suddenly sensed him and squawked in his direction. Well, I guess that takes out the sneaky option, Sam thought to himself. With nothing to lose, Sam rushed forward to take on the giant secret bird boss. Once in the creature's orbit, Sam triggered Pain Ring. A bright circle of crimson-red energy shot out from his chest and took over the surrounding area that included both Sam and the giant bird monster. The silver dragon armor digging into Sam's flesh immediately began converting the pain into raw power due to being inside his newly triggered Pain Ring. Sam jumped in the air, swinging his flame sword quickly and following up with a second slash from his berserker sword. Both attacks landed, but barely ruffled the giant bird's feathers. Not surprising, Sam figured. This bird monster was a secret boss in an apprentice-tier gate. It wasn't going to be an easy fight. He was going to have to buy some time or accumulate pain faster so he could raise his strength and power levels up within his pain ring high enough to take down the boss. A glint flickered in the giant bird's eyes, and moving faster than Sam could blink, the monster bit into Sam, clutching his whole body between its teeth and beak. Suddenly, the beak began to glow, as the bird was clearly triggering some kind of mana-powered bite ability. Sam didn't like his survival odds here, so he triggered his silver dragon armor set's special ability to hold pain back for a later time. The giant bird dug into his armor with a devastating rage. It was disorienting to see such a clearly powerful attack do no pain or damage to his armor, but Sam knew it was only a temporary relief from the pain. If he ever wanted to remove the silver dragon armor set from his person ever again, he would have to eventually unleash this devastating pain upon himself. All of that said, Sam took solace that he didn't have to take on that pain in this very moment. Sam poked the giant bird in the eye with his flame sword, and the bird stumbled back, disoriented. More than that, the bird's beak lost its grip on Sam, and he was able to roll out and land back on the ground to safety. Sam then rushed forward to retaliate. He had taken tons of pain from the silver dragon armor set now while within the pain ring. The fact that he was able to force the giant bird to stumble back so much was proof of that. Sam jumped in the air, slashing his flame sword one way and then his berserker sword another. The bird screamed as two bloody red gashes emerged between its blue fur. "Looks like I'm in a position to finish this," Sam thought. But Sam had predicted the conclusion to the battle far too soon. The giant bird suddenly kicked off and flapped itself higher into the air. Sam's eyes widened at the cowardice of the retreating boss monster. He quickly triggered Hurting Hook. A bright orange light shot out from his hand onto the back of the bird. It pulled the bird closer to Sam, but the monster was powerful enough to be dragging itself away and fighting Sam's newest unlocked ability. Luckily, though, the Hurting Hook ability did manage to give Sam an opportunity to jump on the bird's back. "Try escaping me now," Sam yelled. The bird shrieked and shook, trying to fling Sam off. Sam clutched onto the bird's fur for dear life. The giant bird then kicked off into the air and flapped its wings, lifting both itself and Sam high up into the clouds of the dungeon world. The giant secret bird boss flew with such intensity and speed, the wind pummeled backwards into Sam's face. The torrential gust shot back all of his shaggy black hair. The speed at which air was blasting into Sam was so intense, it threatened to knock him off the bird entirely. Sam couldn't let such a devastating thing happen to him. For one, he'd be accumulating so much pain within his silver dragon armor set that he might not be able to survive it once he unleashed the pain. But more importantly, the secret boss might retreat forever, and Sam would lose out on the incredible rewards slaying it would bring. Sam strengthened his grip on the back of the bird, clutching into its fur. As Sam did this, the giant bird tried its best to fling Sam off of it, twirling and spinning in the sky, dangling Sam across the high-up clouds. "As soon as it spins back upright, I need to go for the kill," Sam thought to himself. The bird swayed back, and Sam was about to go for the kill when he realized something had gone wrong. They were no longer in the radius of his pain ring. All that accumulated power from the ongoing pain from his silver dragon armor set was now gone. He was back to low apprentice tier strength, which was simply not enough to kill the secret boss monster. But then Sam grinned. He had an alternative solution. He still had all the pain stored up from the giant bird's mana-charged bite attack. That should be enough, Sam thought to himself as he triggered a new pain ring on the back of the giant bird. A red circle of crimson energy shot forth from Sam's chest. He then materialized his berserker sword in one hand, readying himself. Next, he triggered the pain from the bird's bite attack. The stored-up pain overwhelmed his body. A sharp ripple of hurt and agony ushered through his entire being. Sam gritted his teeth and bore the overwhelming amount of damage coursing through his entire body. "I can sit in this agony later," Sam thought to himself. "Must kill this bird while I still can." He lifted his berserker sword and pummeled it into the back of the boss monster. The sword punctured the giant bird's flesh, and he felt his strength and power increase as the intense amount of pain from earlier rippled through his body and then reconverted into raw energy and power due to his pain ring ability. The blood and guts flew out from the creature's back, coating the white clouds and sky with a red mist. Sam wedged his sword deeper and deeper into the bird, using his weapon both as a means to kill the bird but also as a safety handle to hold on to. The bird screamed in pain as it began to descend back to the ground like a torpedo composed of dying flesh and blood. 16. Sam held onto his berserker sword turned safety handle as the giant secret bird boss pummeled downwards through the sky back towards the cracked white surface of the desert dungeon realm. Wisps of clouds shot past into Sam's face as they descended faster and faster to the bottom. The ground was approaching with rapid speed. "Here we go," Sam thought. He closed his eyes as he heard the sounds of bones cracking and blood spurting everywhere as the secret bird boss finally collided into the ground below. Sam opened his eyes and stumbled off the bird, collapsing onto the ground himself. His whole body was writhing in pain from the damage he had unleashed upon himself in the middle of the air. His adrenaline had allowed him to power through it, but now that the fight was over, the pain could no longer be ignored. "Ah!" Sam moaned as he materialized a healing potion into his hand. It took all of his remaining energy and strength just to lift the potion to his lips, but as soon as the powerful liquid began to enter his body, he felt his wounds begin to fade, and the overwhelming pain began to disappear and was replaced with an incredible, nourishing sensation. As Sam's body recovered from the extremely intense fight, he took in with a satisfied smile the giant bird boss dematerializing down into a rare and exotic-looking treasure chest. Sam felt an immense pleasure just at the sight of the treasure chest. This was going to help him get more powerful. Sam walked over to the treasure chest and admired its beauty. It was made of a burgundy metal adorned with golden hinges and straps. The ornateness of the treasure chest promised rare and powerful goods inside. The whole aura of the chest screamed, "Open me now," and Sam could not help but oblige. He clicked open the golden handles on either side of the chest that were keeping the box of loot and rewards sealed shut. Then, with an eager push, he lifted up the top half of the treasure chest to see what was waiting for him. Sam's eyes widened when he saw what was waiting inside the treasure chest for him. It wasn't a pile of gold or riches or anything gaudy and over the top. No. It was a single, glowing scroll. Sam smiled with delight. It was an incredibly rare type of loot known as an illuminated item scroll. The last time he had seen one of those was when he acquired the Silver Dragon armor set. An illuminated item scroll had the power to create an incredibly rare and powerful item right in front of you. Unfortunately, the illuminated item scroll forced you to make a very difficult choice between more than one great option. Sam picked up the scroll excitedly and unfurled it straight away to see what his options were. Spell Cancel Ring, Master Tier, Mythic. A rare piece of jewelry that has the power to immediately stop a spell from activating. Or Growth Stone, Master Tier, Legendary. Legendary artifact that allows you to enhance one piece of equipment to have the cumulative power of progressive growth. Sam's eyes widened at the choices. They were both incredibly valuable and effective items he'd love to have in his arsenal. The Spell Cancel Ring offered a pretty impressive trump card against travelers with magic casting classes, as well as particular monsters with powerful mana-based abilities. Then there was the Growth Stone. This was the prized item Sam had been hoping to find in this dungeon gate. The legendary item had the power to enhance any piece of equipment and give it the power to level up and grow in the same way a traveler could with one's class and abilities. The Growth Stone, paired with the right piece of equipment, would open up whole new avenues in the development of Sam's class. And Sam knew the exact piece of equipment he would want to enhance already. But before he made his official choice, he considered the Spell Cancel Ring a bit more. The ring was powerful, and if he didn't have to make a choice, he would have been psyched to have it in his arsenal of powers. The problem with the ring, however, was that it came with some glaring holes. It was not very effective against melee and non-magical-based fighters. Plus, there was always the fear about what would happen if he ended up finding another item down the road that had a similar yet better power. It would render the ring obsolete. That was the beauty of the Growth Stone. It allowed an item to get better and better, meaning it would never become obsolete because it would be always growing in strength and power. Sam knew then that he didn't have to deliberate on the decision anymore. He knew exactly which item to pick. The Growth Stone. The illuminated item scroll suddenly poofed into a cloud of smoke, and next thing Sam knew, he was holding a glowing blue crystal in the palm of his hands. It was heavy and majestic to look at. The crystal glowed blue, a deep, jewel-like sapphire. The crystal seemed to feed off the light around it, absorbing the illumination inside of itself. The absorption gave the crystal a soft, wondrous glow, like a star in the night. Now that he had acquired the Growth Stone, He then had to decide which piece of equipment he wanted to enhance. For Sam, this was a no-brainer. He had sought out this very item so that he could enhance his Silver Dragon armor set. His current armor's abilities were just too much of a perfect match for Sam to ever want to give up. But he would reach a point where there would be higher tier and better rarity armor that would be necessary for difficult battles and dungeons. The growth stone would allow his Silver Dragon armor set to grow alongside him as he developed as a traveler, unlike most weaponry and equipment that eventually became obsolete as you became more powerful and acquired better gear. Sam couldn't wait to see how, when applied with the growth stone, the Silver Dragon armor set might develop and evolve. He was eager to find out more. Sam wasn't sure exactly how he applied the growth stone to an item, but then as he was holding it up, his Silver Dragon armor set began to glow much in the same way as the stone. As the Silver Dragon armor set was indeed the piece of equipment he wanted to enhance, he instinctively followed the feeling and the shared illumination between the two items. He brought the glowing crystal closer to his chest of armor, and both items began to shine even brighter the closer they came together. Sam couldn't explain it, but they were glowing so bright that by the time the glowing blue crystal touched the chest piece of his Silver Dragon armor set, the armor began to absorb the stone. When the armor had completely absorbed the growth stone, a ripple of blue energy cascaded across the entire Silver Dragon armor set. Then, as if nothing happened at all, the blue energy faded away, leaving his Silver Dragon armor set to glint in the sunlight of the dungeon world like nothing had ever happened. Sam was momentarily awestruck by the wondrousness of the moment. That awe was immediately cut short, however, with an eager curiosity to see how his rare armor had been enhanced by the growth stone. He looked over his profile and read the prompt on his equipment, and his eyes widened as he reached the bottom and saw a new addition to the equipment's mini profile. Silver Dragon armor set, composed from the remains of the ancient and powerful Silver Dragon. This heavy armor absorbs damage and pain and allows for redistribution into different parts of the body. Also can hold damage that can be unleashed later. Armor cannot be removed if damage is being held. The inside of the armor is lined with tiny teeth of the Silver Dragon that constantly draw blood upon the user. This set of ancient armor has killed many of those who have chosen to wear it. Additional ability, Level 1. Dragon Defense. The teeth of the Silver Dragon armor set can now be controlled to shoot outwards as an additional offensive or defensive maneuver. Sam grinned as he read over the words of the armor's new ability. Sam triggered the ability straight away, and he felt the gnawing dragon teeth of the armor disappear, and his whole person be taken up by sharp, thin blades, coming out almost at half an arm's lengths. The dragon teeth's outward reach was even further than the interior reach into Sam's flesh. Sam grinned. This was a neat, crafty little ability that could be used to surprise unsuspecting opponents. He loved it. And while the new ability was cool in and of itself, what was even better were the words Level 1, which promised there would be Level 2 abilities and so on. Who knew what greater and cooler powers existed as he leveled up the armor? But for now, Sam couldn't wait to try out his new ability acquired by the enhancement of the growth stone. 17. With the secret boss killed and the growth stone acquired, Sam was pretty much done with this dungeon world. He would head straight out the exit of the dungeon and go back to bed if he could, but it was his duty as a traveler to clear the dungeon. If he didn't, after a week's time, a dungeon break would occur, and the monsters in this realm would descend upon Westria, destroying everything in their path. He didn't wish that upon anyone, and certainly not upon the quaint, wholesome village of Huckleweed. Time to get to work, Sam thought. He walked back to the edge of the cliff from where he came from and began the long climb back down to the original canyon passageway. Going down the cliff proved to be a lot easier than going up. Going down required less strength, as he didn't need to push himself up on the rocks, but required just as much focus and balance. Sam quickly got the hang of it, getting into a rhythm, dropping himself down from one rock to the next. In just under an hour, he was back at the bottom of the desert passageway where he had started. He looked up at the tall cliff face, amazed and impressed by the dungeon world's ability to conceal secret areas. These dungeons really do make you work for it, Sam chuckled to himself. He then turned his attention to the ancient crypt and the two giant fox statues guarding the entrance of the ominous crypt. Sam stepped past the large black stone statues and entered the ancient dwelling. The opening passage was a torch-lined stairwell leading down toward some kind of subterranean complex lost to the sands of time. The cavernous walls flickered with the shadows of the torch's flames as Sam descended deeper and deeper. Finally, he reached the bottom and discovered a sepulchral burial tomb. The large room was filled with dusty stone coffins and cobwebs. The air in the room was thick and musty. It reminded Sam of an old noblewoman's house back in Resfall, the kind of home he and his orphan pals used to steal things from just to survive and get by for another week. Dust covered everything, from clay pots to ornate, jeweled boxes. Sam stayed still at the entrance. If there was one thing he knew about ancient burial tombs, it was that they were normally full of traps. He cautiously picked up a stray stone at his feet. Even the rock Sam was cautious of. He had no idea what would set off whatever booby traps were waiting for him in this godforsaken crypt. His hands clasped around the rock, and he sighed with relief when he picked it up and the floor didn't fall out beneath him. "All right," said Sam, tossing the stone up and down with his right hand. "Let's see what nastiness this freaky dungeon wants to throw at me." Sam gently swayed his hand and tossed it into the center of the burial room. The rock flew through the air. Sam observed and calculated everything as this happened. No airborne traps that I can see. The rock hit a stone tile, making a pitifully light echo through the room. Sam waited a second, hesitating. No traps, really? Then, suddenly, a strange click sound could be heard, and the tile that the stone was sitting on began to dip. "Here we go," Sam grinned. Suddenly, the whole burial room was alight with fire, huge blasts of it coming out the walls. Thick tendrils of flame gushed out into the tomb like some kind of psychotic oven whose entire goal was just to roast everything to ash. Sam took a step back and covered his eyes with his arms from the sheer brightness of the walls. Sweat formed on his forehead from the heat's sheer, palpable intensity. Holy crap, Sam thought. Eventually, the flames died down and the tomb returned to normal. The tile that had set off the flames lifted back up to normal. Note to self, don't step on that tile unless you want to get roasted alive. Figuring that was the worst of it, Sam stepped into the room. He looked around. Something still didn't feel right. Not that there was necessarily another trap coming to sneak up on him and kill him before he even knew what happened. No, there was just no obvious continuation of the dungeon from this room, and that didn't seem right. The crypt must go deeper. Sam closed his eyes and triggered his mana sense. He immediately picked up the mana of 2 or 3 monsters in front of him, which made it all the more strange when he opened his eyes and saw nothing in front of him. Sam moved towards the front of the tomb, making sure to steer clear of the tile that induced the flamethrower trap. As he got closer, the walls began to shake. Dust and sand shook from the walls. The whole tomb shook. Sam began moving backwards, hoping to get to the stairs before he got buried alive. The walls at the front of the room eventually came down, while the rest of the room stayed intact. Beyond the walls that had crumbled emerged 3 large, purple-scaled scorpions with glowing red eyes. I was waiting for the monsters to arrive, Sam grinned. The scorpions crawled forward, and Sam picked up another stone. Right when the scorpions were in the middle of the room, Sam threw the stone right at the tile he had knocked before. "Gotcha," Sam grinned. The huge blast of flames shot out from the walls once more, and the purple scorpions all roasted alive as the burial tomb's trap destroyed them to bits. When the flame trap finally relented, Sam stepped back into the tomb and picked up the fallen green apprentice-tier monster stones and dematerialized them into his inventory. Sam then investigated the crumbled wall from which they had emerged. Beyond the shadows was another long stone staircase. Blue, mana-colored torches now lined the walls. The change from the more typical orange flame torches suggested to Sam that the difficulty of the burial crypt was about to get more intense. The stairwell led into a much larger, open, cavernous area filled with ruined temples and statues. The broken stone statues were white and stood across the open area like ghosts or spirits lost to the world yet frozen in space, not dead or alive, in transition from the world of the living to the afterlife. Before Sam reached the bottom of the stairwell, he could see the passage narrowed at the other end of the large underground valley of ruins. Once he reached the bottom, he started heading across the ruins towards the passage that would lead to the next section of the dungeon world. As he moved through the ruins, he felt like the statues were watching him, but every time he stopped to look, they were frozen. Plus, more than half the statues were missing heads. Headless statues couldn't watch him, could they? He moved across the underground valley of ruins, eventually getting to the end of it. Beyond the narrow passage, he found a room with a large, white statue of a giant, bearded man. Some kind of ancient god figure of some kind. As soon as Sam stepped into the room, the statue began to shake. Its eyelids opened, showing different shades of gray. The giant statue was alive. Looks like I found the not-so-secret dungeon boss monster. Sam materialized both his berserker sword and fiery flame sword. He then ran towards the giant moving statue and triggered Pain Ring. A bright crimson circle shot forth from Sam's chest, creating the radius of his pain ring across the battlefield. The pain from the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set began to convert his agony into raw strength and power. The giant statue monster threw out a powerful punch that Sam dodged with ease. He slashed at the monster's fist before it pulled out from the craterous ground it had created. Sam failed to do any damage, which meant he needed to convert more pain before he could destroy the dungeon boss monster. Sam was fine with that. The monster seemed fairly basic and mostly attacked with its fists, so it would be easy to dodge the attacks until he could take full advantage of his extra power from the pain ring. But then the statue let out a strange, wailing crying. The ground suddenly shook at Sam's feet. A huge amount of noise and commotion could be heard from the previous room. Suddenly, rushing into the boss chamber was a horde of living statues, holding up sharp weapons composed of stone and marble. Here we go, Sam thought. Sam stuck to the center of his pain ring and prepared himself for the horde of monsters. Sam wasn't terrified in the slightest, however. This was the exact type of scenario he had been hoping for. As the enemy stone statues rushed towards him, Sam slashed his swords and did an incredible dance of destruction. Finally, as the stone creatures got closer and closer to him and his blades couldn't hold them back for longer, he triggered his new armor's ability. Dragon Defense. The gnawing teeth on the inside of his armor suddenly relinquished their hold on Sam's flesh and shot outwards. The thin, sharp dragon teeth ripped through the stone statues with ease. Those that tried to punch or attack him only found their arms and fists in a rubble on the floor. With his two blades and the sharp fangs of the dragon defense, Sam was unstoppable. He was a tornado of destruction. Soon the entire horde of living statues were dead on the ground, and all that was left was the giant boss. Sam stopped the dragon defense ability and let the dragon's teeth return to gnawing on his flesh. He had to raise his power to defeat the boss. After a few more minutes of dodging attacks, Sam's strength levels were through the roof, and within a few slashes, like some kind of demented and murderous sculptor, he had reduced the statue to nothing but dust. 18. Sam stood in front of the crumbling marble that represented the dead boss monster. Another dungeon done and dusted, Sam thought to himself. He turned around and started making his way out. With the dungeon boss destroyed, that meant the dungeon only had a few more hours of existence before the dungeon world and the dungeon gate disappeared from the world entirely. He hurried back through the ruined temple and crypt, and 40 minutes or so later, exited the dungeon gate, returning to the nighttime forest near Huckleweed. The forest was just as silent as when he had left it. Sam thought the nighttime sky, from what he could see, seemed a little bit lighter than it was when he had disappeared into the dungeon world. Morning couldn't be too far off. All of Huckleweed was still asleep when Sam returned. He was able to climb back up into his room, by first climbing on the shed in the back of the inn, which helped him get onto the roof. From there, it was easy, slipping back in through the window. He collapsed on his bed to catch up on some sleep before his companions awoke. He had sneaked out, cleared a dungeon, and everyone else was none the wiser. After leaving Huckleweed, the group of travelers journeyed for a few more days. The breezy coolness of the deep woods faded away as the temperature got warmer and warmer. Riding on the back of his horse, Toby noticed the ground change from grass and soil to more and more sand. In the distance, there was the sound of water splashing onto rocks. "Do you hear that?" asked Clara. "Are we really there?" A few minutes later, the trees opened up to a large sandy beach and coastline. The majestic cerulean waters that made up the Crystal Sea stretched on for miles in either direction. Both Clara and Toby hopped off their horses and ran excitedly towards the water. Clara grabbed Toby's arm. "Can you believe it, Tobes? Who would have thought a couple of orphans like us would ever get to see the Crystal Sea?" Toby blushed and was at a loss for words. It was the first time Clara had spoken to him in over a week. He felt his heart fill up with a warmth and happiness from hearing her voice directed at him. He hadn't realized how much he had been yearning to speak with her and to connect with her. The warmth was quickly fizzled out by his brain going into apocalyptic panic mode. "She's finally talking to me again," Toby thought as his heart began to race. "Whatever I say next can't screw up. My entire life and happiness depends on whatever comes out of my mouth right now." He took a deep breath and remembered his conversation with Brock and Curtis at the barbecue a few weeks ago. It was a conversation they had before Sam had returned. Hype juice and haterade aren't just literal drinks. They're a state of mind. Every single thought you have could be divided into hype juice or haterade. And you, Toby, have a mind full of haterade. Toby shook his head. "I don't want to live with haterade in my mind anymore." "Toby, are you okay?" asked Clara. Toby looked Clara right in the eyes. "I'm just so happy to be sharing this moment with you right now." Clara's cheeks went red. "Oh, Clara was now at a loss for words. Toby's smile beamed down at her with as much comforting warmth as the bright sun shining down on them from the clear blue sky overhead. "Thanks, Tobes," she said, and reached down for his hand and clasped her fingers in his. "I'm happy to be here with you too." In that moment, Toby felt his brain flood with hype juice. Sam stayed back as Clara and Toby admired the beauty of the Crystal Sea together. They held hands and Clara nestled her head into Toby's shoulder as they looked out to the bright blue stretch of water. Sam smiled at his friends. He didn't want to interrupt the moment they were sharing together. Maybe things would have been different had this actually been his first time seeing the Crystal Sea as well, but it wasn't. He had come here more than once in his previous timeline for mercenary work. Sam bristled as he thought of his previous timeline, all the death, misery, and destruction. He was already beginning to disassociate himself from that earlier timeline. How could he not? Clara and Toby were barely around in that timeline. Now here they were, having experiences and moments that they never got to have in that first timeline because they died far sooner than they should have. Sam was so happy that he not only was able to help these new moments happen, but that he also got to share them and witness them as well. As he watched Clara and Toby marvel at the Crystal Sea, he couldn't help but recognize how much he considered this second timeline his true home now. 19. A few miles east along the coast of the Crystal Sea was a town known as Seashell Wharf. Sam could see the silhouette of rooftops and a wooden pier off in the distance from where he and his companions had emerged from out of the woods. "Come on, you guys," said Sam, finally interrupting Clara and Toby's wholesome moment together. "We still have a mission, remember?" Sam had no problem third-wheeling for a moment or two, but they were here for more important reasons. They hadn't come to the Crystal Sea like a struggling, middle-aged, noble couple might have done to find themselves and get in tune with their emotions. No, they had come on the behest of the Queen of Volsungar with the goal of strengthening their alliance with the mermaids who lived beneath the waves. They could not lose sight of that goal. Clara and Toby broke from their admiring of the Crystal Sea and returned to their horses. Of course, said Toby in a huffed voice. Can't forget the mission. Exactly, said Clara, getting back on her horse. The mission is very important. The boy and girl shared a conspiratorial smile, then giggled as they began their march forward across the beach line towards the small town in the distance. Sam smiled to himself. I'm glad those two are on speaking terms again. Around 40 minutes later, they were riding through the quaint and cozy streets of Seashell Wharf. The houses of the town were all pastel-colored, and all the businesses were nautical-themed. There was the Pirate Tavern, the Book Grotto bookstore, and the Wise Octopus antique shop. There were many seafood restaurants and candy shops, all catering towards the tourists visiting the town. It was well known that Seashell Wharf was a popular summer holiday destination for wealthy merchants and noble families. There's so many fun shops, said Clara. Can we please get fudge? Look at all these delicious treats. Forget the candy, said Toby. Look at all these cool bookshops. I'm sure they must have some specialty stuff here we can't find in Resfall. We can check out the fudge shop and the bookstores, chuckled Sam. All we really have to do today is find a stable for our horses and then an inn where we can spend the night. It wouldn't be wise to pursue the next leg of our mission until we've been properly fed and rested and have gotten a proper lay of the land. As they searched for a stable to drop off their horses, Sam realized he had only spoken half the truth. Yes, he hadn't planned on making contact with the mermaids that day, but the mission had already begun whether they liked it or not. Today was an info-gathering day. So far, he only knew the little information he had to go on from his first timeline and what Queen Alice Grace had shared with him at their meeting. All he really knew was that there was someone out there kidnapping young mermaids. Why and for what purpose was still an unknown. With Seashell Wharf being the closest human contact the mermaids had to the surface world, Sam wouldn't be surprised if there were clues or information linking to the kidnappings here in the town. For all Sam knew, the kidnappers could be in the town right now, right under everyone's nose. The trio eventually found a stable where, for a fee, they could keep their horses fed and looked after while they worked on the mission. Once on foot, they then explored the town at their leisure. Clara bought a huge chunk of salted caramel fudge and walked around with her mouth open as the fudge dissolved in her mouth. Ah, it's so tasty. The owner of the bookshop where they went next requested that Clara wait outside as no food was permitted in the building. Some of these books are valuable treasures that have survived centuries, said the owner. They've passed beyond many hands before landing in my shop, and I refuse to be the one who contaminates such rarefied pages with fudge. Fine by me, said Clara, backing out of the shop. I'd rather stay outside and enjoy this deliciousness than breathe in the dusty air of this place. Said the bookstore owner, crossing his arms. You should really teach your friend some manners. Toby and Sam looked to each other, shrugged, and then laughed. We grew up in an orphanage, sir, said Toby. We had no one to teach us manners. The closest person to doing anything of the sort probably would have been the girl outside. Sam nodded his head to Toby's words. His friend was right. The closest person to a mother growing up in their orphanage had been Clara. She was the disciplinarian and mother figure to them all, organizing birthdays, dinners, and everything else. Of course, she could only do so much with what she was given. Showing up to the dinner table was more of a priority than proper fork and knife skills or saying, "Excuse me," when you left for the bathroom. She was working with a ragtag group of hungry pickpockets. There was only so much magic she could pull off whipping them into shape. The bookstore owner's face twitched. Clearly the man's feelings were deeply torn. He was repulsed by anyone who would walk into a bookstore such as his with crumbs of fudge all around their mouth. But on the other hand, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the group of children who grew up without parents to love and take care of them. The owner sighed, looking at the auburn-haired girl through the bookshop window, savoring her fudge. I guess you know what they say, said the man. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover. The owner left them alone after that.
Sam searched the shop for any useful books on mermaids, while Toby bounced around, gasping with delight, picking up one book after another. "I want to buy the whole shop!" cried Toby, returning to Sam with a huge stack of books he wanted to buy. "Sam, I have to confess to you something."
I'm a bookaholic. Sam convinced Toby to only buy 3 of 20 books he was carrying around, and they then left the shop happily. Both Clara and Toby were pleased with how the day was going, but Sam couldn't help but be disappointed. He had gathered no intel on the mermaids so far. He kept his ear on as many conversations as he could overhear and had picked up nothing. Even subtle inquiries had led nowhere. After the bookstore, the 3 friends went down by the pier for a quick lunch. They ate battered cod and fries while dangling their legs over the docks. They threw bits of their potato fries down to the beach where a group of seagulls picked at and fought over their leftovers. The trio then spent the rest of the afternoon doing a bit more sightseeing before they finally went in search of an inn. They eventually found one, a quaint peach-colored building with a bright white door. The inn was on the edge of the town, facing the Crystal Sea. They booked a room each and requested a bath to be drawn for all of them. The 3 friends had dinner on the patio, overlooking the Crystal Sea as the sun set. Dinner at the inn was a delicious seafood platter with crab and calamari. When the old lady innkeeper came to clear their table, she acknowledged their travelers' cloaks. "Oh, are you 3 going to help with the mermaid situation?" Sam's eyes immediately perked at that. Finally, someone's brought up the mermaids. Before Toby or Clara could say anything, Sam leaned forward towards the older woman. "What do you mean? Is there an issue with the mermaids?" "Well, normally I see the odd one bump its head up out of curiosity in the water," explained the innkeeper. "But they haven't come up in a few weeks. I don't know what's going on. I hope they come up for the fireworks festival at the end of Summerfin like they normally do. It was always a pleasure of both mine and the love of my life, my long-ago departed late husband, that is, to admire the beautiful fireworks along with the mermaids watching from the surface of the sea. It will be quite sad if that doesn't happen this year." Sam took in the woman's words carefully. So it seemed that the mermaids had not contacted anyone in the town to tell them about the kidnappings. Only this lone innkeeper had noticed something peculiar or strange going on with the mermaid behavior. Interesting, Sam thought. The 3 travelers sympathized with the woman before all heading to their rooms for bed. They had a big day ahead of them tomorrow. After traveling all this way, they would finally try and make contact with the mermaids who lived beneath the sea. In this new timeline, Sam hoped he would be able to avert the Crystal Sea mermaid crisis and all of its devastating consequences. The next morning, Sam awoke and went downstairs to the breakfast dining area of the inn to find it empty except for the smiling old lady innkeeper. "Can I get you anything, dear?" Sam paused and looked at the empty tables once more. "1 second," he said. Sam marched back up the stairs and banged on both of his friends' doors. "Time to wake up," said Sam. "Big day ahead of us." Normally, when Sam was tackling dungeons by himself, he didn't mind eating breakfast on his own. In fact, he preferred it that way. But he couldn't let his 2 pals' tendency to sleep in keep them from what they needed to do that day. Even acting as a human alarm clock, Toby and Clara still took about 15 minutes to arrive at the breakfast table. Sam was already halfway through his smoked salmon and cream cheese bagel when Toby and Clara slumped down beside him. The innkeeper came by with a pot of coffee and poured a mug for both of Sam's sleepy friends, only to return a few moments later with 2 plates of strawberry crepes and chocolate sauce. "Here you go," said the innkeeper. "Enjoy. I've heard about some girls who go absolutely crazy for crepes. Pet gerbils, too." "Thanks," said Toby and Clara, before digging into their crepes. They both swooned with joy. "This is delicious. I wonder how it would taste if we put fudge on it." "Always with the fudge," laughed Toby. Once the group was done eating and sipping on their mugs of coffee, Toby brought up an important question. "How the heck are we going to contact the mermaids anyway? They all live underwater, right? And last time I checked, none of us can breathe underwater, so what are we going to do?" Sam flashed both Clara and Toby a smile. "Oh, don't worry. I came prepared." 30 minutes later,
The trio was standing on the beach in nothing but their bathing suits. Sam was wearing a pair of black swim shorts, while Toby was wearing one with little parrots dotted on them.
Ikra wore a green bikini with white polka dots that accentuated her eyes. I still don't understand how we're going to meet mermaids when we can only survive underwater for, at best, 2 minutes, said Toby. Sam completely understood Toby's concerns. In fact, before they had set off from Resfall, he had had the exact same thought process. But Sam knew from all of his studies in his first timeline that there were means for non-surface dwellers to visit the mermaids and fish folk who lived beneath the sea. Over the history of Westria, there had been visits and interactions between the two groups. That was why before leaving, Sam had procured 3 very special items known as gill rings. Gill rings were ordinary silver rings that granted its wearer the ability to breathe underwater. They were very rare and expensive purchases. Sam had sold half of his backlog of monster stones to get enough money to procure the 3 rings that they needed for the mission. He materialized the 3 rings in front of Clara and Toby. Toby's eyes widened. I think I've read about these. Are these gill rings? That's right, Sam grinned. Clara and Toby picked a ring and put them on their fingers, and Sam did the same as well. I don't feel any different, said Clara. With a name like gill rings, I was kind of expecting to, I don't know, grow gills? Personally, I'm glad they don't make us grow gills, said Toby. What happens if you took the ring off and you didn't morph back? Then you'd have to live underwater for the rest of your life. I don't think I could live on a seaweed diet. I think you'd probably be more of a shark diet, Clara smirked. What's that supposed to mean? Said Toby before his whole body went pale. Oh man, I was so preoccupied on how we were going to get underwater that I hadn't taken a moment to think about all the things that could happen there if we did. The traveler gulped. Come on, said Sam. Let's go visit the mermaids. The 3 friends walked into the crystal sea and didn't turn back. Behind the 3 friends, a duo of sun-tanning ladies watched the travelers go out further into the sea until they disappeared underwater. The ladies watched and waited for the 3 travelers to emerge back on the surface, but they never returned. Sam swam deeper and deeper below the surface of the crystal sea. He led the way as Toby and Clara swam behind him. This is crazy, said Toby, as they continued their descent towards the bottom of the underwater world. Sam was in complete agreement. For the first 2 minutes, he kept waiting for his vision to go blurry and for himself to pass out from a lack of oxygen. Rationally, he knew the gill rings would stop that from happening, but in practice, his body and mind were still acting in accordance to everything their many years alive had taught them. But after 3 minutes of not dying underwater, Sam and his companions began to relax. The depths of the blue underwater world kept expanding in front of them. Colorful coral and seaweed lined the bottom of the water world. Fish, big and small, floated along. Sensing Sam and his friends, most of the fish kept their distance from them. It was truly incredible. Sam, Clara, and Toby were privy to a world beneath the waves. A world largely untouched by Westria's surface-dwelling races like the humans, elves, and dwarves. The trio came across a large piece of red coral that looked like a claw reaching out of the sand. Exactly what I'm looking for, Sam thought, grinning at the sight of the grandiose coral. In Sam's previous timeline, he had read about the mermaid and fish folk dwelling beneath the sea and how to get there. There had been a guide written by one of the last groups to adventure down there decades earlier. We should be there in no time. The 3 adventurers continued their descent into the aquatic world. Unbeknownst to them, a tentacled being was stalking them through the water. 21. The tentacled creature watched the 3 surface dwellers swim off in the distance. The creature was known as a bloodlust squid. It was one of the few creatures that could survive the darkest depths of the crystal sea. The squid had been waiting for prey to come along for a very long time. Filling meals had become more and more scarce beneath the surface of the sea, what with the bloodlust squid having to compete with the fish folk and mermaids for sustenance. The bloodlust squid would have happily eaten mermaids or fish folk, but they were too agile and accustomed to the water, that they were potentially an even greater threat to it than the bloodlust squid was to them. The bloodlust squid had lived a long time beneath the waves, but it had been growing old and weak, and the lack of proper sustenance was only increasing the aging process faster. But then, out of nowhere, a delightful opportunity had arrived. 3 scrumptious little humans had swum beneath the surface and entered the bloodlust squid's depths. Food had finally arrived. The bloodlust squid swam after the 3 yummy humans. The squid wanted to eat. The squid wanted to swallow. The squid wanted to devour them all. "I think we should be at the mermaid capital city in just under an hour," Sam said as he led the way across the seabed floor. "Sounds good," said Toby. "By the way, what kind of food do mermaid—" "Ah!" Both Sam and Clara immediately turned around. Their eyes widened at the sight of a monstrous creature that had grabbed hold of Toby. It was a terrifying creature known as a bloodlust squid. The creature was a long, ghastly-looking monster. It was dark green in color with a pinkish tint. Its tentacles were thick and whip-like. Large suckers trailed the long tentacles and looked like they could easily latch on to whatever they wanted. In this case, one tentacle's suckers had latched on to Toby. "Ah, help me!" cried Toby, squirming within the clutches of the bloodlust squid's powerful tentacle. "I don't want to die! I don't want to be squid dinner!" Sam swam towards the bloodlust squid. It was awkward trying to attack underwater, which was exactly why Sam had made sure to hit apprentice tier in his Blood Knight class, so he could unlock Hurting Hook. Sam triggered the new ability. A bright flash of light shot out from his hands and reached right for the bloodlust squid. The hook landed and immediately began pulling the bloodlust squid towards him. "Clara, get ready to stab it!" Clara materialized her elven spear and gripped it tightly. Just as the squid came into range, she triggered her warrior class's attack burst ability. A burst of energy shot forth along with her spear attack, puncturing the squid's flesh. Clouds of blood leaked out into the water. Sam's eyes narrowed as he triggered Blood Flame. The leaking blood of the squid transformed into a bright crimson fire at the center of the squid, lighting all around it. The bloodlust squid was in such writhing agony, it let go of Toby as it slowly burned alive. Sam was pleased to see that his Blood Flame ability worked underwater. The crimson fire of the blood flame was different from regular fire. It didn't follow the same rules or laws of science, and so the crimson blood flame could still emerge beneath the surface of the sea. The creature's dead husk began to float off away from them, as the trio of companions all caught their breath from the sudden surprise attack. "That was close," said Clara. "You're telling me," said Toby. "Listen," said Sam. "There's a reason I requested you two for this mission. As you can see, it's incredibly awkward to fight underwater. Good work with your attack burst, Clara. That was exactly what I was hoping you would do. A normal spear thrust, or even a swing of my sword for that matter, doesn't have the same effect underwater." We're muted due to the pressure of the water all around us. That was why that extra energy from attack burst was necessary to harm the bloodlust squid. His 2 friends both listened to him closely. "But why did you request me?" asked Toby. "My water magic won't be that effective down here, will it?" Sam shook his head. "Think about it, Tobes. You can manipulate the very environment we're in. You can use the power of your water blast to send monsters into deadly projectiles, like my sword or Clara's spear. Furthermore, you can even maneuver us around the aquatic battlefield as well." "Oh, wow," said Toby. "I hadn't considered it like that before. I promise to not let you guys down the next time a monster attacks us. So long as I'm not the one getting grabbed by icky squid tentacles, I don't really care what you do, Tobes." Clara smiled. 22. After another hour of swimming across the deep seabed floor, Sam and his friends swam up a small hill, and when they reached the crest, a huge underwater valley revealed itself below. At the center of the underwater valley was a large aquatic metropolis. There were giant seashell houses, streets lit by massive pearls, and a palace composed of coral at the center. As they got close, Sam's eyes widened with total wonder and awe at the sight of the merfolk capital. Aquatria. It was wondrous and unlike anything he'd ever seen before. While he had visited the Crystal Sea in his previous timeline, he had never visited the fabled underwater capital. For Sam, it had always been merely a name in a history book, a dot on a map. Nothing written about it did the beauty and wonder of the place justice. "Wow, this place is beautiful," said Clara, swimming beside Sam. Sam nodded. He couldn't take his eyes off the extraordinary underwater city. The alluring charm of the place was undercut by the darkness that Sam knew had currently befallen it. The young female citizens of this place, the beautiful mermaids, were being kidnapped by some unknown hostile force. It was a good reminder that even in a place of such majestic wonder, darkness could slowly creep itself in. They were soon swimming through the city proper. Young merfolk children screamed with delight at the sight of Sam and his friends. They weren't used to seeing humans up close before. "Ah!" screamed Toby. "Help! You guys! They're swimming around me in some kind of hunting ritual." Both Clara and Sam turned to see a group of children laughing and spinning around Toby with delight. A far cry from the deranged depiction Toby had been articulating. "They like you, you goof!" shouted Clara as Sam chuckled at the situation. The laughter and cheer of the merfolk children suddenly disappeared. Their faces went pale, and their smiles faded in an instant. "What's happening?" said Toby, suddenly concerned for the children he had only seconds before thoroughly believed were going to cut him into pieces. "I'm sorry for suggesting you were murderous psychopaths. You're actually really nice. Is everything all right?" The merfolk children were speechless, and before Sam or any of his companions could say anything else, they swam away instantly. Within seconds, Sam and his friends were the only ones occupying the now empty street. "What's going on?" asked Clara. "Something doesn't feel right." Suddenly, swimming towards them in all directions was a squad of mermen with sharp spears pointed directly at them. "Okay, I know I may have cried wolf with those cute merfolk children, but don't tell me this oncoming horde of angry merfolk is not giving you guys the heebie-jeebies." "Honestly," said Clara, "I'm more uncomfortable with the fact that you just used the phrase heebie-jeebies. Who even says that?" Sam ignored his friends' bickering as he tried to figure out what the heck was going on. Did they need to get ready for a huge fight? He didn't want to cause a problematic diplomatic situation with the merfolk. The whole reason he was even here was to avoid such an outcome. But what were they supposed to do? From what Sam could tell, there was no escaping these guards. They were coming for them in every direction. The only option was to fight or surrender immediately. Sam figured the latter option would be best. He just hoped it didn't get them killed. He raised his arms up in surrender, only for the merfolk to arrive and bark at them. "Stop! Intruders! Explain why you surface dwellers are trespassing in realms you don't belong within." Sam grimaced at the words, surface dwellers. The way the merfolk guards said the words with such venom, Sam could already fill in the blanks of what had been happening down in Aquatria since the kidnappings had begun. Blame was being pointed in every direction, but it was calcifying in the direction of those who lived above the sea. Who else would serially kidnap mermaids? The merfolk had never behaved in such a way. It had to be some outside party, some unknown enemy. Under such circumstances, there was only one possible culprit for such heinous crimes. It had to be the fault of, as the merfolk guards had just spat in their faces, the surface dwellers. Clara's face went red, and it looked as if she was about to bark back at the merfolk for being ungrateful for the assistance the three of them had come to bring. Sam gave her a sharp look to not do anything rash. Both her and Toby nodded in understanding that Sam would be the one to lead them through this tense diplomatic exchange. "We were sent here by—" Before Sam could even finish, the three human travelers were met with spears close to their faces. "Silence, surface dweller," said one merfolk, who must have been the captain of the squad. All trespassers are meant to be brought to the Queen. You can come with us willingly, or not. It is your choice on how you'd like us to escort you to the palace. To make a tense situation worse, Sam suddenly felt heavy breathing right behind him. "I vote we go willingly," whispered Toby in his ear. "Don't you agree, Sam?" "My gosh, Tobes, why are you such a coward?" "Of course, Sam is going to agree that we're going to go willingly," whispered Clara. "Isn't that right, Sam? Please tell me we're not going to fight these freaky fish people. I don't want to die beneath the—" "Take us to your Queen," said Sam, interrupting the hushed conversations of his two companions. He was beginning to question why he had chosen them to accompany him on this mission. "We'd be honored to speak with her." 23. The squad of merfolk spearmen escorted Sam and his companions to the Coral Palace at the center of the underwater capital, Aquatria. The squad swam on either side of them, as well as above and below them. They also didn't take account for the fact that Sam and his companions were only human and did not have fins that could make them swim at the same speed as the merfolk could. "How do you people get anywhere without fins?" asked one of the merfolk guards. We walk?" replied Toby. The merfolk guards turned to one another. "What is this thing the surface dweller speaks of? What is walk?" "It's the most banal activities of surface dwellers," said the merfolk guard leader. "It's how they get from one place to another. I've read about it before. Don't even get me started on the supposedly pleasurable activity they call hiking." Eventually, the merfolk guards adjusted to the humans' pace of swimming, and they arrived in the throne room of the merfolk queen. The merfolk queen's throne room was a tall tower of beautiful multicolored coral, where floating in the center of which was a purple clamshell throne. "We've brought you the intruders, Queen Athena," said the merfolk captain, speaking on behalf of the entire squad. The merfolk queen hovered above them, concealed by the shadow of her throne. Given his tempestuous dealings with Queen Alice Grace, Sam was feeling ever so slightly nervous about what the merfolk queen might be like. So far, he didn't feel like he had the best track record with royalty. "Good work," said the feminine voice towering above them all. "Now be gone. Leave the potential intruders, to me." The captain of the merfolk squad made an awkward face and then gave Sam and his companions a pitying look before swimming away with his regiment of spearmen. Sam felt a strange feeling in his stomach. Did the queen just say, "suitors"? Once the throne room was empty, but for the merfolk queen and the human travelers, the portentous figure towering above them came out of her shadow and swam towards them. A stunningly beautiful mermaid came into view. The queen had long, ghostly silver hair and sharp, piercing blue eyes. The top half of her body was well endowed and only scantily covered with a seashell bikini. A diamond piercing sparkled from her exposed belly button, which marked the end of her human top half before leading into her sparkling emerald fin. "Welcome, human intruders," cheered the gorgeous mermaid queen. The queen swam up close to them. Her beautiful sparkling blue eyes widened at the sight of Sam. "Oh my, aren't you handsome?" She swam right up close to the point that Sam was overwhelmed both by her striking face and chest. Sam blushed. He suddenly recalled from his studies in the previous timeline that Queen Athena, leader of the merfolk, had often been described as eccentric, along with desperate for a husband, not quite ever considering what such descriptions might entail, as he had never gotten the chance to meet the merfolk queen. That was, until now. "Let me look at the other one," she said, turning to Toby. "Oh God, please no," muttered Toby under his breath, his face going red. "Oh my, aren't you a little cutie patootie?" squealed Queen Athena. "But—" Queen Athena suddenly stared venomously at Clara. "You're clearly taken or mixed up in whatever strange tension I'm sensing from you two." Now both Toby and Clara blushed and looked to their feet. "But this handsome red-eyed gentleman looks to be completely free from the shackles of any she-witch," squealed the mermaid queen. "Tell me, intruder, or should I say,
intruder to my heart. What brings you to my humble abode beneath the sea?" Sam had no idea how he was meant to respond to the Mermaid Queen. He didn't want to offend her and reject her intense advances towards him, but they had come to help the merfolk with a dire situation, not to shamelessly flirt. Said Sam, at an immediate loss for words. "I believe you sent a note to the Queen of our nation, Queen Alice Grace, requesting our help with a series of kidnappings happening here in Aquatria." "Oh my," said Queen Athena, throwing her head back dramatically and clasping her hand to her forehead. "How could I forget the absolutely dire situation that has befallen my people? Shame on you, you charming rake, for distracting me from what truly needs to get done around here. You've taken advantage of my desperation. It's lonely being queen with no king, you see. You get to my age and all the age-appropriate fishfolk fellas are married off." "Were we talking about kidnappings or your non-existent love life?" asked Clara. "Why, you surface-dwelling wench!" shouted Queen Athena. "Point out my failings, why don't you? Failures both politically and of the heart." "Well, don't you think," Toby began, "you'd be more effective at pursuing the matters of the heart once you've settled this dire issue that plagues your people and your home?" Queen Athena sighed. "You're absolutely right, you cute little clam boy. Let me apologize for all of the, how should I put it, mixed signals of your entrance into Aquatria." Sam couldn't help but think that mixed signals was a pretty funny way of describing both being attacked by merfolk guards and then being the unsolicited victim of an ineffective seduction by the Mermaid Queen herself. "But let's get to the most important matter at hand," continued Queen Athena. "As you may have heard already, someone has been kidnapping our young mermaids, ripping them from their homes and family. And for what devilish purpose, I don't even want to imagine." Sam nodded along, listening to the Queen's words carefully. "Based on my brief interaction with your guards, I got the feeling that suspicion of the culprit is being pointed at outsiders." Queen Athena's face turned ever more downcast. "Yes, surface dwellers are regularly blamed for our problems, even when we can't fully explain why or how it could be their fault. And it's true, it's possible it's a surface dweller behind these kidnappings, but it's also possible it could be someone within the merfolk community." The group of travelers nodded at the Mermaid Queen's words. The situation was going to be difficult and thorny diplomatically no matter what was discovered. If they discovered that humans were behind the kidnappings, that would cause strife and chaos on its own. If they were to discover merfolk behind the kidnappings, on the other hand, who knows if the merfolk citizenry would even believe them. But Sam was getting ahead of himself. They would have to approach this mission slowly and methodically. "So as you can see," said Queen Athena, "the suspicion of the surface dwellers has taken hold and made it even more difficult for us merfolk to have objectivity in this matter. That is why I called upon your sweet Queen Alice Grace for her assistance. I am so happy she has answered the call." "Well, we're more than happy to help you," said Sam. "If I could get a bit more information—" Suddenly Queen Athena hugged Sam, squeezing him tightly into her bosom. "Oh, I knew you'd say that. My future husband wouldn't leave a poor lady like me in need now, would he?" Sam was starting to get the feeling that by the end of this mission, he might be the one who would need rescuing from a kidnapping. 24. After Sam managed to extricate Queen Athena's chest from his deeply crimson-cheeked face, he was able to gather a bit more intel on the current mermaid kidnapping case. The Queen provided Sam and his team with the names of the victims and where their families could be found and what witnesses and evidence had already been gathered. Unfortunately, there still wasn't much to go on. The kidnappings had not been witnessed by anyone. The young mermaids just vanished, leaving pain and misery in their wake. So far, there'd been at least 6 mermaids disappearing over the last 2 months. Sam promised Queen Athena that they'd get to the bottom of the mystery and find the missing girls. The first thing they needed to do was go speak with the families of those who had been taken without a trace. Sam and his companions left the coral palace of the Mermaid Queen more determined than ever to solve the mystery and complete their mission successfully. As they traveled to the first victim's home,
he noticed how the colorful underwater paradise was barren of life. Sure, there were a few merfolk passing by, but the place lacked the liveliness he had read about in history books during his studies in his previous timeline. The kidnappings had cast a fog of suspicion and fear all across Aquatria, and it wouldn't be lifted until the missing young girls were found and the culprit was put in the custody of the law. Sam wished he had more knowledge of the Crystal Mermaid crisis from his previous timeline, but it was an event shrouded in mystery even in Sam's first life. The Queen had reached out to the new king of Volsungar at that time, Clarence Erdstrom, and had been soundly ignored. The merfolk's plight had been maliciously rejected, and so the merfolk had turned their back on the rest of Westria, never to be seen again. Was that because the kidnappings led to a larger disaster beneath the sea? Did the kidnappings lead to something far worse? All Sam knew was that the situation got so bad that the merfolk wanted nothing to do with the surface world of Westria ever again. "I won't let that happen this time," Sam promised himself. "The goddess sent me back to stop horrors like this one from happening, and that's exactly what I'm going to do." They arrived in a neighborhood of Aquatria known as Seahorse Shantytown. It definitely felt like a more impoverished area of the underwater capital than some of the other areas they had swam through. There were less seashell houses and more structures made out of the debris of sunken wood and overgrown moss. Sam and his companions eventually found a ramshackle hut that, according to Queen Athena's instructions, was the home of the first kidnapped victim. "I feel bad," said Clara, staring at the rundown home. "If one of their daughters was kidnapped 2 months ago, I can't imagine what it must be like to wake up each day. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Are we really going to barge in and make them think about the nightmare they wished would end?" Sam nodded. "Yes, we are." He understood Clara's point, but he'd rather put people through a few uncomfortable conversations, especially if it meant resolving the matter more satisfyingly than the limbo the whole merfolk community currently found themselves in. "It won't be easy, but it's what we have to do," Sam said. "Come on." They swam up to the hut. Sam couldn't see a doorbell of any kind and didn't think knocking had the same effect so far below the surface of the water, so he just decided to holler out. "Hello," said Sam. "We're looking for Naraya?" At first, they got nothing but silence. Eventually, though, an older mermaid woman poked her head out from the shadows. The woman's face and skin were pale, and the massive bags around her eyes showed that she hadn't had a good night's sleep in a very long time. "Are you here?" The woman's voice was soft. There was a sense of defeat in her words, but there was still the tiniest crackle of hope. "Have you brought back my Lula?" Sam felt both Clara and Toby bristle beside him. This conversation isn't going to be easy, is it? "I'm so sorry that Lula has gone missing," said Sam. "We've come all the way from the surface realm to come and help you find her. I promise we'll find her." Tears welled up in the mother's face. "Can you promise me she'll be alive?" Sam gulped. "You know I can't answer that. But what I can say is we're going to do everything we can to find out what happens to her, and bring her back home, and put this kidnapper to justice." Neria gulped. She looked as if she almost believed him. She certainly wanted to believe Sam, but he was sure the merfolk police probably told her the exact same thing. She was a woman living in a perpetual nightmare, wondering what happened to her daughter, Lula, whether the young girl was okay or not. It was the not knowing that was the real torture. The hope brought with it the pain of another day passing with no sign of her lost daughter. "So, I know it's painful, but do you mind walking us through what happened one more time?" said Sam. "The sooner we have a handle on the situation, the better we will be able to go track her and the other missing girls down." The woman wiped a tear from her eye. "All right then. I don't have much to say. I wasn't there when she disappeared, now was I? My Lula loved to dance. She was at a dance class that she liked to go to after her schooling. I normally waited up for her to return home before eating dinner and settling in for the evening. I waited all night." The mermaid woman was sobbing now.
I waited all night, and she never came.
Clara placed a hand on the crying mermaid mother's back, comforting her. The woman sniffled and then said, I knew something was wrong, even after an hour. My Lula was never late. She would have told me if she had something on after her class. I don't know why anyone would want to take my Lula away from me. What kind of world is this where young girls get snatched in the night? Sam couldn't help but clench his fists as the woman spoke. He felt an anger bubbling inside of him, an anger on the poor, suffering mermaid mother's behalf. He felt a rage and determination in his heart. Don't worry, said Sam. We'll find out who did this, and we'll make them pay. Clara and Toby nodded in agreement beside him. They asked the woman a few more questions before leaving her in peace. Sam hoped the next time they spoke to her they would have some kind of good news. Either that they brought Lula home safe, or that they brought back her captor, dead. As they moved on to the next victim's home, Toby spoke up. Based on what that woman told us, we still don't have much to go on, said Toby. It's possible that none of the difficult conversations we have today are going to reveal anything new to us, said Sam. But it is the cumulative power of what these people tell us that might reveal more. Who knows what patterns we might suss out across the day? And so began a long day of sad and uncomfortable conversations, all across Aquatria. They zigzagged all across the underwater capital, going to wealthy neighborhoods to poor areas and everything in between. Some of the merfolk citizens they passed welcomed them, seeing hope in their arrival, while others gave them snide looks and called them names while pointing accusatory fingers at them. The families of the missing girls were very much the same. To be fair, none of them welcomed them with open arms, but some were more appreciative of their attempts to help than others. One family even shouted at them and demanded they get out of their sight at once. By the end of the day, Sam and his companions were absolutely exhausted. I feel wretched, said Clara. I feel so much sympathy for those families it makes me sick. On top of that, I'm full of anger towards whoever is doing this. And just imagine, said Toby, all that pain the families are feeling. Those girls are probably feeling something 10 times worse. That is, said Sam forlornly, if they're even still alive. Let's make whoever is kidnapping these mermaids pay, said Clara between gritted teeth. I'm in full agreement, said Toby. But I feel like we're still at square one. I don't know who to speak to next or what we should even do. I feel like I'm drowning in a quicksand of unanswered questions. It's driving me crazy. Sam nodded. He knew how Toby felt. Today had been rough. The sadness of the victims' families had only made him more determined. He listened to each of their words with careful precision. He didn't want to miss a beat. Doing so could cost the lives of those mermaids who were captured, and any future mermaids who might still get caught by the piece of garbage who was doing this. There was a pattern, though, said Sam softly. The kidnappings all happened under the same circumstances, when the girls were alone and always at night. All 3 of them looked up. The surface of the crystal sea was very far away. They couldn't even see it. But they could tell evening had approached as there was a darker pallor across the seabed floor, and beams of starlight trickled down through the water, leaving little spots of light all around them. It was a beautiful sight to see. Aquatria in the night. It was a shame that such a beautiful occasion had been stripped of its wonder and replaced with only fear. With the ongoing threat of kidnappings, the merfolk had established an evening curfew, making the city barren. Only Sam, Clara, and Toby were out in the streets from what they could tell. I'd say let's hide somewhere in the dark and wait for the kidnapper to strike, said Toby. But no one is out right now. Is this it then? Said Clara. Have we hit a dead end? They briefly discussed what their options were, and they decided they would find lodgings for the evening and go over the evidence they had gathered that day once more. Maybe there's something we're not seeing, Sam thought to himself. As they began to swim towards the center of the underwater capital, their hearts defeated at the lack of progress, A scream suddenly echoed through the night. 25, Sam, Clara, and Toby all jolted into alertness at the sound of the scream. The scream sounded young, feminine, and absolutely filled with terror.
Hell!
And then the sound was muffled. The kidnapper silencing his newest victim.
"Which direction did that scream come from?" said Toby.
Sam looked around and narrowed his eyes towards a collection of seashell houses.
"That way, come on."
They started swimming in the direction of where they heard the scream. Sam swam with full force, pulling his hands back and forth and kicking with as much strength as he could. If the kidnapper was merfolk, they'd be in huge trouble trying to catch up. But they had to try their best. Sam knew they might not get an opportunity like this again. Turning a corner, Sam hoped to come into sight of the captor pulling a mermaid away. But they saw nothing.
"We can't have lost them, can we?"
He triggered his mana sense in desperation, hoping to pick up some moving target of some kind. He picked up nothing.
"Darn it!"
yelled Sam.
"Sam, look,"
said Toby, pointing right in front of him. Floating nearby was the tiniest red wisp. If you weren't looking for it, you could almost miss it.
"Blood,"
gasped Clara. Sam grinned as a light bulb went off. He snapped his fingers and triggered Blood Flame. Suddenly, a little trail of bright crimson blood flames emerged, creating a path forward.
"Come on,"
said Sam.
"We're on the trail now."
They swam from one glowing fire of blood flame to the next, until they turned a corner in the city and made out two figures in the distance. One figure was cloaked in black. Clutched between the cloaked figure's armpits and forearm was an unconscious young mermaid.
"We got him,"
said Sam, swimming forward with all of his might.
"Toby, push me forward with your water blast."
Toby stopped swimming, materialized his wizard's staff, and quickly conjured mana and water all around him, then blasted his elemental attack right into Sam. Sam rocketed forward, Toby's water blast propelling him and giving him a swimming speed that was even faster than the merfolk. As he closed the gap between himself and the kidnapper, Sam did one final push, triggering his Blood Knight class's new apprentice tier ability, Herding Hook. A bright orange rope shot out from Sam's palm and landed right into the cloaked figure. As the hook ability pulled the kidnapper back towards Sam, the cloaked figure let go of the unconscious young mermaid, who began to float to the seabed floor. Sam reached out to pull the hood from the figure's cloak. "Show yourself, you flaming piece of trash," shouted Sam. But before Sam could rip back the hood and reveal who the evil kidnapper was, the figure lifted his hands and shot out a bright beam of light that instantly blinded Sam. "I've been blinded," Sam shouted immediately. "Make sure he doesn't get away with the mermaid." When Sam's vision returned, he sighed with relief to see Toby and Clara standing guard by the unconscious young girl. The cloaked figure had disappeared into the vast realm of the sea. "Did you guys see where the kidnapper went?" asked Sam. "He went to that dark splodge right over there," said Toby, pointing out in the distance. Sam instantly knew where Toby was talking about. The pallor of the sea changed into a strange, murky color in the distance. "Okay," said Sam. "We know what direction the kidnapper went in. Let's return this girl home and figure out what our next move is." Sam thought about the cloaked figure and gritted his teeth. "I had you in my clutches," he thought. "Next time that happens, I promise you, I won't let you escape." Over an hour later, Sam and his friends were back in Queen Athena's coral palace. They placed the young, unconscious mermaid girl at the queen's feet. The mermaid ruler's eyes widened with concern at the sight of the girl. "That's Mirabelle Posey," she gasped. She turned to a merfolk guard and said, "Go get her family at once. They must be worried sick." The queen's head fell, and she muttered to herself, "How is this happening under my watch? These girls are my responsibility." She looked up and sighed with relief at the sight of the young mermaid on the ground. "At least we thwarted this most recent kidnapping attempt. Did you get any information on the kidnapper?" "It was one person," said Sam. "From his features, I suspect it's a man. He also had feet, so
It looks like it was a human from what I can tell. Whether or not he's working with others is still undecided. Queen Athena nodded her head sternly. Let's keep the fact that he was human between us for now. Such knowledge might cause an uproar among the populace, which is a level of chaos we don't need in this already dire moment. Beyond that, did you manage to get an idea where he was going? Yeah, said Clara. He swam towards some dark splodge in the sea. It looked very odd. The queen nodded with the knowingness of someone who had been bested, or pushed in a corner by a clever enemy. Our kidnapper is smart, said the queen. He was heading towards a part of the crystal sea we refer to as the Forbidden Reef. As the name implies, us merfolk never go there. It is dangerous and cursed. Before Sam and his companions could ask any follow-up questions, the young mermaid at their feet began to open her eyes. She gently rubbed them as she returned to consciousness. She had a worried and confused expression on her face. Where am I? Sam and everyone else all smiled down towards the girl. You have nothing to worry about, Mirabelle. You're safe. The girl was still disoriented, but then she began to realize the trauma she had just gone through, and she instantly began to cry. I was on my way home when out of nowhere somebody grabbed me, she sobbed. It was so scary.
I screamed for help and then bit into the man's arm, and then the next thing I knew, everything went black. And now I'm here. Sam was impressed with the girl. She had real fight in her. It was the fact that she had bitten her captor that had helped them find her. Without the bits of blood wisping through the sea, Sam wouldn't have been able to trigger Blood Flame and use that to track the escaping kidnapper. At that moment, two merfolk barged in, an older man and woman who both looked like they'd spent the entire evening drowning in worry. Their faces filled with relief as they swam towards their daughter. They hugged her, all three of them clutching on to one another and not letting go. Sam felt his heart swell. Looking at the relief that the family was feeling, he couldn't help but want to bring that feeling to all the other families of missing girls. But there was still the possibility that they weren't even alive anymore. It made Sam feel sick. But then the young girl spoke up. The man said something to me before he knocked me out. He said, "Time to join the others. They'll be happy to have another friend with them." As if the others were still alive. Everyone in the room looked at each other with a new feeling of hope and determination. The other missing girls were definitely still alive. "We don't have any time to waste then," said Sam. "We need to go where the merfolk aren't allowed to enter. We need to head out to the Forbidden Reef." 20 minutes later, Sam and his traveler teammates were back where they were earlier, at the scene of the thwarted crime. The splodge of darkness could be seen in the distance, the Forbidden Reef. "Why do you think the merfolk don't go to this place?" said Toby. "Knowing you, Toby, I think it's better to just leave that question alone," said Clara. "Agreed," said Sam, "and I have a task for you to focus on anyway. Can you use your water blast to propel all three of us forward?" Toby smirked. "Of course." The young traveler materialized his wizard staff and clutched his hand out into the open sea. He drew mana into his fingertips and converted that mana to add pressure and swirls within the water. He then turned to face in the opposite direction before unleashing a massive water blast. Suddenly, all three of them shot forward in the opposite direction of Toby's elemental attack. Toby continued to use the ability like an engine, rocketing them forward across the open seabed floor. The amount of distance they were covering would have taken them hours. Thanks to Toby's water blast ability, though, the journey was only taking a few minutes. The dark splodge in the distance soon came into view, and it was no longer just a mist of darkness. No, it was something else entirely. The whole area that the merfolk referred to as the Forbidden Reef was an open valley of sunken ships, long lost to the waves and forgotten beneath the sea. They swam slowly between the shipwrecks and other sunken detritus. The three of them couldn't propel themselves rapidly through the Forbidden Reef, as there were too many obstructions in their path now. Besides, the kidnapper could be hiding down there, so they needed to move slowly and carefully. Toby looked around, frightened. "This place gives me, don't say heebie-jeebies," said Clara, giving him a side eye. Sam triggered Blood Flame to see if he could pick up any remaining blood in the vicinity to light them a path forward. Nothing happened. Next, Sam triggered his mana sense. Again, nothing was revealed. Sam swam forward, looking at the sunken ships. "Where are you hiding?" Sam wondered to himself. "Come out, you coward." Suddenly, there was a flutter of movement. "Over there," Sam said, and immediately swam towards the sound. It was in the former back half of a ship's hull. The sound had come from a patch of darkness in the broken, lost frigate. Sam materialized his berserker sword, getting ready to fight. "Toby, be ready to propel me so I can get a proper slice in," said Sam. He swam forward, and then, shooting out of the dark shadows, was a black sea viper. The monster was a large, slithering snake with jet-black scales and haunting yellow eyes. It hissed, opening its mouth, revealing deadly sharp and, most likely, venomous fangs. Sam didn't even flinch, triggering Hurting Hook and dragging the black sea viper even closer to him. "You think I'm afraid of you?" spat Sam, as the viper came up to his face. He grabbed the deadly snake with his hands and squeezed it tight as he poked holes into the creature with his berserker sword. Within seconds, the black sea viper was nothing but a dead husk floating in the water, a cloud of red mist surrounding it. "Holy crap," said Toby. "Did you just grab that thing with your bare hands?" "Honestly, Tobes," Clara whispered. "Sometimes Sam scares me." Sam grinned and then just shrugged. He knew something was lurking in the shadows, so he was prepared for any kind of sneak attack before he even approached. All Sam felt was disappointment that it had been an underwater monster and not the kidnapper. Their hunt was clearly far from over. They continued to swim through the forbidden reef, passing one sunken ship after another. It was an eerie and melancholic part of the seabed floor, that was for sure. The wreckage of each ship represented its own story, or tale, of men lost at sea. Some of the frigates were most likely military ships, sunken in long-ago battles between the humans and the orcs from the northeastern desert wildlands. Or it could have been even older battles between the mermaids and the orcs, who once a long time ago had attempted to plunder and steal from the rich civilization beneath the sea. Or it could have been the earliest explorers of Westria thwarted by a deadly monster from the sea, attacking them, and ending their quest for discovery in a single, fatal blow. All of those haunting endings lingered in the Forbidden Reef, the graveyard of sunken ships. After an hour of searching the dismal strange zone, the water began to get lighter, and Clara pointed upwards. "Look," she said, "the moon." A white, luminous orb shone down through the surface of the water, down towards the seabed floor where Sam and his companions stood. The water must have gotten shallower just beyond the Forbidden Reef, Sam observed. "We must be near land." "All right, you guys," said Sam. "I'm going to swim up and see if I can see anything. Wait here." Sam pushed himself off the sandy ground and swam up towards the surface, the glowing silver moon guiding him there. He slowed down as he reached the top. If there was anyone nearby on the surface, he didn't want to attract attention. Sam bobbed his head above the water. He made sure to just bring up the top of his head and eyes above the surface. The cool nighttime breeze of the crystal sea struck his head and gave him a brief, chilly sensation. He had grown so used to spending time underwater with the aid of his gill ring that he had forgotten what it was like to exist above the surface. He was amazed at the sight of the open, clear sky, full of so many stars and the bright silver moon. In the distance, he spotted a lone island in the middle of the sea. He saw two standing torches wedged in the ground, guarding what looked like a cave. Two hooded figures stood on guard in front of the cave as well. A third cloaked figure emerged from the jungle area beside the cave and walked past the guards and torches and descended into the cave below. "Strange," Sam mused. Sam swam back down to join his friends. "I think I may have found our culprits," said Sam. "There's an island just ahead of us. From the little I know about the Crystal Sea, I don't think there's an island listed on any map in the area we are in. Does an island in this part of the sea mean anything to you, Tobes? You were reading that book on the area, The one you bought from the bookstore. Toby sighed. I only bought Volume 1 of the Island Guide to the Crystal Sea, and no, it didn't come up. But perhaps, if someone hadn't kept me from buying Volume 2... Sam snickered. I try to teach the guy a little frugality, and it comes back to bite us in the bum, Sam thought, chastising himself. Okay, it's not a big deal, said Sam. Let's approach the island from an angle where the hooded guards won't be able to see us. 30 minutes later, Sam and his friends emerged from the water and back onto the surface, entering the jungle of the small island. They were silent as they crept towards the fiery light of the torches guarding the cave. They stopped when they were only a few meters away from the hooded figures guarding the cave entrance. They stayed crouched, hidden behind a bush. Sam was close enough to see a symbol on the cloaks of the hooded figures. It was a skull with the staff of a scythe running through it, the blade curving up and around the image of the skull's head. Sam's eyes widened when he saw the symbol. He recognized it immediately. Why are they here? Sam's heart raced as questions streamed through his head. How are they even here? The only explanation was that the Crystal Sea mermaid crisis was somehow connected to the upcoming dwarven cataclysm. Sam realized that the feet of the cloaked figure he had fought with earlier that evening wasn't the foot of a human, but a dwarf. He knew this, for the symbol on the garments of the guards in front of him represented a very dangerous and fringe dwarven death cult. The emissaries of the fallen. 27. Sam's face had gone pale at the sight of the hooded figures. He was shocked to see the symbol of the dwarven cult right in front of him.
Sam, what is it?
Whispered Clara.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Sam shook his head. He was seeing something far worse than a ghost. The emissaries of the fallen were a dangerous group of individuals. Many believed it was the emissaries that had an outsized role in the dwarven cataclysm in Sam's previous timeline. Sam was beginning to understand the mermaid kidnappings might have been connected to the dwarven cataclysm, and Sam, along with the rest of history, had never connected the dots. Sam was overwhelmed by this piece of news, but he didn't linger on it for too long, because he was then overcome with logistical questions. How the heck did the dwarves even get out here in the middle of the Crystal Sea? How is it possible for them to be this far away from their mountain homeland? How could they get out here without attracting the attention of others? They must have had a rare teleport scroll, or snuck through the Volsungar nation, keeping a low profile, or flew far above the clouds on a summoned flying beast. There were ways they could have done it, all of them very impressive, and enough to suggest the emissaries of the fallen were even more powerful than Sam had ever realized. Out of nowhere, one of the guards turned in their direction. Sam covered his mouth and held his breath. They can't see us through the bushes, can they? Stifle your mana cores, said Sam, worried that the cloaked figure might be scanning the area with his own mana sense. The three travelers held their breath as the dwarven cultist looked out towards them in the dead darkness of the night. The guard looked and then turned away, but something about the dwarf's gesture gave Sam pause. This doesn't feel right, he thought to himself. If the emissaries of the fallen had gone to such liberties to take over an island in the middle of the Crystal Sea, would they really only have 2 guards defending it? Sam looked over his shoulder and stared out into the jungle ahead of him. It was a good thing he did, because emerging from the shadows of night was a massive greatsword. Sam's eyes widened. He instantly reacted, materializing his berserker sword and flinging his arm up to block the attack. The clash of metal echoed through the night, and suddenly the 2 cloaked figures guarding the entrance to the underground tunnel had turned and were readying magical projectiles of their own. Well, there goes the stealth plan, said Clara. I don't know. Hiding and running away still sounds good to me, Toby chimed in. Not an option, Tobes, said Sam between gritted teeth. Sam was still locked in a clash of swords with whoever was attacking them from the jungle. A glint of starlight poked through, revealing a burly dwarf warrior on the other side of the 2-handed greatsword. Sam looked to Clara, hoping she caught the signal he was sending her. The dwarf warrior was open for a side attack. Clara grinned, materializing her elven spear, and immediately triggered her novice-tier warrior-class skill, Attack Burst. A huge burst of energy shot out from the tip of her spear as she thrusted it right at the exposed side angle of the attacking dwarf warrior. The enemy was smart enough to lift his greatsword and block the incoming attack from Clara, using the overwhelming force of his greatsword to knock Clara's spear off course, straight into the ground. But it was all futile behavior for the evil dwarf attacker, for as soon as he unpinned Sam from the locked hold they were in, he was a goner. Sam wasted no time, leaping forward and slashing his berserker sword with incredible speed. He felt the ridges of the berserker sword drag, pull, and ultimately rip the flesh of the attacker's neck. Blood dribbled out from the attacker as he collapsed on the ground, dead and defeated. Sam then immediately triggered the Level 2 evolution of his Deathlord class's novice tier ability, Blood Flame. The leaking blood from the dead dwarf warrior glowed in ashes of bright crimson energy that flowed into the palm of Sam's hand, forming a blood flame ball. The red-eyed traveler then spun on his feet and whipped the hostile projectile in the direction of the wizard guards. They both leaped away as the attack flew towards them. In the process, the magical projectiles they had been charging and waiting to attack with faded away, cancelled from the broken concentration brought on by Sam's devastating blood flame ball. Sam couldn't understand why they had been so foolish to not attack them with their ranged abilities while they had been focused on the dwarven warrior. The only possible reasoning could be that they didn't want to harm their colleague in the process. Big mistake for them, Sam thought. "Cover us from behind, Tobes," Sam said as he rushed forwards to the enemy dwarven cultists with Clara, charging in right beside him. The dwarven cultists got up off the ground. One formed a massive ball of lightning in one hand, while the other did something similar with fire. Got it, Sam thought. They're travelers with the wizard class. That meant if they could get close enough to attack them, they wouldn't have the strength or endurance stats to easily withstand their attacks. The only problem was that their magical projectiles were incredibly harmful and could be used as a way of blockading their charge forward. A huge, explosive blast of lightning and fire smashed right into the sandy beach where Sam and Clara would have been had they not abruptly stopped their charge forward. "This is all you, Toby," Sam hollered. "Force them out of their position so we can continue our forward charge." Toby nodded with determination. With Toby's hand gripping his wizard's staff in one hand, he conjured a huge amount of water in his other hand and began lobbing powerful water ball blasts in the direction of the dwarven cultists. As the hostile blasts of water came raining down on them, the cultists were forced to change position, which gave Sam and Clara an opening. The two travelers didn't waste it. They rushed forward. Clara leaped in the air with her spear and triggered Attack Burst, descending back to the ground with her pointed spear thrust with absolute deadly power. Her spear went right through the dwarven cultist's head, the silver tip of it emerging soaked in flesh, blood, and brains on the other side of their enemy's head. Similarly, Sam made quick work of the other hostile enemy, thrusting his berserker sword right through the enemy's stomach, dragging out the intestines and guts as he ripped it out from the kidnapper's chest. Sam and his two companions all caught their breath as they stood on the now empty beach of the strange island they had discovered. They all looked to the cave entrance ahead of them and the long, torch-lit path that descended into the unknown. It was time to go save those kidnapped mermaids and avenge the families who had been grieving their loss for far too long. 28. Sam walked towards the entrance of the cave that clearly led to some kind of lair occupied by the emissaries of the fallen. Toby looked frantically between the cave entrance and Sam and Clara, who kept walking closer and closer towards it. "Are we? Really? Do we have to?" Toby eventually sighed and his head fell forward. "We gotta help those poor mermaid girls," he said. "Even if it means entering a cave entrance that definitely has death traps written all over it." Sam smiled. Only a year ago, Toby was frightened of everything, paranoid of every shadow or bug they came across. He was the most neurotic, anxious person he knew, the ultimate champion of hypochondriacs. And yet, even Toby was growing, recognizing things that he didn't want to face and determinedly accepting that he had to do them to do what was right. Sam was happy to have such a companion by his side. Recognizing danger and then still having the courage to step up and face it was real bravery. "I couldn't have put it better myself, Tobes," said Sam. Together, the three companions then stepped into the cave entrance and started walking down the spiral stone staircase towards the unknown bottom. The stairwell was made of ancient stone, worn smooth by the passage of many feet. The walls were damp, and the air was heavy with the smell of wet earth and smoke. The torches, set in iron sconces along the walls, flickered and danced in the shadows, casting light on the winding path that led down into the depths. "Can you stop breathing so loudly?" hissed Clara at Tobes. "It will give us away to our enemy, not to mention it's freaking me out." "I'm sorry. I thought I was doing a good job covering up my hyperventilation. I'm sorry, Clara, that my panic attack is too loud for you. What would you like me to do? Stay quiet as I have heart palpitations." "Sure thing. I'll stand right over here and die of anxiety. But don't worry, I won't say anything." Clara and Sam looked at each other. "Well, that escalated quickly." Sam smirked. "Talk about guilt trip," muttered Clara. Seeing that this had the potential to escalate, Sam looked to them both. "Tension is high right now," said Sam. "I get that, but we're in this together. Don't forget that. We got this." Clara smiled and looked guiltily at Toby. "I'm sorry for complaining about your heavy breathing, Tobes. It doesn't remind me of creepy spectral church priests in the slightest." "You call that an apology?" Sam smirked, shaking his head. He continued forward down the stairwell. As they went deeper, the stairs grew more steep and treacherous. The walls were arrayed with strange symbols, some carved into the stone and some painted on. It got older the further underground they went. The stairs eventually ended, and the three companions found themselves at the bottom of the long, ancient stairwell, and found themselves at the beginning of a large underground complex of some kind. The very first room had wooden tables with pieces of paper, strange beakers, and notes. Sam scanned the notes and saw they were scientist logs. "I don't like the looks of this stuff," said Toby, glancing down at the papers. "This looks like some pretty sinister, dark magic." Sam grimaced. The emissaries of the fallen were clearly running experiments down here. It made him shiver to think what they might be doing to the poor kidnapped mermaid girls. They needed to put a stop to the cult's nefarious behavior at once. "Come on," said Sam. "We got to keep moving." As they moved further through the underground complex, Sam continued to trigger his mana sense to make sure there were no nearby enemies. He couldn't understand where everyone was. For such a large underground headquarters, it was more empty than Sam would have expected. They passed from one chamber to the next until eventually the underground room forced Sam and his companions into a bit of a pickle. The path forked. There were now two directions they could go in. "Well, you know what they say," said Toby. "Never split the party." Sam didn't say anything, mulling over what they should do. "Why aren't you saying anything, Sam?" said Toby, his voice cracking as he asked the question. Sam didn't like the idea of splitting the party, but he also didn't like the idea of going down the wrong passage and then having to backtrack. They would be wasting time which they didn't have. Sam couldn't be sure, but the fact that the underground complex was so empty suggested to him that the main populace of cultists who worked here were further on, and if they were all gathered together like that, something important must have been happening. Something important that might cost the kidnapped mermaid girls their lives. Sam didn't want to put the mermaids in even more danger just from the wrong choice of passage. No, they had to go down both. It was the only way forward. Sam turned to Toby and Clara. "We're going to have to split. I'll take the left passage, you two take the right. If either one of us hits a dead end, we circle back and catch up with the other. Stay on your guard, got it?" Clara and Toby nodded their heads with courage and determination. "Got it," they said in unison. Sam watched them head down one path before continuing down his own. Part of him was worried about sending Clara and Toby on their own without him there to protect them, but he had to believe in them. In the historical events of Sam's previous timeline, they had already died almost a year ago now. He had rescued them from that fate, but he now had to accept that he wouldn't be able to rescue them from everything. He was happy to know they now had the tools to protect themselves. They were turning into not just great friends from his childhood, but worthy companions to fight alongside. Sam moved down the left passage. The air got colder, and the passage narrowed. The torches no longer lined the hallway as it got darker. As he moved down the dark passage, he could hear strange growls and odd sounds. Sam triggered mana sense and could see that a large amount of mana was emanating from the end of the passage. He cautiously and quietly moved forward. Had he finally discovered the main kidnappers? Light began to form at the end of the passage, and Sam approached it slowly. He crept forward, clinging to the wall and its shadow. He didn't want to emerge in the light and expose himself to whatever was waiting for him there. Sam eventually got close enough where he could tip his head out and catch a glimpse of what was lurking on the other side. There were no dwarven cultists. Not a single member of the emissaries of the fallen could be seen. It was far worse and stranger. Beyond the dark passage and in the light was a colossal cavern full of monsters. What are they doing here? Sam thought angrily. There could only be one explanation. The emissaries of the fallen had either trained travelers to tame and bring out monsters from dungeon gates for their own use, or they had an artificial dungeon gate of some kind. Most likely both. These types of experiments went hand in hand with each other. The monsters in the cavern were all the kinds that existed in only the most heinous of nightmares. Many of them were pale green with strange ripples and muscles across their skin. Pink warts and pustules dotted their skin. They had massive claws and spikes lined their back. Their large mouths were all sharp, jagged, protruding teeth. The creatures were truly ghastly. Sam had read about them a long time ago in his previous timeline. They were creatures known as cave horrors. Sam took a deep sigh and began to take a step back. From what he could see, the passage didn't go any further. This was a dead end. And if it was a dead end, Sam saw no reason for him to waste time fighting with these creatures. Except, when Sam took a step back, he felt his back bounce off of something. He turned around to see the flicker of mana. Crap. He had set off a trap. He looked back to the pit full of cave horrors and could see a glowing button at the center of the cavern. Sam quickly surmised that the only way to get out of there was to press that glowing button, and there was only one way to do that. He smirked as he looked down at the hungry cave horrors milling about below him. I guess I'm just going to have to fight you all extremely quickly then. Sam leaped from his position right into the center of the horde of cave horrors. The ghastly monsters all screamed with rage as they saw potential prey jump into their midst. Their disgusting and monstrous mouths full of yellow and blood-soaked teeth salivated with hunger. Sam materialized his berserker sword, readying himself for the fight ahead. Next, he triggered his pain ring ability. A crimson circle shot out from him, creating the large radius of the ability for him to fight and take damage within. Within a few seconds, he already felt his power being raised by the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set. The horde of cave horrors all rushed towards him, galloping violently. Sam grinned. Bring it on. He threw out some defensive slashes of his berserker sword, getting a few tears in the flesh of the incoming monsters. Some of the cave horrors leaped back defensively, while others showed no hesitation and fear. They only had hunger for flesh, bone, and destruction. 6 of them leaped, claws and mouths wide open to rip Sam to shreds. The group of them were looming over Sam, completely blanketing him in the shadows of their incoming attack. Close and personal, Sam thought. Just the way I like it. Right as the cave horrors landed on top of him, he triggered the new ability he had acquired with his silver dragon set once it had been upgraded with the growth stone. Dragon Defense. The teeth of his silver dragon armor set stopped gnawing into his flesh and shot outwards, 100 sharp needle points of destruction, blasting out from his body, stabbing anything that got within touching distance of him. The cave horrors groaned as what they had expected was going to be an easy meal was actually the cause of their impending death. The blood from the cave horrors stabbed and punctured on top of him from his dragon defense dripped down on top of Sam, dripping onto his face and hair and even leaking below his armor. Sam then triggered the level 1 version of Blood Flame. All the blood on him and in the surrounding area erupted in a bright crimson flame, roasting the first wave of cave horrors alive. They all screamed, then whimpered as the flames burnt their souls out of them. Sam spun on his feet, flinging the skewered, flaming cave horrors in every direction. Horrific corpses turned into blood flame grenades as they crashed down into the remaining horde of hungry cave horrors. Sam was a roving mass of destruction now. His body and sword was covered in blood flame, and he let the cave horrors rush at him within the radius of his pain ring and lopped off their arms, heads, and flesh with absolute ease. They may have been nightmarish creatures, but the pain ring had shot Sam's power so high up, it eventually felt like he was simply dicing onions. After 10 minutes, Sam was standing in a cavern full of cave horror corpses, completely on his own. The button to undo the trap wall was available for him to trigger and free himself from this deadly pit. But there was something else that was now occupying Sam's attention. He was staring at his profile and a prompt that had come up. "Congratulations, Blood Flame has leveled up." Sam grinned as he took in the newest evolution of the ability. 29. Clara led the way down the passage in the underground dwarven cultists' lair. Toby walked a step behind her, keeping guard on their rear. "I hope Sam hits a dead end and catches up with us soon," said Toby. "Or that we find a dead end and go catch up with him. Maybe we should just turn around and tell Sam there was a dead end? You know, that might be one of the best ideas I've ever had. What do you think, Clara?" Clara took in a deep breath. She didn't want to acknowledge that she felt somewhat similar. No, she didn't want to run away like Toby was suggesting. But she definitely felt more on edge since Sam had split from their party. It wasn't that she wasn't confident in her growing warrior class abilities. Nope, it definitely wasn't that. Just as she wasn't worried about Toby's abilities either. They were definitely growing stronger and more capable. But there was just something special about Sam. It didn't matter if he were weaker than his opponents, he always seemed to know more, was always one step ahead. Sometimes it felt like he was 10 steps ahead. It was truly incredible. How Sam became that way, Clara could never know. She could pin it back to that day he had woken up and his eyes had changed color. They had gone from black to a deep and strange red color. Sam had never been the same after that day. Sometimes she missed the Sam from the days before then. But then she would tell herself it was the same Sam. He just changed. In some ways a little, and in other ways, a lot. But one thing was for sure. Sam had kept them alive time and time again. It's time we grew more confident in fending for ourselves, Clara thought. Clara snapped from her thoughts as she suddenly heard a strange sound. It was the sound of humming and chanting echoing from farther down the passage. Both she and Toby instantly crouched and moved into the shadows of the wall. "You hear that?" whispered Clara. "Yep," said Toby. "It was my worst nightmare." "We went down the right passage. We're not going to find the dead end." Toby gulped and then spoke again. "But that's okay. We need to go help the kidnapped mermaids." Clara nodded with determination at Toby's words. The kidnapped mermaids haunted Clara's thoughts. They were the reason they were on this mission in the first place. She desperately wanted to save them. All three of them did. But Clara couldn't help but feel more and more concerned. She wanted to find and save the kidnapped mermaids. She didn't, however, want to find them dead already. The markings on the wall and the strange laboratory they had found at the beginning of the underground complex did not make her feel optimistic about the outcome of the young and helpless mermaids they were searching for. Clara and Toby crept cautiously forward in the direction of the voices. The passageway eventually led to an open, cavernous area where they found a group of cloaked, hooded figures with the same symbol as the guards of the cave entrance from earlier. They were all chanting and waving their arms. They were surrounding a stone slab which had none other than the 6 kidnapped mermaid girls tied up to it. Both Clara and Toby looked to each other, understanding the portentousness of what they had just discovered. There was good news and bad news. The good news, the kidnapped mermaid girls were still alive. The bad news, they definitely looked as if they were on some kind of sacrificial altar about to be murdered to whatever insane god the emissaries of the fallen worshipped. The mermaids were all pale-skinned. Their eyes were red from the tear-filled days and nights. There were massive black bags under their teary eyes from lack of sleep. Their fins had lost their shine and luster, being out of the water for so long. Their bodies were thin and malnourished. Their captors had clearly been underfeeding them. Clara clenched her fists. "I'll kill every single one of those pieces of garbage for taking such innocent girls and turning them into the hollowed-out shells of fear and terror I see before me," she thought to herself. Toby looked over his shoulder. "Nope, Sam is not here yet. Just when I would have liked to have that insane, psychopathically competent swordsman with us. Maybe we should go get him?" Clara punched Toby in the arm. "There's no time. Look," she whispered. One of the cultists raised a sharp silver dagger and began to approach the squirming, terrified mermaids. Coralina's whole body trembled with terror. She was on the far left-hand side of stone slab of the kidnapped mermaids, meaning whatever that scary man with the raised dagger was about to do, she would be the first to find out. She couldn't see the face of the snickering cultist that was approaching her, but she could hear his soft laughter. He was taking immense pleasure in the fear Coralina and her fellow captive mermaids were exhibiting. She didn't even feel hate for this man in that moment. She only felt fear and the quiet desire for this nightmare to end. "Please," she thought to herself, "I don't want to die. I want to go back to Aquatria and see my mom and dad and little sister again. Why are they doing this to us?" She would cry and beg for her life, but she knew better than to do that. She had done that for the last few weeks in the cell these cultists had kept her in, and that always led to trouble, to punishment, to even less food than they were already giving her. The cultist was now looming over her with his dagger raised. Coralina's eyes widened at the glinting silver blade looming above her. This blade was the arbiter of her death. Any moment now, it would swing downward and rip into her flesh, her blood dripping onto the ground, fulfilling whatever deranged ritual these cultists were performing. The cultist plunged his arm downward, the dagger heading straight for Coralina's heart. The blade was about to land and end the innocent mermaid's life when a massive blast of magically conjured water flew across the room and knocked the silver dagger out of the cultist's hand. The silver dagger clattered to the ground, echoing all through the room. The cultists turned in the direction from where the magical blast had come from. Emerging from the shadows was a beautiful, orange-haired human girl, gripping a spear. Right beside her was a slightly plump, brown-haired boy with a wizard's staff, his hand clawing at the air, creating another powerful water projectile in his hands. Coralina smiled for the first time in weeks. "Someone has come to save us." 30 Clara gripped and readied her spear. There were at least 8 cultists in the large chamber, and they were now all looking at the 2 of them. They were all cloaked in black and had the short and burly stature of dwarves. They quickly all materialized weapons, swords, flails, spears, axes, and wizard staffs. "So they are all travelers too," Clara realized. "No advantages for us, then." "Just as we planned, Tobes," said Clara, not losing her zeal to take down the dwarven cultists, even though the odds seemed to be going out of their favor by the second. Toby nodded and triggered his water blast ability. He stretched out his hand and clawed the air, drawing both mana from inside of himself as well as all around him, to create a ball of light in the center of his palm. That ball of light then began to change from purified, bright mana into Toby's elemental specialty, water. The orb of white magic suddenly turned into a swirling ball of torrential, hostile water. Multiple tidal waves and tsunamis existed within the force and pressure of the swirling ball. Toby screamed as he whipped that level of power right into the center of the group of dwarven cultists. The cultists leaped to dodge the attack, but some of them were too slow, crumpling onto the ground. The others who did manage to dodge the deadly magical projectile ended up knocking into others, getting completely disoriented. All part of the plan, Clara thought, as she rushed into the throng of enemies. Toby's ranged spells not only presented a deadly threat to their enemies, but they also had a powerful effect on the battlefield, offering them an opportunity to gain the upper hand. The ranged spells forced their enemies to move in ways they might not want. Toby's ranged attacks gave them control over the battlefield. But Toby's ranged attacks taking over their fight was only stage 1 of the plan. Stage 2 was all on Clara. She rushed forward, gripping her spear tightly. With the dwarven cultists in disarray, this offered the perfect opportunity for Clara to get up close and strike. Once she was within range, she thrust her spear forward and triggered her attack burst ability. A bright light of energy formed at the tip of her spear, and it rushed forward and stabbed a cultist right in the chest. He coughed out blood as she dug the spear deeper into him, before she ripped it out, dragging the evil man's guts along with it. The cultist collapsed on the ground. A wave of 3 attackers rushed towards Clara, only to be completely interrupted by another massive water blast courtesy of Toby, firing from up high at the top of the passage. "Thanks, Tobes," Clara thought to herself as the chaos of the water blast allowed her to focus on a weaker single enemy to her left. She gripped her spear and rushed to her new enemy. She feinted slightly as if she was about to thrust her spear, and the cultist dodged it. But it was only a feint, and Clara was already thrusting forward right where the cultist had chosen to move, and triggered attack burst to strengthen the deadly attack even more. Blood shot forth from the cultist's forehead as Clara's spear attack landed. In the midst of all the carnage, Clara caught a glimpse of the faces of the mermaids. They were no longer terrified. She could see the spark of hope fill their eyes. Clara planned on bringing them more than hope, though. She was bringing them salvation from these evil kidnappers. Or so she thought. Suddenly, a huge ripple of lightning came out of nowhere and entered her body with painful intensity. A shockwave rippled across her body, affecting the inside of her flesh beneath her skin, keeping her completely paralyzed. "What is this?" The lightning paralysis attack had made it impossible for her to move outside of the tiniest of gestures. She could look with her eyes and see Toby squirming as well. A cultist with sparkles of lightning around his hand snickered at the sight of Clara and Toby, now helpless to do anything. Clara had been full of hope, optimism, and confidence. Now, a feeling of dread overcame her as she watched one of the cultists walk over and pick up the knife. Gundrick gripped the silver knife that had only moments ago rested on the ground of the chamber. He held the silver knife up to his face and smiled as it glinted in the torchlight. How could something so pretty and beautiful be the cause of such destruction? He thought to himself. It was only a passing thought, however, a poetic and philosophical question to ponder sometime after he sacrificed the captured mermaids. Gundrick approached the first mermaid on the stone slab, who was squirming in terror. He grinned at the sight of the fearful mermaid. These sweet little mermaids were dying for a higher cause. Could they not see that? He turned and smiled at the paralyzed human travelers who had come to save them. "Your little rescue attempt was a failure," he snickered. "Now I'm going to make you watch me kill these little mermaids before I end you." "Hurry up, Gundrick," said one of the remaining cultists. There were only 4 cultists left, half of whom they had started with, thanks to those irritating human travelers. Still, even with some of his fellow cultists dead, it would all be worth it in the end. "Time to get this over with," said Gundrick, lifting up the dagger once more. "Time to die." A huge pain shot through Gundrick's entire body. He looked down to see a deep crimson blade of fire sticking out from his stomach. "What's this?" Gundrick fell over, his vision swirling and going out of focus as his last seconds of life quickly approached. He watched as another young traveler had emerged, a human boy with black hair and deeply red eyes. He wielded a sword of conjured magic, a blood flame sword. The last thing Gundrick saw was the boy rush through and destroy his fellow cultist colleagues. The blood flame sword flashed and flickered out of existence from the boy's grip as he rushed after Gundrick's final living cultist colleague. Then, right as the boy caught up with the fleeing dwarf, he swung his hands like he was swinging a blade, and, as he did so, the particles of blood on the ground flew up and transformed into the blood flame sword on the spot, completely materializing into the deadly blade just as it reached the neck of the evil cultist and sliced right through it, cutting the man's head off with utter ease. 31. Sam caught his breath as he stood over the final dwarven cultist he had finished off. The powerful conjured blood flame sword flickered in and out of existence. Toby and Clara looked at Sam's new sword with amazement in their eyes. Neither Toby or Clara were still paralyzed by the lightning spell now that Sam had finished off all the dwarven cultists and canceled out the spell by destroying the ability's wielder. "When did you get that power?" gasped Toby. Sam grinned. He had only gotten the power moments before, and it had proven to be incredibly handy. It was the third level of his blood flame spell, which was proving to be evolving in a spectacular way. The first level had been the original area of effect ability that sent all nearby droplets of blood into a crimson flame that could roast enemies alive. Level 2 gave Sam a bit more precision in the form of a blood flame ball, meaning he could conjure the blood flame into a more direct ranged projectile at his enemies. Now, at level 3, he could conjure a blood flame sword out of the fallen blood of his enemies. It was an amazing new ability that offered another trick up Sam's sleeve, which he was always happy to have. The fact that it could flicker in and out of existence via blood meant there were some pretty crafty possibilities of usage that made it slightly different from a weapon that could only be materialized in and out of his grip from his inventory. Furthermore, the blood flame sword had a high level of power, probably on the scale of an adept tier weapon like his berserker sword, maybe even slightly more powerful. All in all, it was a great addition to Sam's arsenal of abilities and weapons. He was incredibly pleased with his progression. He was much further ahead with his abilities than he was in his previous timeline, meaning the rate of his advancement was going at a very good pace. Add the fact that he was leveling up and training 2 classes, and his power growth compared to his previous timeline was only getting exponentially better by the day. Sam released his mental grip on the ability, and, just like if he had dematerialized a physical weapon into his inventory, the sword faded away from the material realm. "Excuse me?" said a soft voice. Sam turned to see the captured mermaids tied up on the altar. The group of traumatized mermaids were all looking at him with a mixture of fear and hope. They clearly weren't sure if this man who could conjure a sword out of blood and could slice heads off evil cultists without flinching was there to save them, or for some other different menacing reason. Sam softened his shoulders and gave the mermaids a wave. "Sorry for the, violent entrance," he said. "Your families are worried sick about you." The group of young mermaids all widened their eyes at that. A bit of color returned to their otherwise pale faces. "You've seen our families?" said one of the mermaids. Sam recognized one of them from a picture shown to him earlier by the fishfolk police, and it looked as if Clara did too, as she said, "You aren't Lula, are you?" The girl smiled. "You know me. You've seen my mom. Is she all right?" "She's worried sick about you," said Toby. "She'll be very happy to see you." "So you've come to take us home?" said all the mermaids in unison. Sam, Clara, and Toby all smiled at the young mermaids. "Of course," said Sam. "Let's get you all out of here." Nerea awoke in her empty ramshackle home on the less than desirable fringes of Aquatria. She didn't know how long she had been asleep for. That was all she did these days, numb herself from the pain. Be it with drink or the extremely potent tidal tranquility pills that her doctor had prescribed to her. She numbed herself and tried to sleep, to forget where she was. Even nightmares were better than her reality. When she was awake, she couldn't help but blame herself for Lula's disappearance. She knew it was wrong, but she couldn't help herself. She wondered if they had been less poor, or if she had married a better man than Lula's father, or if they could have afforded to live in a less dodgy neighborhood. Would this horrible thing have ever happened? Neria looked around briefly, only to shut her eyes once more. Everywhere she looked reminded her of Lula. When Lula had first learned to swim with her fin, or when she had won her first dance competition, or when she discovered how much she loved seaweed soufflé and decided it was her favorite food. It all left Neria paralyzed and confused. The memories brought her happiness, but also an immense amount of pain, reminding her that Lula was gone now. And yet, such memories were all she had left. She opened her eyes and swam towards the cabinet where she kept her tidal tranquility pills. Neria didn't care if she had just woken up. She wanted to go back to sleep. She was opening up the cabinet when she heard a flutter of activity outside. What's going on? She wondered. There hadn't been much activity in Aquatria over the last few weeks, the city falling under self-enforced lockdown, everyone fearful of swimming casually in the streets. Neria gulped as she went towards the window to see what was going on. Part of her couldn't help but think, "Oh, goddess, please don't be another one. I wouldn't wish such terror on another little mermaid girl, or wish the pain I feel on any other parent." Outside her window, she saw her neighbors and people all across the city of Aquatria coming out of their doors with a rejoiced spirit and an air of celebration. Neria rubbed her eyes and felt her heart flutter. It's not possible, she thought. It couldn't be. She didn't even want to think her thoughts out loud, because she didn't think she could bear the disappointment if it turned out to not be true. The disappointment would be enough to kill her. She would not recover from it. Even still, Neria took a courageous swim outside her home and towards the slowly amassing group of mermaids and fishfolk. As she got closer, she could hear everyone cheering. Then, she caught sight of the strange, black-haired human boy with striking red eyes, along with his other two human companions. They've come back, Neria thought. Could that mean? And right at that moment, her eyes locked onto a group of young mermaids, and one mermaid in particular. "Lula!" she cried out. Lula's eyes widened and filled with tears of joy as she caught sight of her mother. The two swam towards each other and embraced one another in a powerful hug. Neria didn't want to let go of her little Lula, now back in her arms. Lula didn't want to let go either. "I missed you so much, Lula," cried Neria. "Me too, Mama," said Lula, crying. "I was worried I'd never see you again." "Me too," cried Neria. "But now, here we are." Neria felt such an overwhelming sense of joy and relief in her heart. Her reality had finally become a better place to be than the unconscious escape of her dreams. 32. The following day, Queen Athena invited Sam and his companions to her throne room to formally thank them for their service in helping bring back the kidnapped mermaid girls. As Sam, Toby, and Clara swam into the large, towering throne room, they were greeted with the entirety of the mermaid and fishfolk parliament, clapping and cheering their entrance. Queen Athena loomed above them, smiling and beaming with pride down towards them. "Welcome, human travelers," said the queen. "The citizens of Aquatria and I owe you a great thanks for rescuing and bringing back our precious lost girls. More than this, you removed the threat that was plaguing us to begin with. For this, the mermaids are forever in your debt. You can expect greater diplomatic ties between your people and ours." Queen Athena grinned. "It's nice to see her act so regal and less desperate for a husband," whispered Clara to Toby. "For sure," said Toby in agreement. An attendant came out with a large treasure chest and stood beside Athena. "While nothing will truly capture the gratitude we feel," said Queen Athena, "we believe we could provide you with a few rare treasures that might help you on future quests and adventures." Athena then removed from the large treasure chest a beautiful silver trident, adorned with bright blue crystals and incredibly sharp and deadly knife-like ends. The queen then presented the powerful weapon to Clara. Sam's eyes widened at the sight of the spear, and was able to pick up its stats in his profile. Serial's Spear of the Sea, super rare, tier, adept. +5 to strength stat, plus 50% likelihood of dealing extra critical damage. That weapon was perfect for Clara. While tridents were normally less efficient in battle than a normal spear, due to the cumbersome weight brought on by the extra points, Fishfolk craftsmanship removed all of those detriments into a brilliantly powerful, lightweight, mid-range weapon. The fact that it also added an additional 5 points to Clara's strength stat was an absolute boon, especially for someone like her with the warrior class. It would mean that 3/4 of the way to reaching the next tier in her strength stat, she could be dealing damage on that level already. It would prove a very good ace in the hole for any opponent that was underestimating her due to the current tier of her class. Clara's eyes glowed with wonder as she picked up the weapon and did a practice swing with it. Queen Athena grinned, happy to see her first gift had been so well received. She then turned to Toby. "You are a young growing pupil, mastering the most wondrous of elements," said the queen. "We believe this will help you grow even further." She then presented Toby with a beautiful wizard's staff, adorned with pearls, crystals, and rare seashells. At the tip of the staff was a powerful, glowing blue orb. Sam read the stats and was just as amazed as he had been with Clara's treasure. Atlas's Scepter of the Tides, super rare, tier, adept. All water elemental spells are 50% more potent. All water elemental spells deal 50% more damage. Sam was amazed by the description of Toby's new piece of equipment. It would make sense that the mermaids would have the best piece of loot for a wizard specializing in the element of water. This new wizard staff was going to make Toby's water elemental spells really pack an extra punch. At 50% more damage, Toby's water elemental attacks had the potential to overtake Sam in terms of raw damage, especially at the start of a battle, prior to Pain Ring shooting Sam's power up to fearsome levels. Toby was going to become a hot-in-demand ranged damage dealer for other novice-tier and apprentice-tier travelers in the guild. Sam was super pleased for his friends, knowing that any gains Toby and Clara earned were truly gains that he was also benefiting from. But then there was also a thought beginning to take over from the eager, loot-hoarding maniac inside of him. What cool reward am I going to get? "Finally," said Queen Athena, turning to Sam, "for the leader of this fine group of adventurers, I gift you with this most ancient of treasures." She pulled out of the treasure chest a glowing, clear crystal orb. She swam over to Sam and placed the orb in the palm of his hands. He looked at the orb in amazement and read the prompt that came along with it. Unknown treasure effect. Staring at the system prompt in his retina, Sam had no idea what he was looking at. It was unlike any rare item he had ever come across. He had never heard of something called an unknown treasure, or that its effects couldn't be picked up by the system. He was deeply fascinated and excited by the prospect of such a unique item, though also the tiniest bit disappointed that it didn't have a more immediately practical effect. This treasure has been handed down from one generation of Aquatrian royalty to the next, with the instructions to pass it on to a special individual who comes from the surface, who brings joy and happiness to the people of Aquatria. I can think of no better fit than you, young man. Sam smiled and nodded his head, accepting the generous gift and compliment from the Mermaid Queen. He then couldn't help but think Queen Athena was holding his hand for much longer than she should have, and trying to stare deeply in his eyes. She then leaned in and whispered in his ears, "My offer still stands if you'd like to stay down here for a little bit longer and go for dinner. I know a very nice place that does delicious conch crepes. And you know what they say, special ladies always love crepes." Sam blushed. He really didn't want to say he had two queens now in his life that were consistently aggravated and inexplicably mad at him. "Shh," whispered the queen. "You don't have to answer now." The queen swam away, and then returning to her regal, presenting voice said, "I hope you'll accept these wondrous gifts, and think of the bond the mermaids and humans of Volsumgar now share together when you finally leave us to return to your surface world. That said, we hope you'll stay with us to enjoy what you humans refer to as
Fireworks festival before you go. Sam, Toby, and Clara all looked to each other and grinned. They were happy to oblige. A few nights later, Sam and his companions joined the populace of Aquatria in the central city square. At the center of the gathered crowd of fish folk and mermaids was a large statue of a mermaid queen with an impressive trident. It was Queen Amalia, the first queen of Aquatria, said to be the overseeing guardian of all of Aquatria. The statue's trident made Sam think of the one Clara had recently acquired, and wondered which other famous mermaids or fish folk had fought with such a powerful weapon. It also made Sam think of the strange crystal orb Queen Athena had given him, and what it meant and entailed. He'd played around with it during their downtime ever since, and had still not figured out what its abilities or purpose was. "Everyone is dressed up so nice," Clara said cheerfully. The mermaids and fish folk were wearing their best seashell and pearl jewelry. Many of the mermaids had sea flowers pinned to their hair, making them look extra special. "I'm amazed the mermaids and fish folk celebrate the fireworks festival with us year after year," said Toby. "It's so nice." Queen Athena emerged from her palace and swam to join the large gathering of Aquatrian citizens. "All right, everyone, let us begin the ascent to the surface. It is almost time." Then, like a giant school of fish, the whole group of mermaids and fish folk began swimming upwards, far above the city of Aquatria.
Sam and his companions were caught in the current of the massive group of swimmers moving upward through the depths of the crystal sea. It was a truly majestic sight to behold, to see so many mermaids and fish folk swim in tandem upwards towards the surface they so often hid or shied away from. The clear night sky full of stars and the bright shine of the moon began to appear above them, distorted by the translucent lens of the sea, until soon enough Sam's head was above water and feeling the evening breeze. Sam and his companions were just one of many hundreds of heads sticking out of the water looking up at the sky. Then, far off in the distance, a huge burst of light shot out from the pier of Seashell Wharf and then exploded in a burst of majestic, bright, colorful sparkles in the starry sky. The eyes of the mermaids around them widened with pleasure, awe, and delight at the sight of the fireworks. All of the girls Sam and his companions had rescued hovered around them, watching the fireworks and sharing a wondrous and beautiful moment with the heroes who had saved and protected them so close by. Across the crystal sea from where Sam and the mermaids watched the fireworks shine and burst forth, stood an old woman on the balcony of the inn she looked after. She clutched a small framed painted portrait of her long-deceased husband and love of her life, and watched with joy as the fireworks burst in the sky. But her eyes didn't linger on the nighttime sky for long. She looked out across the sea, and her eyes began to fill with tears as she saw the glitter of the beautiful mermaids and the scales of their fins reflecting in the water as the fireworks burst forth high above them. She was so happy to see them. She knew her husband would have been glad as well. The old innkeeper smiled with so much joy as she wiped a tear from her eye. Sam smiled as the fireworks show continued above him. He was happy to share this moment with his pals, Clara and Toby, but also with his new fish folk and mermaid friends as well. But he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of melancholy and seriousness as he stared up at the night sky. The fireworks festival, held all over the human kingdom of Volsungar, marked the coming end of the summer season. Next month was September, and would officially mark a year of him being back in this timeline. So much had happened. So much still would happen. He had to keep working hard to stop this world from being destroyed. It was beautiful nights like this one that reminded him how important the task at hand truly was. He was protecting moments like these, treasured moments previously lost in his old timeline, pearls of happiness shared between all those in Westria. 33. A week and a half later, Sam and his companions arrived back in Resfall. They had managed to make good time, journeying back. All three of them were so eager to get back to Resfall and the Travelers Guild that they were far more determined on their journey back, pushing both themselves and their horses to the absolute limit. As they rode on the back of their horses approaching Resfall, Sam could see the onset of autumn coming on. The air was cooler, The nights were getting longer, and the leaves on the trees were beginning to take on an orange hue. They passed farms full of workers, doing the final prep work before cutting and collecting all of their hard-earned crops of the season. The harvest was coming in. The end of the month would be marked by the Harvest Festival. Soon, they were passing through the gates and entering the city of Resfall. "Ah, it's nice to be back home," said Toby. "Familiar surroundings, you know. Nothing out of the ordinary." But that wasn't quite the case. As they rode through one of the merchant districts of the city, Sam noticed two men painting a window display on a new, unfinished shop that looked to be opening up soon. Sam smiled at what the shop front said: "The Resfall Birdwatchers Guild." One enthusiastic guard was standing on a ladder, painting the letters of the shop and talking, "We'll have journals for sale for people to sketch and write down their findings of watching birds. We'll run classes and workshops. We'll sell binoculars. This is the greatest business idea of all time." The other guard, holding the ladder at the bottom, simply grumbled, "So long as it's profitable, I do not care what we do. Beats sitting out on that wall day after day, that's for sure." Sam grinned and waved at the guards as they passed by on their horses. They waved back and continued setting up their shop. Sam was enjoying his blissful return when his pleasant feeling was interrupted by a scream. "Ah!" Sam turned with concern to see Toby surrounded by a group of young kids, shouting, "Dangerous fire brigade assemble! Have a peanut!" "What's going on?" Clara asked, chuckling nervously. "They're clearly trying to poison me with peanuts," Toby cried. "They're definitely not kids. They're assassins in disguise." "We would never try and poison you," said one little boy. "Under the guidance of Felix Firepunch and Dangerous Darren, the two most impressive fighters in all of Resfall, we're once again fighting something so devastating that mere travelers can't face." Said Toby, coming to his senses. "And what is that?" "The melancholic sadness at the conclusion of summer, of course," they all shouted in unison. "Don't be sad. Summer will return once more next year. Here, have a peanut." They each took a peanut and thanked the kids. Sam and Clara enjoyed their peanut while Toby slyly slipped his peanut into his pocket, most likely to be thrown away when out of sight of the dangerous fire brigade. They wended around a corner and then through an alley, and after a few more minutes they arrived back at their home, the Resfall Travelers Guild. First, they returned their horses to the stables, and then they went to find Guildmaster Redfield. It was very important that they share the results of their mission to the Crystal Sea with him. Not only had they successfully averted the Crystal Sea mermaid crisis, not that anyone but Sam knew the potentially devastating consequences of the situation, but they had also discovered that the dwarven cult, the emissaries of the fallen, were involved. They went up to his office and the guildmaster wasn't there. They then searched the dining hall only to find a peculiar situation in there happening with Olivia Reeves and her squad mates. Olivia and Brock were standing at the end of the table, pleading with Curtis, who was noticeably sitting and eating his lunch at the very end of the table. "Are they in some kind of fight?" Sam wondered. Normally, it was Curtis and Brock who bickered over their love of Olivia, but he hadn't seen this setup with these three before. "How long are you going to give us the silent treatment, Curtis?" asked Olivia. "We have missions to do. It's getting very difficult to tackle complicated dungeons if you refuse to speak to either of us." "Yeah, Elf, what's the big deal? Can't you just, how do the kids say it? Chill?" Sam, Clara, and Toby all looked at each other, confused. You guys," said Clara. "What's going on here?" Curtis slammed his fists on the table. "I'll tell you what's going on. These two promised me a fun day out at the Alchemy Lab Museum for my birthday last month, and yet somehow they surprised me with tickets for an annual axe-throwing competition. What do I care if Felix Firepunch proved to be the most impressive axe-thrower in all of Resfall? My 89th birthday is going down as one of the worst I've had in my near century of existence." "Elf, we've apologized 100 times already," said Brock. "I'll take the blame personally. I misguidedly thought you might enjoy the strategy and mathematics behind the axe throwing." "There was no mathematics, you fool," said Curtis. "It was just a bunch of beefy muscleheads throwing axes at a target on the wall." Brock smiled. "And you have the audacity to complain? Sounds like a pretty great and thoughtful birthday present to me." It was literally the opposite of thoughtful, said Curtis. There was no thought at all. Sam, Clara, and Toby all glanced at each other and began to slowly tiptoe their way out of the dining hall. Let's not get involved, whispered Toby. They scare me when they're like this. Agreed, said Sam and Clara. Just as they were backing out of the dining hall, they bumped into something. They turned around to find Guildmaster Redfield lording over them. You three were just who I was hoping to find, said Edgar Redfield. Come with me. They followed the Guildmaster back to his office, happy to escape Olivia Reeves' squad battling it out in the aftermath of the birthday gone wrong debacle. Once in the office, the group walked the Guildmaster through the events of the mission, pointing out that the emissaries of the Fallen were still working at large, and whatever their overarching designs here still remained unclear. Sam knew the end result was the Dwarven Cataclysm, a widespread destructive event that ended the lives of the majority of the Dwarven population in a matter of hours. He didn't know how their attempted sacrifices and experiments on the mermaids connected to it as a whole, though. Sam simply surmised that what they were doing on the mermaids was a preliminary experiment in the vein of the ones that ended up leading to the Dwarven Cataclysm in Sam's previous timeline. Redfield nodded his head sternly as he listened to the words. The emissaries of the Fallen have mostly stuck to the mountains and meddled in Dwarven affairs, he mused. This does not bode very well for the rest of us, if they're expanding outward. It doesn't help that Volsunger's current relationship with the dwarves is, well, there's no easy way to put this, non-existent. We can't turn to them to help us in this matter. Sam completely agreed with everything Edgar was saying. The biggest issue, said Edgar, is that the dwarves are 34, locked in a civil war, Edgar said. The dwarves are so fragmented with warring factions that they just keep to themselves and their affairs in their mountain dwellings. It means we're missing out on a valuable military and trading partner. So what can we do? Asked Toby. Guildmaster Redfield sighed. Leave it with me for the time being. I'll look into what we can do. In the meantime, I suggest you all keep tackling missions and training as per usual. The three young travelers all nodded and headed for the door. Ah, don't hurry away, the Guildmaster hollered, and then smiled. I have something special for all of you. He pulled out of his drawer 2 gold stars, adding 1 to each of Toby's and Clara's novice tier traveler pin badges. And for you, Sam, said Edgar. I hear you've made it to apprentice tier with your class. Edgar slid across a shiny green pin badge with a single star on it. Sam smiled. He was officially classed as a 1-star apprentice tier traveler. He was moving on up in the guild, and he was very pleased with that fact. After the meeting with Redfield, Sam was looking forward to getting some lunch, taking a quick break, and getting his affairs in order. He needed to take some time to think over the next significantly important historical event from his previous timeline that he would need to assist in altering. Sam and his companions had taken 1 step to return to the dining hall when a royal knight barged through the door. Queen Alice Grace declares the urgent presence of Traveler Sam and his fellow party members. Oh, brother, Sam sighed. I guess I'm going to have to hold off on lunch. As they stepped into the carriage that would take them to the palace, Toby noted, To be fair, I'd rather not eat in the dining room with Olivia and those other nut jobs arguing over birthday parties. You can say that again, said Clara, as she stepped into the carriage behind Toby, and they were shuffled off to the palace to see the Queen. If only you knew the Queen like I did, grumbled Sam, looking out the window forlornly as the carriage began moving in the direction of the palace. Queen Alice Grace paced back and forth in the special private deliberation chamber that was situated right behind the throne room. Mildred stood in the corner by the door, still and silent like a statue. Alice envied the older woman for her composure and her cold, calculated precision of all her movements. The Queen wished she could be like that, but she was always tripping on her dress or walking into doors or spilling punch all over herself. It wasn't very queen-like at all, and yet it kept happening. Alice chalked it up to the notion that the sheer enormity and pressure of being queen meant that her hand-eye coordination and general physical motor skills completely fell apart as her mind was far away concentrating on other things. That must be it, she kept telling herself. Besides, her mind was far away at the moment. She was trying to think of the words she would say to Sam, the handsome and annoyingly super-competent traveler who was currently on his way to her throne room now. "You can't possibly be unhappy that the young man succeeded at the mission you assigned him," murmured Mildred. Mildred's question had Alice stop right in her tracks. Her handmaiden made a good point. The weight of the kingdom was on her shoulders now. She had to take responsibility for the livelihood of all the innocent civilians who trusted her with the power to oversee their kingdom. She couldn't succeed at that all on her own. She needed smart, capable, and powerful people around her. It was travelers like Sam that would help her achieve her dream of making sure Volsungar was a safe, happy, and prosperous kingdom. She turned to Mildred and said, "Maybe you're right. The young man has done incredibly well. We now have a true alliance with the Mermaid Kingdom. Such a partnership could prove incredibly fruitful for both societies. It's just that boy puts me on edge whenever I'm around him, and I get incredibly irritable, and I just want to kiss him." Alice blinked at Mildred in shock, before going completely red in the face with fury. "Mildred, how in all of Westria could you suggest such a ridiculous and outrageous thing? A queen does not kiss her subjects. I don't even consider Sam a friend. That is the most preposterous idea I've ever heard in my entire life." Mildred smirked. "I believe the queen doth protest a little too much." Alice sucked in more air to yell at Mildred with, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door from one of her royal guardsmen. "The requested travelers are here, Your Highness." Alice turned to Mildred once more. "Come with me to greet the travelers. I don't want to hear anything more about this kissing business." The queen led the way to her throne room and sat down and awaited the presence of the travelers who had gone out and saved the Mermaid Kingdom from the serial kidnappings that had plagued their capital. 3 figures stepped into the throne room quietly. All 3 of them looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. They all wore the sharp royal blue cloaks with the official traveler's insignia on the back. Alice recognized Sam with his shaggy black hair, pale white skin, and deep crimson eyes as he came closer and closer. She vaguely recognized the boy and girl on either side of Sam. They were his close friends, and she had seen them at her coronation ball after the attempted assassination on her life and the devastating and violent battle for Resfall. Her eyes narrowed on the auburn-haired girl and freckles. "She's really pretty," Alice thought. What does she think of Sam? She shook her head as soon as the thought entered her mind. What did she care what this gorgeous green-eyed traveler thought of Sam? It didn't matter to her. Besides, that wasn't what their meeting that morning was about. "Thank you, travelers, for coming," said Alice, standing up to greet the 3 adventurers once they were close. All 3 of them smiled and nodded to her. "You've done a great favor not only to the mermaids and the Volsungar kingdom, but to me personally as well," said Alice. "To honor your incredible success, all 3 of you are officially owed a royal favor." All 3 of the travelers' eyes widened at those words. A royal favor was one of the greatest gifts a monarch of the Volsungar kingdom could bestow on their subject. It was the equivalent of a genie's wish. For any request the subject made, the monarch would try and achieve it to the best of their ability. Of course, some of these requests had to be made within reason. You couldn't ask for more favors or demand a palace be built, but whole fortunes and success stories had been built on the back of a single royal favor. Such a gift was not to be taken lightly. Sam smirked and crossed his arms. "It looks like you're finally showing some gratitude to us for saving your life." Alice's jaw dropped and she did a double take. "Excuse me?" she said. "Do you spit ungrateful insolence in my face after I honor you so magnificently?" Sam shrugged as the girl's face got even angrier looking. Toby and Clara shared an odd look with each other. "Is it just me, or is there some weird tension between these 2?" asked Clara. Definitely, said Toby. In the distance, Mildred was subtly nodding her head yes to Clara's question. The Queen's face began to blush beet red. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes. There's no weird tension at all, said the Queen, getting flustered and speaking rapidly. Time for you to go now, bye. 35. 15 minutes later, Sam and his companions were back out in the streets of Resfall, the shadow of the royal palace looming behind them. Crinkled, fallen leaves were whisked across the cobblestone streets of the autumnal city, and the smell of hot coffee and cider wafted from a nearby pub. Shall we return to the Travelers' Guild? Asked Toby. Sam sighed. He had needed a moment to himself ever since they had gotten back to Resfall from the Crystal Sea, and so far had struggled to find one. Now, finally seemed like a perfect opportunity. You two go on ahead, said Sam. I'll catch up with you guys at the guild later. I need to go do some errands. Toby and Clara both shrugged. All right, catch you later. Sam watched his two friends walk off down a side street in the direction of the guild. Clara and Toby walked close to one another, where their shoulders were almost touching. Both of their hands were dangling at their sides, waiting and hoping for the other one to clasp it and hold it tight. But nothing happened. Perhaps they're not there yet. Sam smiled. He was happy that the two of them got to be even this far in their relationship to one another, for it had never even gotten to this wonderful, tender place in their previous timeline. The sight of his two friends made him smile. They then turned a corner and were no longer in view. Sam sighed with relief, finally taking in the moment that he was now truly alone. He walked for a bit until he found a small fountain square and a lone bench he could sit on to contemplate. As he stared out at the fountain and the passers-by, Sam thought about his next steps on his mission to save all of Westria granted to him by the goddess. With the Crystal Sea mermaid crisis now successfully averted, Sam could turn his attention to the upcoming Secret Gate affair. This would once again provide an opportunity to tip the scales in Westria's favor in the face of the upcoming apocalypse that ended Sam's previous timeline. More than that, it would amply train him for the dwarven cataclysm that was fast approaching on the other side of next year. The Secret Gate affair involved multiple individuals competing within an irregular gate for powerful loot and glory. There was one particularly evil man who Sam had to make sure didn't unlock the boons from this particular irregular gate. That man went by the name of Grendel Blackheart. Grendel Blackheart was the leader of a small province on the edge of Volsungar that bordered the Glittering Forest, the homeland of the elves. He was one of the major war criminals in the Elven genocide. In Sam's previous timeline, he recalled Grendel Blackheart boasting that he had slaughtered over 2,000 innocent elves with his abilities. Slaying Grendel wouldn't stop the genocide from happening, but removing one of his major enemy's top soldiers would be a small, incremental increase in his odds against the horrific event. Sam felt an anger swell in his heart as he thought about all the evil people and injustices that happened in his previous timeline. He looked out to the fountain square and all the innocent people passing by. Innocent mothers with their children, artists, merchants, an elderly couple out for a stroll. All these people needed to be protected, saved from the evil powers that be. I need to stop Grendel, Sam thought as he clenched his fists, trying to contain his anger. Raw anger and bitterness wasn't going to do anything for him outright. It wasn't that his emotions were useless or wrong, but they needed to be channeled somehow. It was perfectly fine to be angry. Sam couldn't see how anyone knowing what he did from his previous timeline could not be angry. But he needed to use that anger as a motivator, as a way of pushing towards his goals. Sure, he was angry just thinking about Grendel Blackheart, but what was Sam going to do next to stop the evil man and his misdeeds? If Sam was going to deal with Grendel Blackheart and the Secret Gate affair, he would need to get his Deathlord class up to apprentice tier to catch up with his Blood Knight class. First step on that journey to unlocking apprentice tier in the Deathlord class would be to reach 31 in his agility and magic affinity stats. He would start with magic affinity, which was a more complicated endeavor than raising any other stat. To reach apprentice tier level with his magic affinity, he would have to challenge himself and break through what was commonly referred to as the first threshold. It was still dark outside when Sam awoke the following morning. He stretched his arms and got out of bed. He got dressed quickly and quietly, making sure to not disturb any of his sleeping traveler colleagues. Clara was snoring loudly while Toby was clutching onto his blankets as if he was holding on for dear life. Sam did not want to know what Toby was dreaming about there and then. He imagined Toby's unconscious was even more panicky and paranoid than his waking brain. Once fully dressed, Sam tiptoed downstairs to the dining hall where he had a quick coffee and breakfast. From there, he went to the stables and took out a horse and left the guild. It was still dark even then. He strolled through the quiet city of Resfall that had barely awoken. A few dim candles could be seen through foggy windows as Sam passed by homes and shops that were still getting ready for the start of the day. "Early start, huh?" said one of the guards Sam passed as he exited through the southern gate. "Where you off to then so bright and early, if you don't mind me asking?" Sam paused. He couldn't see any reason not to share where he was going with the guard, so he said cheerfully, "Off to Pinedale Forest." Pinedale Forest was home to a famous half-elf gardener. If Sam wanted to survive the first threshold, he would need to craft a powerful pill known as the Faraday pill first. To do that, however, he would first need to acquire the rare crafting materials that could only be found in the garden of Nimriel Silverwood. Before Sam could explain any of that to the friendly guard, however, he was jumping on the back of his horse and galloping off in the direction of his newest mission, the sun finally just beginning to rise over the horizon as he did so. Sam traveled for a few days, camping out in the woods some nights and staying in inns when he could. On his 6th night of traveling, he managed to arrive in a sleepy little village just as the sun was falling, meaning he could book into an inn for that evening. Sam found the inn in the center of town, a large, old wooden building with a weathered sign with a carved image of a candle and a bed. He stepped inside, instantly blanketed by the warm embrace of the nearby crackling fire. The inn smelled of roast chicken, simmering soup, and the scent of freshly poured ale. Sam booked a room for the evening and requested a bath be drawn. He was sticky and sweat-strewn after a few good nights of sleeping in the woods. He decided it was only polite to the other guests to wash up before coming back down for dinner. He didn't want to wreck anyone's evening with his stench from days of vagabonding in the woods. Following his hot, refreshing bath, Sam returned to the inn's main dining area in plain clothes and ordered dinner. As he waited for his food, he couldn't help but notice the furtive glances being shot his way by everyone else in the establishment. He took a sip of his cider and let the stares from the other guests continue. Such attitudes and reactions from civilians were commonplace for travelers. They held more sway in the public imagination than many nobles or royalty. The man behind the bar, polishing a pint glass with a white dishcloth, hollered over to Sam, saying, "What brings you to these parts? Has there been a dungeon gate sighting?" Ah, that makes sense, Sam thought. He felt a bit foolish for thinking they were all looking at him out of some kind of celebrity awe, but it was more fear. Travelers meant potential danger nearby. Sam smiled and tried to assuage the crowd's worries. "No, I'm just passing through on more personal business," said Sam. "I'm actually hoping to visit the garden of Nimriel Silverwood." The bartender's eyes widened at that. "I'd be careful, my friend," said the barman, and the other guests nodded along with agreement. "She's not right in the head." Sam nodded. He had never met Nimriel Silverwood in his first timeline, but he had heard similar rumors about her even back then. Nimriel Silverwood was a former half-elf apprentice-tier traveler who retired to become a gardener. She couldn't get past the second threshold to reach journeyman tier and decided to retire and pursue gardening. She went on to create one of the most powerful enchanted gardens in all of Westria, full of incredibly rare plants and minerals. He had heard she was a bit strange, but her garden was key to him reaching apprentice tier in his magic affinity stat, which would then lead to him hitting the next tier in his Deathlord class. Whatever the people in this inn might be saying about Nimriel Silverwood, Sam would have to go and see it all for himself. The following day, Sam set off from the inn early and continued his journey in search of Nimriel Silverwood and her enchanted garden. From poring over maps and doing his research, Sam knew he was very close by. He had to be, especially if the locals at the inn were aware of Nimriel enough to have an idea of her strange personality. "I'm just going to have to meet this odd duck half-elf myself then," Sam said to himself, as he held on to the reins of his horse and traversed the new forested area he had entered. He traveled for another hour or so through the autumnal forest until something strange happened. The leaves of the trees all took on a greener and greener hue. The air became warmer. It was as if he was entering a whole new biome within the forest. The grass suddenly took on a bright emerald lushness. Butterflies, who should have flown south for the season, flew about the area like beautiful fairies, protecting this strange area Sam had just stepped into. Sam looked behind him to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. But right over his shoulder, he could make out the wet and damp autumnal forest he had come from. It was still there, and yet this new, vibrant environment existed right beside it. Sam couldn't make sense of it, but he knew he didn't have to. He knew he had come across what he was looking for: the enchanted garden of Nimriel Silverwood. 37. As Sam walked through the beautiful green environment, he caught sight of a large wooden cabin with a blue slated roof and a chimney leaking out clouds of smoke. Behind the cabin was a large fenced-off area where exotic trees with different colored leaves reached out and over, hinting at even more treasured sights beyond the fence. Sam got off his horse and walked her near the cabin before materializing a post and tying her up. "That's a good girl," said Sam, materializing a carrot and feeding his horse. "I'll be back soon. Maybe Nimriel has a special stable for horses. We'll have to see." He patted the horse on the head and then went to the front door of the cabin in the woods. The door was a dark wooden door with a black stone knocker. A carving of a half-moon had been nailed to the front door. Sam picked up the stone knocker and banged it against the wood. "Here's hoping someone's home," he thought to himself. The door opened a small bit, creaking as it did so. In the small opening that had formed, the top half of a head appeared, revealing a pair of pointy elf ears and pale blue eyes. "The wind told me you were coming," whispered the elf. "Did it speak to you too?" Sam wasn't sure what to say. Was this some kind of riddle? "Never mind. You don't look like you speak wind tongue," sighed Nimriel. The door suddenly swung open, and standing in front of Sam was an older elf woman with long silver hair and pale white skin. The features on her face made her look older, similar to a human woman in late middle age. For an elf to have such features meant they were probably a few hundred years old. She wore large orange earrings and wore a necklace of multicolored shapes. Also, while Sam knew the elves had a far more ancient knowledge and understanding of nature than he did, he had never heard of the expression wind tongue in all his dealings with the elves in his previous life. He was beginning to understand why the guests at the inn from the night before referred to Nimriel Silverwood as being not quite right in the head. The strange elf woman placed her hands on her hips and smiled. "Tell me, young human stranger, what brings you to my garden?" Sam cleared his throat. "I come in hopes that I might be able to purchase some rare materials that I know you grow in your garden." "Ah, you've heard of my garden then," said Nimriel. She then looked him up and down as if she was quickly assessing Sam's threat levels. Deeming him safe, she then said, "All right, come on in." Sam followed the elf woman into her cabin. The interior of the cabin was even more peculiar than its exterior. The furniture was all of a hodgepodge variety, seemingly collected from disparate places around the forest. On the walls hung strange tapestries in vibrant colors and patterns, depicting scenes from ancient elven folklore. The floors were lined with rugs and skins of various animals, and there was an odd earthy smell that seems to permeate the entire place. The elf woman led Sam into her kitchen, where there was a shelf full of spices, plants, and seeds, a chef's laboratory of culinary delights.
Would you like a mug of bee larvae tea? She asked. It's good for your bones. Sam tried to keep his face straight and not be impolite by scrunching his nose at the truly horrifying type of tea Nimriel was offering him. I'm okay, said Sam. Suit yourself? Said Nimriel, boiling a cup of tea over a hot stove, and then sitting down with a mug of tea for herself. Now tell me, young man, what is it that you are looking for? I'm looking for 3 types of plant, starflower, witchberry, and firevine, said Sam. Nimriel raised her eyebrows at the 3 plants Sam had just named. Did she know of the recipe of which he was trying to concoct? He doubted it. The elf-woman's reaction could merely be a response to the rarity of all 3 of the plants.
He was not making a simple, run-of-the-mill request, that was for sure. I can help you, said Nimriel. But first you have to tell me why. Sam had wondered if Nimriel would demand the knowledge of why he wanted the materials. He figured money might not be enough to tempt her. She was an inquisitive woman, and she would most likely craft the recipe herself and fiddle around with it until she discovered what it did. Those 3 plants, when combined together, make it far easier to push through the first threshold, Sam explained. The first threshold was what one had to go through to channel one's core and raise their magic affinity from novice tier to apprentice tier. Magic affinity was one of the hardest stats to train, with each new tier level acting as a threshold that held many travelers back over the years from progressing. Most made it through to apprentice tier, but it got harder and harder to progress as the thresholds got more difficult. Not to mention the average life expectancy of a low-tiered traveler could be quite low given all the dangerous circumstances they got put into. To break through the first threshold, one must survive one's own first tribulation. The first tribulation required ascending all of the mana coursing through one's body, including their mana core at the center of their chest, and transforming it all from blue, novice-tier mana into green, apprentice-tier mana. This was more difficult than it seemed at first, getting increasingly harder the closer to the end of the tribulation one found themselves. This was because, in this instance, a traveler's core would still not be apprentice tier yet, so it needed to carry the weight of much stronger mana coursing through it. It was an incredibly deadly tribulation, and many who were not careful died from it, as it took intense concentration and the ability to withstand huge amounts of pain. And the pain ring wouldn't help Sam push through. He had tried it in his first timeline. That said, years after Sam barely survived his first tribulation in his previous timeline, a scientist in the southern human kingdom of Opali discovered a rare combination of items, when distilled into a pill form, could significantly aid in the process of pushing through the bottleneck to progressing one's magic affinity. Those rare materials were the very ones Sam was requesting from Nimriel Silverwood. That is very fascinating, mused Nimriel. So does that mean you will help me? I would love to, said the elf woman. I have firevine and witchberry, but I don't have any starfall. Sam's stomach fell. Had his whole journey to the enchanted garden been a waste? Then, Nimriel Silverwood's lips formed into a smirk. But, she said, I know where you can find some. 38. Sam stayed silent, paying close attention to Nimriel Silverwood's words. She had just told him she knew where to find starfall, the final remaining ingredient he needed to make the Faraday pill that would help him push through the first threshold. Nimriel lay back in her chair, clearly pleased with herself that she had enthralled Sam with her promise of the knowledge he needed. She took a sip of tea and then finally shared what she knew. Hot smoke swirled up from her mug of tea as she spoke. There's an area in the woods west of here where starfall grows. It's a perennial, so even outside of the special artificial biomes I've created for my plants here, it can grow out in the wild. Amazing, said Sam. How far west? A few hours' travel at the most, said Nimriel. But I must warn you, the plant grows in a very mana-dense place. Many animals have been corrupted by mana leak. Sam shrugged. He didn't understand the need for the warning. He had dealt with mana-corrupted animals before. They were far less dangerous than anything he had to face inside an actual dungeon gate. He explained this to Nimriel. "Ah, but the situation with the animals is far worse than your normal mana leak," said Nimriel. "They have evolved, as if they have gone through a similar process as the first threshold, and have now turned into monsters far more reminiscent of those found in dungeon gates than your typical wild animal that has become a frenzied beast due to mana leak." Sam nodded. He understood the half-elf's warning a lot more now that she had explained that last part. He would just have to be careful on his trip to these woods then. Sam stood up to go. "One last thing," he said, turning back to Nimriel when he got to the door of her cabin. "When I gather up the starfall and come back here, do you mind if I work towards the first threshold in your garden?" The half-elf smiled. "It would be my pleasure." Nimriel Silverwood stood by her window, watching the woodland outside. The young black-haired boy with curiously red eyes was untying the horse he had ridden in on and prepared to set off towards the western woods. He certainly seems confident enough, Nimriel thought to herself. But Nimriel was wise enough to know that confidence had killed many travelers before this young man, and would certainly continue to lead to the deaths of many others. Nimriel wondered if perhaps this boy might be different. He had ignored her warning without much hesitation. He believed he could take on the monsters of the western woods all on his own. She watched the boy trudge away through the woods on the back of his horse. Nimriel sighed. She was simultaneously wishing the boy good luck, while also wondering if she'd ever see the young man again. Despite all of Nimriel's warnings, Sam found the journey to the western woods quiet and uneventful. He barely saw any animals, let alone mana-corrupted ones, and certainly not ones that had evolved due to their mana corruption. Sure, he saw the odd squirrel and a few birds atop the trees, but that was pretty much it. He arrived at a small creek and had to get off his horse to help lead it across. Once on the other side of the creek, Sam thought he saw movement in the woods. Bandits? Monsters? Sam narrowed his eyes at the throng of trees and branches in front of him. The movement had disappeared. Nothing beyond the forest stood out to him now. He had definitely seen something, though. Sam triggered his mana sense. His eyes widened. A huge source of mana was emanating nearby. The mana source he was picking up seemed frenzied and unmannered, a total lack of control. That suggested to Sam that this was most likely a mana-corrupted beast than a proper monster. That said, the fact that it was hiding from him indicated a level of intelligence Sam had never witnessed in a mana-corrupted beast before. Sam materialized his berserker sword, preparing for a potential attack. "Stay back," Sam whispered to his horse, gesturing for it to stay still. Sam took a cautious step forward in the direction of the mana source his mana sense had picked up. After his first step, he waited for a reaction in the woods. His vision was taking everything in, his ears listening out for the slightest shiver of movement. But still, he was picking up nothing. He took another step forward, when suddenly a fallen-over green, mossy log moved. "What the?" The log moved upwards, revealing itself to actually be the back of some strange, sentient tree creature. Dirt and soil fell off of the monster as it picked itself up from its resting place. The monster was composed of dark green bark for skin and thick, gnarled branches for arms and limbs. The creature had two main arms with thick, sharp fingers composed of ancient, sharpened bone to rival some of the best elven spears ever crafted. Spikes, both wooden and stone, were speckled all across its body, making the creature look dangerous, even to touch. At the center of the gnarled mass was a face composed out of what was a former tree trunk, now with large, glowing blue orbs for eyes. Sam had read about this type of creature before. It was known as a grove goyle. Yet, according to Sam's knowledge from his previous timeline, grove goyles had only ever existed inside a dungeon world before. This was exactly the kind of dangerous creature Nimriel Silverwood had warned him about. This was all turning out to be revelatory information. Mana corruption could more than make an animal a frenzied beast. It could eventually evolve it into a monster to rival one found inside a dungeon. The implications of this were dire. Thankfully, so long as travelers like him and his companions continued to destroy dungeons from the inside out, Mana corruption wouldn't spread and develop this far. The Grove Goyle whipped its large claw back and whipped it forward to where Sam was standing. Sam ducked and then triggered his pain ring ability. A bright crimson light shot out from his chest and formed a large circle around the forest-turned battlefield. Part of Sam had considered triggering the ability and taking the hit from the monster, but he wasn't sure how powerful the attack would be, and if it sent him flying outside the radius of the pain ring, it would be just painful damage with no gains attached to it. He figured it was better to play it safe. Plus, he had the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set, biting in and out of his flesh, adding instant pain to be converted to raw power by the second, now that the pain ring was active. He materialized his fiery flame sword in his other hand and rushed the Grove Goyle head-on. The Grove Goyle instantly reacted with another swing of its sharp claws and lumbering massive arm. Instead of ducking this time, Sam jumped, landing and balancing on the lumbering arm of the Grove Goyle. Sam then rushed forward and sliced both his swords across the Grove Goyle's face, slicing it to pieces. The glowing blue eyes of the monster faded out of sight, and the bark and branches toppled down into the ground, dead and lifeless. Sam caught his breath and looked around. He grinned with satisfaction. He had found the section of the woods where the starfall plant grew. 39. Before Sam traveled even deeper into the mana-dense area of the western woods, he crossed the creek once more and tied up his horse. He then materialized a special device that created large sound waves that scared away wild predators like bears and wolves that might try to attack and eat his horse. "Be a good girl and wait here," said Sam. "I'll be back soon." Sam then crossed the stream once more and returned to his former battlefield from 5 minutes ago, with the crumpled-over remains of the Grove Goyle. He moved beyond that, keeping an eye out and constantly triggering his mana sense to keep a lookout for any potential incoming enemies. Beyond scoping out enemies, he was also keeping a discerning eye on the ground, searching for the starfall plant. He couldn't see any within his immediate vicinity, but he also knew a bit of the conditions that starfall needed to grow. It usually grew in elevated spaces that had a clear view of the sky. While most plants needed sun to grow, starfall was special as it required direct starlight to grow, which meant the starfall plant was either growing atop the trees or there was an open valley or cliff somewhere nearby. The latter was the more likely option. Sam kept moving through the woods and watched as the terrain grew rockier. Large slabs of stone began piercing out of the ground as if they were the forest's teeth, and Sam was traversing the inside of its jaws. He eventually ducked to the ground as he came across the sight of some truly peculiar monsters. Waddling across the leafy ground was another group of monsters Sam had encountered within dungeons before. Fungal fiends. They were large mushroom monsters that had grown arms and legs and could swing powerful club attacks and spit venomous poison at their enemy. Sam waited for the group of fiends to waddle by as he assessed their numbers. There were 3 in front of him, while his mana sense picked up a 4th entity nearby. "I can handle it," Sam thought, and crept up to the group of 3 fungal fiends who had their backs to him. Sam materialized his berserker sword and stabbed it right in the back of the head of the fungal fiend, purple blood and flesh bursting out front of its face along with the tip of the Blood Knight's sword. Sam typically didn't love fighting with stealth. It normally went against his class's abilities and desire to take in pain and convert into raw power. That said, a stealth attack did have some advantages. It killed off one of his targets straight away, evening out the battlefield, leaving 1 less enemy to worry about. But the greatest extra thing about a stealth attack was that Sam was now starting his battle with plenty of blood on the ground to utilize for his class abilities. He triggered level 2 of Blood Flame, creating a fiery crimson projectile in the palm of his hand. He whipped the powerful blood flame ball at the closest fungal fiend. The fungal fiend's eyes widened at the sight of the incoming attack, knowing there was very little it could do. The fungal fiend's greatest weakness was its slow and simplistic mobility. The blood flame blasted right into the chest of the fungal fiend, pushing back the creature's skin with such intensity that it flung the monster backward. The fungal monster flew across the forest battlefield. Its forward fall was then caught by the sharp end of a large fallen branch, stabbing the monster right in the stomach. The light of life instantly faded from the fungal fiend's eyes. Sam stretched his arm out and triggered level 3 of the blood flame skill. The purple blood leaking out of the recently deceased fungal fiend morphed into the crimson-red blood flames and flew in wisps of bright red towards Sam's open palm. The flow of red blood flame quickly morphed in the clutches of Sam's fingers into a bright red blood flame sword. Sam then rushed towards the fungal fiend and slashed the monster, cutting through it like butter. He then triggered Mana Sense and reacted with lightning speed as the fourth fungal fiend leaped out from the shadows for a sneak attack. The creature was coming down towards him with a giant overhead club attack. Sam triggered level 2 of Blood Flame, transforming the conjured blood flame sword into a powerful blood flame ball, and whipped it at the descending creature before it could even land its blow. The powerful projectile shot the creature far back in the air and knocked it unconscious against a tree before it collapsed back down onto the ground with such force that it immediately died. Sam wiped sweat from his brow and caught his breath. With the hostile enemies cleared, he could see a cliff face in the distance. That must be where the starfall is growing, he thought with eager excitement. He started heading forward in the direction of the cliff. Along the way, he came across a few more bands of fungal fiends and 2 grove goyles. He made quick work of them, clearing them from his path, keeping his eyes on the prize. The cliff was where he needed to get to. The forest eventually began to clear away, and he saw that it had turned to nighttime. The night sky stretched far overhead. The cliff was a long passage upward. At the very end of it was a large patch of a purple plant glowing brightly as it bathed in the silvery light of the moon and stars. There it is, Sam grinned. He took a cautious step forward and then stopped with dismay. It wasn't just starfall at the end of the cliff, but a very powerful monster was resting there as well. It was an incredibly strong beast known as a woodland mauler. Sam froze in his position as he caught sight of the woodland mauler, sleeping peacefully at the edge of the cliff beneath the soft silver glow of the stars. It was easy to miss the woodland mauler if you weren't looking for it, and that was exactly why it had caught Sam by surprise. The creature sat atop the cliff, its smooth black fur disappearing in and out of the night like a shadowy chameleon. Its eyes were closed in peaceful repose, its powerful body relaxed as it basked in the soft luminescence of the starlight. The woodland mauler was a devastatingly powerful creature. It was such a powerful monster, it only appeared in the toughest apprentice-tier dungeon gates and higher. It was far from a low-level creature. The fact that there was so much mana leak that it could let an ordinary creature evolve into something like the woodland mauler was definitely cause for concern. I'll have to look into this later, Sam thought. Maybe Nimriel will know something about it. For the time being, however, Sam had to focus on acquiring the starfall growing at the edge of the cliff. Thankfully, the woodland mauler was peacefully resting. It was as if the weight of all its vicious anger that Sam knew the beast was capable of had faded away as the creature's consciousness flew off to wherever its dreams took it to. Sam smirked and took a cautious step forward. The deadly black-furred tiger continued its slumber, unperturbed. Maybe I won't have to fight the woodland mauler at all. Sam took another cautious step forward, and then another. The young traveler was in disbelief at how deep a slumber the woodland mauler seemed to be in. How can something so dangerous be so docile when it's sleeping? He wondered. He then shook his head. Why even question a good thing like this? He thought. Just accept that the deadly monster is asleep, and you'll be able to walk in and grab the starfall easy peasy. Sam felt his stomach lurch. He just knew that deep down in his heart, life wasn't this easy, and he felt very uncomfortable with the current moment suggesting that it was. Nevertheless, Sam kept moving forward, and the woodland mauler continued to not stir in the slightest. Almost there, Sam thought, taking another step towards the starfall plant. He was only a few more steps away from the plant when, suddenly, without warning, the woodland mauler opened its eyes and stared directly at Sam. The eyes of the creature were a bright purple glow. They burned with an anger and ferocity that only a monster as devastating as the woodland mauler could display. Within less than a second, the woodland mauler was on its feet, hissing at Sam, getting ready to pounce and cut him to pieces with its claws, pieces to then be chewed on one by one later like a basket of chicken wings. Looks like the sneak in and get out without anyone noticing plan is totally out the window, Sam thought as he materialized his berserker sword. He smiled. Perfectly fine by me. The woodland mauler leaped toward Sam, and he instantly triggered his pain ring. A bright crimson circle of energy shot out, marking the ability's radius for the clifftop battle. The constant gnawing of his silver dragon armor set was now slowly powering Sam up second by second. Sam gripped his berserker sword with both hands and thrusted it upwards towards the mauler's exposed chest. The blade clinked off of the creature like his sword wasn't hitting flesh, but rather a steel wall. Damn, Sam thought, gritting his teeth. The creature's defense is higher than my current power level. I need to take in more pain to raise my power. The woodland mauler was briefly obstructed by Sam's futile attack, but was now clawing the air, pushing itself over Sam's blade to get closer to him. Sam winced at the incoming mauler attack. The traveler dematerialized his berserker sword and let the mauler fall back to the ground, unimpeded. Sam then sidestepped away from the monster, while staying within the confines of the pain ring. It's just a waiting game, Sam thought. With the silver dragon armor set raising his power, he just needed to survive until his blade could cut through the monster's defenses. Sam and the woodland mauler circled the narrow cliff face they were fighting on. He briefly considered trying to trick the woodland mauler into leaping off the cliff, but the creature was no dummy and wouldn't fall prey to such a trick so easily. Furthermore, even if it did fall for the trick, it was so agile and had such powerful claws it could climb its way back onto the surface of the cliff face. It wasn't worth the risk of baiting himself that would be required in such a strategy. After another minute of circling each other and dodging its attacks, Sam slashed his berserker sword at the monster one more time. Even now, Sam's blade barely left a scratch. Dang, Sam thought to himself. How strong are the mauler's defenses? Then something happened in Sam's vision. The way he was perceiving the woodland mauler began to change. The beast was still black-furred with glowing purple eyes, but a sparkling diamond-shaped surface appeared below the creature's neck. Sam grinned. He hadn't used this ability of his in a while, mainly due to killing monsters too quickly most of the time. But the ability that was now coming into fruition was Pain Ring's Level 2 evolution coming into effect. After taking enough damage within Level 2 Pain Ring, Sam would gain battle awareness over his enemies, finding out their exact external weak points. With most monsters, it was normally the brain or heart, but sometimes the creature's defenses were more crafty, such as the woodland mauler. Sam realized if he wanted to beat the woodland mauler and acquire the starfall plant safely, he was going to have to hit the mauler in the exact spot his battle awareness was now showing him. It was his only chance. Sam's eyes narrowed as he came up with an idea. The swordsman and the woodland mauler circled the cliff-face battlefield once more, the stars and moon shining down on them, their silent audience for their fight. Sam gripped his berserker sword tightly as he moved in a circle. He was waiting for the mauler to try and attack him once more. As soon as the monster leaped, Sam would initiate his plan. The woodland mauler growled at Sam, taunting him, trying to provoke Sam to make the first move. But the woodland mauler was less patient than the traveler. The monster leaped towards Sam, and he instantly got to work. As the monster flew through the air, Sam triggered Hurting Hook. A bright orange rope-like beam shot out of Sam's open palm and locked into the creature's chest, pulling the monster closer to Sam even faster than it already was coming at him. Hurting Hook, however, helped Sam with his angles. It stopped the woodland mauler from achieving the complete arc of its leap, meaning Sam was dragging it closer to him only halfway through its jump, leaving the external weak spot just below its neck and top of its chest completely open and exposed. As the herding hook brought the woodland mauler into range, Sam greeted the incoming beast with the tip of his berserker sword, slicing right through the creature's neck and out the other side. 41. The following morning, Nimriel Silverwood stood in her kitchen, making herself her favorite breakfast. She was brewing herself a cup of bee larvae tea to accompany a plate of toast adorned with peanut butter, honey, and lavender petals. As a hermetic gardener who lived all on her own, Nimriel Silverwood had long learned to bask in the small pleasures of life. The whistle of the tea kettle in the morning, the first bite of bread, the gray fog and orange leaves of fall, followed by little hints of sunlight through the clouds. Every moment was part of life's pleasures for Nimriel Silverwood. She sipped on her tea and rejoiced in the subtle deliciousness of boiled bee larvae tea. Peculiarly, this sense of the subtle deliciousness of bee larvae tea was not shared by any guest or person she had spoken with in the last decade or so. But she knew, deep in her heart of hearts, that boiled bee larvae tea would one day take the world by storm. It was her life mission. Or, rather, second mission after her goal to create the world's best enchanted garden, but she was confident she could have multiple ambitious goals in her life. Why not? As she took a bite out of her piece of toast, she looked out the window of her kitchen and thought about ambition. She had more confidence in her goals than she did for that young man who had visited her the other day. Will the kid come back? She couldn't decide whether the young man's odds were negligible or non-existent. She shook her head. She felt it in her heart. The kid wasn't coming back. Such a shame, she thought. This is why I was never cut out to be a traveler. She sighed and looked to her half-finished mug, forlornly. Her frowning face reflected back at her through the surface of the tea. She tried to distract herself from her troubling thoughts, making a mental list of all the flowers and plants that needed attending to in her garden that day, when she heard something outside. Nimriel lifted her head up from her cloudy thoughts and grinned with delight. Emerging from the woods was none other than the black-haired boy from the day before, riding on his horse towards her cabin. Well, I'll be damned, thought Nimriel. This kid is something else. 30 minutes after his return, Sam was sitting at Nimriel Silverwood's kitchen table with a bushel of starfall, firevine, and witchberry. He couldn't believe he had done it. He had acquired all the ingredients necessary to craft the Faraday pill. Nimriel had left him to his task on his own, explaining that she had things to work on in her garden and that they could speak again later that day, which was fine by him. He wanted to concentrate as he crafted this pill that was so significant and important to his training as a traveler. He went over to Nimriel's kitchen and searched for the tools and utensils he needed to get to work. It took him a couple of minutes to go through the haphazard and disorganized cupboards that belonged to the half-elf. She seemed to only have 2 glasses to drink from, yet had 7 cheese graters. Why anyone would need more than 1 cheese grater was perplexing enough, but to actually own 7 entered a place of such bizarreness that Sam quickly accepted it and moved on, continuing his search for what he needed. Eventually, he found a cutting board and knife, a measuring scale, and a mortar and pestle, which were the 2 tools necessary for crafting the Faraday pill. He brought them over to his table and got to work. He took the bushel of firevine and chopped it up into little bits like parsley, and then measured it out on the measuring scale for the exact amount he needed. He measured it multiple times because if he got the measurements wrong, the pill he was trying to craft would actually kill him. Once Sam was content with the fact that he had the right measurements for the firevine, he then placed it in the mortar and pestle and began to grind it up until it was turned into a small, fine powder. He then did the exact same thing with the witchberry, adding it to the mortar and then grinding it alongside the ground-up firevine. Once the witchberry was done, he carefully cut off the flower petals of the starfall plant and then measured them out and added them to the mortar. He spent an extra 10 minutes really grinding into the mortar pestle, getting all the ingredients down to as powdery and disintegrated a mixture as he could. Following that, he materialized a clear capsule from his inventory. With the tiniest of teaspoons, he carefully filled the clear capsule until it was completely filled with the dark green dust of the rare plants he had just grounded up. Sam held up the little pill in front of him and smiled. He had successfully crafted the first ever Faraday pill in this timeline. And he had done it 3 years ahead of the famous scientist, Cornelius Faraday. After crafting the pill, Sam cleaned up his little workstation he had made in Nimriel's kitchen and then walked outside into Nimriel's garden. His eyes widened with awe and amazement at the sight of the half-elf's enchanted garden. He had heard stories and rumors about it in his first lifetime, and had even read about it in books, but to see it in person was truly a wondrous experience. The garden stretched for acres, and Sam could make out multiple different biomes and seasons all contained within the single garden. There was a winter forest off in one direction and a summer valley in another. There were trees with pink leaves and plants in every sort of color. There were insects that Sam had only ever known to exist in warmer climates like Opaly. It was truly an amazing sight to behold. He saw Nimriel off in the distance, on her knees, digging up the roots of weeds that were growing in a patch of the spring biome. Sam grinned, knowing this was the perfect place to train his magic affinity stat. For that was what he had to do next if he wanted to push through and survive the first threshold. In fact, crafting the Faraday pill had been the easy part. Now he had to work towards raising his magic affinity stat. 42. Sam headed straight for the winter biome of the enchanted garden. First, he walked through lush green spring grass that then turned into a ground littered with autumnal leaves that his boots crunched down on. Soon, those same crunchy leaves took on a pale pallor as they were covered in frost, and Sam found himself surrounded by trees and plants blanketed with a fresh covering of bright white snow. It was incredible traversing between the seasons so quickly. What was less incredible was the sharp pain of the cold and wind hitting against Sam's skin. As Sam had expected, the biome wasn't just aesthetically meant to look like winter. It truly was a winter environment, bringing all the harsh conditions such a climate would bring along with it. Which, despite what Sam's shivering lips might suggest, was exactly what he wanted. In fact, Sam quickly made the climate worse for himself by dematerializing his silver dragon armor set and dressing down to just his bare undergarments. He walked into the middle of the cold winter section of Nimriel's enchanted garden and sat down in the thick patch of snow. Sam's whole body shivered and trembled from the intensity of the cold. He closed his eyes and focused in on his mana core just below the center of his chest. His mana core was a bright blue orb, the beating heart and central nexus of all the mana channels coursing through his body. He breathed in and out as he channeled the core, massaging it, moving it one way and then another, spinning it. Slowly but surely, Sam's body stopped shivering and grew calm beneath the intense, freezing cold air of the enchanted winter biome. Despite warming up, however, Sam was in a new type of agony. He was channeling his mana harder than he ever had before, twisting the strings of mana between his channels, tying it up in a tight knot. He continued straining himself like this for a couple of hours, until finally, with one last final gasp of training, Sam watched as one of the mana channels in his feet went from blue to green. Finally, Sam thought, catching his breath. He'd managed to convert a tiny portion of his blue novice tier mana into the next tier level of power, green apprentice tier mana. Sam smiled at the positive result. He just had to keep training. He was getting closer. Sam continued training in the winter biome, day after day for a whole week. From the moment he woke up, he trudged out to the wintry landscape and cycled his mana core over and over again. His mana core became the fireplace of his body and soul, keeping him warm and alive as he trained his magic affinity stat in the harshest conditions within his vicinity. In the evenings, he'd come back in and share a quick meal with Nimriel before collapsing into the cot that the half-elf had laid out for him. Part of Sam did worry why Nimriel even allowed him to be a guest in her cabin. He didn't clean or help out with the food or anything like that. He was definitely not a guest that most normal people would appreciate hosting. The only reason Sam could think of why she'd let him stay with her was that she must have been curious to see whether his miracle pill would help him survive the ordeal that was the first threshold. Sam reckoned the half-elf was helping him far more out of curiosity than altruism. She wanted to see whether he could succeed or not. "Don't worry, you old kook," Sam thought to himself. "I'll beat your doubts about me." Finally, at the end of the 8th day of waking up and cycling his mana core in the freezing cold temperature of the winter biome, he fell from his meditative position into the soft, cold embrace of the snow around him. He was drenched in hot sweat that quickly melted the snow around him into a slushy sludge. But he didn't care. Observing his mana channels inside of himself, he could see that the majority of channels and meridians were a bright green color. He grinned. He was almost there. His magic affinity stat was now at 30, meaning he only had one more stat point to officially reach the next tier with his magic affinity. But this was the hardest single stat point to gain in his training. It would be far harder and more painful than the training he'd done over the last week or so to get his stats to 30 in magic affinity. All that was left to convert was his mana core. The process of doing so was so painful, with such a high potential for a fatality, that it had gained the name the First Threshold. Sam was finally ready to face it. The following morning, Sam woke up more determined than ever. He rolled out of bed, as he'd done for the last week or so. He quickly refreshed himself in the cabin washroom, and then sat down and had a small bowl of porridge and a banana. Today's the day, Sam thought. With a little bit of food and sustenance inside of him, Sam was ready to face the final test of his current training. The whole journey to Nimriel's cabin had been leading to this day. His whole journey to the western woods had been leading to this. The battle with the woodland mauler had been leading to this. The crafting of the Faraday pill, years in advance of its original creation, had been leading to this. He was finally ready to face the first threshold. Sam got up from the kitchen table and made his way outside into Nimriel's enchanted garden. He walked with solemn determination to the winter biome and sat down at the same spot he had been meditating and cycling his mana core in for the last week. Sam took in a deep breath, taking in the significance of the moment and the trial that lay ahead. He materialized the Faraday pill he had crafted almost a week ago. He placed his palm up to his mouth and placed the pill on his tongue. He then quickly swallowed it down, gulping as he did so. The effects of the Faraday pill weren't immediately apparent. Maybe he felt a little bit refreshed, but that was most likely a placebo. The power of the Faraday pill was not in any noticeable property of feeling that it gave you. Nope. Its power was in its ability to help the user who ingested it withstand immense amounts of pain. With the pill now swallowed, Sam had nothing more to wait for. It was time to proceed with facing the first threshold. He closed his eyes and began to cycle his mana core once more. He slowly let the green apprentice tier mana that was flowing inside of him enter his core. As soon as the apprentice tier mana touched his core, however, a burning eruption of pain and agony surged through Sam with a powerful force. Even for someone like Sam, whose very class traded pain for power, the pain was unimaginably intense. Sam gritted his teeth, his heart raced, his fingers clenched into his palms, his whole body palpitated with vicious agony. The suffering was unimaginable. But through the pain, Sam stayed focused. The only way forward is to survive the pain, Sam kept saying to himself. Fight through the pain. Power exists on the other side of all of this agony. If it weren't for the Faraday pill, he may have fallen unconscious by now, or worse, died from the sheer intensity of pain surging through him. Sam sensed the green apprentice tier mana flooding his core more and more. I just have to keep pushing, he thought, as he gritted his teeth and focused on cycling his mana core and sending more and more of the powerful green apprentice tier mana into the core at the center of his chest. Come on, he thought. He wasn't sure how much he had left in him. His vision was going blurry. I'm so close, he thought. He was almost there. He just needed to stay conscious. Any second now. Nimriel Silverwood was on her knees in the spring biome of her enchanted garden. The spring biome was her favorite biome. Who didn't like spring, she always thought. The plant colors were always bright and lively. It was always sunny, and the air was brisk and nice. Not too hot like summer, and not too cold like winter, and not gray like autumn. She was digging up some pesky weeds she had discovered the other day when a massive scream echoed all across her garden. Her shoulders immediately tensed at the sound. She dropped her small shovel and immediately stood up at attention. The time has come, she thought to herself. She rushed across the biomes of her enchanted garden. Her heart raced. I hope that damn foolish boy hasn't gone and killed himself, she thought to herself. That was all she could think about as she rushed to the winter biome where she knew the boy liked to train. Images of the boy dead on the ground flashed in her mind as she sprinted quickly towards where the sound of the scream had come from. It was a deathly scream of pain and agony. She couldn't tell if the scream was the scream of someone overcoming the pain of the first threshold or succumbing to it. Arriving in the winter biome, her eyes widened at the sight in front of her. Just before Nimriel's very eyes sat the young black-haired boy with mysterious red eyes, sitting cross-legged in a meditative position, with green flames of mana burning all across his body. It was as if his body was the wooden logs at the center of a fire pit. The boy was surrounded by green, magical flames. The flames erupted forth out of him in a continuous blaze, and the boy screamed again with rage and agony as the power of the apprentice-tier mana overtook his whole body. Oh my goddess, Nimriel thought with panicked concern. The boy was facing the very final test of the first threshold. Even the most powerful and promising of young travelers died in this moment, unable to break through the devastating bottleneck of power. The young man was shaking before her eyes as the powerful magical flames just kept erupting out of his body like a house burning to the ground. Nimriel's eyes widened. He's not going to make it. Sam screamed as the agony and raw power coursed through his body. The pain was so intense, it kept rippling through every fiber of his being in one never-ending wave of agony and destruction. He felt like his body was destroying itself from the inside and out. It was like the very subatomic fabric of his being was being pulled apart and then reattached over and over again. Sam gritted his teeth as the ripples of throbbing torment continued to beat down on him in a never-ending, tortuous assault. I've done this before, Sam kept telling himself. I didn't even have the Faraday pill to boost my survival rate in my first timeline. If I've done it once before, I can do it again. He had to beat the pain, not just for himself, but for everyone he cared about. Clara, Toby, the rest of his orphan pals, everyone at the Travelers Guild, even that damn annoying-as-heck Queen of Volsungar. He promised himself he wouldn't succumb to the pain. He couldn't let himself down, or any of those depending on him either. The pain pushed harder than ever against him. He screamed at the top of his lungs. This pain will not defeat me! 43. Sam's vision was fuzzy. He had no idea where he was or what he was looking at. Am I dead? If he was dead, he was going to be really frustrated and angry, that was for sure. How could he die at the first threshold with the assistance of the Faraday pill? He then realized that by the very nature of him having such thoughts, he surely was alive. I think, therefore, I'm not dead, he thought to himself, trying to remember a quote he had heard from somewhere once a long time ago. Suddenly, appearing in his vision, was the silver eyes of a half-elf woman, Nimriel Silverwood. The older elf woman frowned down at him. Glad to see you're alive, she said. Sam grinned. So it looks like I'm not dead, he thought, happily. He searched inside of himself and he grinned at what he observed. His mana core was a bright, beautiful green. He had finally hit apprentice tier in magic affinity. He was now one step away from reaching apprentice tier in his legendary Deathlord class. Sam spent the rest of the day resting on his cot in Nimriel's cabin. His body needed to rest and recover after the excruciating experience of pushing through the first threshold. He looked over his stats with glee. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, apprentice tier. Ability, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Ability, Hurting Hook, Apprentice Tier, Level 1. Shoot a straight hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Class, Death Lord, Legendary. Rank, Novice Tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice Tier, Level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Strength, 31. Agility, 26.2. Endurance, 31. 1. Magic Affinity, 31. Skill Quests. Pain Ring, Level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 1020/3000 Blood Flame, Level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword. Hurting Hook, Level 2. Gain mastery over your Hurting Hook. Sam was pleased with himself. At this point in his previous timeline, he was just barely approaching halfway to hitting Apprentice Tier with his one class. Now, he had already achieved Apprentice Tier with his Blood Knight class, and was already quickly approaching the next tier with his Death Lord class as well. The mission given to him by the goddess required him to make powerful gains using the knowledge of the future at his disposal, and he was pleased with the speed and progress of his development. After a full day of rest and recovery, Sam joined Nimriel in the kitchen for one final goodbye dinner feast. They ate an odd assortment of delicious food from Nimriel's garden. The appetizer was something called Dragon's Breath Chili. Sam took a spoon of it and immediately felt like his whole body was on fire. Sam was gasping for water as his whole face went red, and Nimriel roared with laughter. "How could you put me through such a tortuously hot chili after I just went through the first threshold?" Nimriel wiped a tear from her eye. "I thought it would be funny. Also, I was curious if your precious Faraday pill had any effect against the Dragon's Breath chili. You know it has a hint of dragon fire within it." Sam shook his head. "I can't believe you'd serve such a thing to me." Nimriel quickly fetched him a glass of milk. "Here, this will help with the heat a lot more than water." For the main course, Nimriel served something called a rainbow roast, which was a normal chicken roast with hot baked vegetables with one tiny caveat. The whole meal changed colors. "Is this actually chicken?" Sam asked. "Of course it is," said Nimriel. "Have you not heard of rainbow chicken before?" She looked at him with dead seriousness. Sam realized that Nimriel had spent far too much time alone in her garden to have any sense of what other people took as their baseline for normalcy. For dessert, Nimriel then served something called frosted fruits, which was a platter of exotic fruits that were kissed by the frost of her cold winter biome. The fruit did send a shiver down one's spine, but then resulted in an incredibly refreshing feeling. It was quite the rush to eat. As they both leaned back in their chairs, stuffed from the large and strange meal, Nimriel suddenly stared at Sam with a new intensity. "I have one final test for you, Traveler Sam," said the quirky half-elf. "You can do it before you leave tomorrow morning. We can wait until then." Shortly after that, the two companions went to bed. As he drifted towards sleep, Sam stared at the ceiling and wondered what Nimriel's final test might entail. Sam woke up the next morning feeling a sense of sprightliness he hadn't felt since a few days prior. He was too weakened yesterday after the first threshold to feel fully himself, and even before he had done the first threshold, the trepidation from the knowledge of what was awaiting him had kept him from feeling on top form. But now, with the first threshold accomplished, he felt much more relaxed and at ease. And now that his core had evolved into Green Apprentice Tier mana, his body quickly adapted and recovered from all the arduous training he had been doing all week. He got out of bed, got dressed, and made his bed before greeting Nimriel in the kitchen. He was pretty much ready to go. All that he had to do before going was whatever Nimriel's test was. "I hope it isn't anything too weird," Sam thought to himself, trying not to imagine all the weird and strange oddball things Nimriel might ask him to do. "Almost ready to go, huh?" Nimriel smiled as he stepped into the kitchen. You haven't forgotten your final test, though, have you? Sam's stomach lurched. The way Nimriel was speaking made him think she had some kind of sadistic task for him to do. Sure, said Sam hesitantly. Please just tell me I don't have to have another devastating bowl of dragon's breath chili. Nimriel laughed. No, but I can pack some up for you. It's a fun meal to share with your friends. She winked as she said that. She then turned to her hot, fiery oven at the center of her homely kitchen. As for your final test, she said, grinning, I want you to stick your whole hand in that oven. I want to see that you truly understand the power you gained from the first threshold. Sam smirked. She was testing him all right. Clearly, she had been impressed with his knowledge and ability to create the Faraday pill. She was now curious to see how far his knowledge went. Fine by me, Sam thought to himself. He approached the hot wooden oven and rolled up the right sleeve of his tunic. At Novice Tier Stage 1 Magic Affinity, a traveler gained the ability to sense one's own mana and the mana of those around them. At Novice Tier Stage 2, one could then learn how to conceal one's own mana from others. Now, at Apprentice Tier Stage 1, one now had the power to channel mana inside oneself for defensive capabilities in a way that a traveler was incapable of doing so before. Nimriel was testing Sam on whether he understood this fact of the new power that lay before him. Sam turned to Nimriel and smirked. Are you sure you want me to do this? Nimriel nodded. Sam then placed his arm in the fire. Nimriel didn't like the way Sam had asked her if she was sure about her test. Why would she give him this test if she wasn't sure about the test itself? That didn't make any sense at all, and yet people thought she was the loopy one. Could this young man already understand the powers unlocked from passing the first threshold, she wondered. There was something truly perplexing about this boy that she couldn't quite put her finger on. He had wisdom far beyond his years, it seemed. Sam stuck his arm in the flames of her oven. The boy didn't wince with pain in the slightest. He turned to her and smiled. How am I doing on your test? Her eyes widened. Nimriel was impressed. The boy already knew how to use defensive mana imbuing to keep his arm defended from the flames of the attack. It was truly incredible. A feeling emerged inside of Nimriel, one of fascination, wonder, respect, and admiration. She had a very strong feeling that this young boy before her was going to change the world. 44. Following Nimriel's fire oven test, Sam said goodbye to the strange half-elf woman and began his journey back to Resfall. He cheekily asked her for a few more crafting materials he thought might come in handy later, including a plant called Spirit Bloom. Once he set off, though, he traveled through thick woods and forest. Many of the leaves from the trees had fallen, leaving the trees and their branches bare. Most nights, Sam camped out in the woods, roasting sausages over a campfire for dinner, and then falling asleep in the tent he brought with him in his inventory. As he got closer to Resfall, he found himself passing across more and more farmland, where he found happy farmers and their workers, all waving with joy as he passed by. He smiled and waved back at the farmers. The Harvest Festival will be any day now, Sam thought. The Harvest Festival always brought up the spirits of everyone in the nation of Volsungur. Sam hoped he would make it back to Resfall in time to celebrate it with his friends. A few nights later, Sam entered through the gates of the city of Resfall to find the streets packed with revelers. Multicolored bunting was hung up all across the roofs of the city, along with bright lights. He'd arrived a bit late, but just in time to celebrate the Harvest Festival. That was, if he was able to make it back to the Travelers Guild in time. Moving through the throng of drunken, happy people was proving more difficult than he initially expected. About an hour later, however, he ended up just outside the Travelers Guild. The lights looked to be off from the outside. Strange, Sam thought. Maybe they all went out to a Harvest Festival party somewhere else. Sam suddenly felt on guard. Had something happened to the guild while he was away? He got off his horse and had his hands ready to materialize a weapon if necessary. As he approached the door, he heard someone call out his name behind him. Sam turned around and saw Curtis, the elven wizard, coming up behind him. "Good to see you, Sam," said Curtis. Back from a mission, are you? Yeah, I am, said Sam. I just got back in. Where is everybody? I have no clue, said the elf. Olivia sent me out on some errand to pick her up a knife sharpening kit, which I don't really know why, but you know Olivia. I couldn't say no to a request from her. You should have seen Brock's face. He was so jealous. Of course, I could understand why Olivia asked me. You couldn't trust such an important task with that imbecile dwarf, now could you? Sam laughed nervously. He wasn't really sure what to say to the elf. That said, he felt comforted by the fact that Curtis had spoken with others in the guild only a few hours or so ago. Shall we go in and check what's going? Said Sam. Curtis agreed, and they stepped into the main foyer of the Travelers Guild. The whole guild hall was pitch dark, and Sam started to get worried again. But then suddenly the lights turned on, and all around him people cheered. Surprise! Sam grinned as he saw all the happy, smiling faces of all his friends and fellow colleagues of the Travelers Guild. Beneath everyone was a large banner that said, Happy Birthday Sam / Happy Harvest Festival / We're Sorry Curtis Party. Sam blinked at the sign. He was totally caught off guard. He had forgotten that his birthday and the Harvest Festival were so close together. It wasn't even technically his birthday, but one that Clara had randomly given to him as an orphan in the orphanage. It had been her way of making their orphan lives a little less miserable, for none of them had any idea of when their actual birthdays were. Toby and Clara rushed up to Sam. So happy you made it back in time, Sam, Clara smiled. Happy birthday, dude, said Toby. Yes, happy birthday, young man, grunted Guildmaster Redfield, who joined the three of them. Remind me to never host surprise parties in the guild ever again. I'm making sure it gets added as an addendum to the guild's charter. Maybe you young bucks can spend an hour or more waiting all crouched like, but some of us old-timers have bad knees. Clara crossed her arms, unimpressed with the Guildmaster's cranky demeanor. Guildmaster Redfield, said Clara in a huff, I'd say you're the grumpiest person in attendance, but it looks like maybe Curtis has you beat. They all turned to see Curtis shaking his head in disappointment at Brock and Olivia. You really think a party, squished together like an asterisk to the Harvest Festival, is really going to make me forgive you two? You don't like it? Said Olivia. I worked really hard on the sign, said Brock. I thought you'd be proud of me. One end of the sign fell out from the wall and knocked over a lady's drink. Dang, I can't get that to stop happening, said Brock, chuckling nervously. Olivia pleaded with Curtis. All right, Curtis. If you want to stay mad at us, you can. But maybe reserve judgment until your present arrives? Pfft, said Curtis. There's nothing you could give me that would change my... At that very moment, a group of 3 alchemists with wizard hats came in, pushing a cart of beakers and magic tricks. Curtis's eyes widened, and he turns to the 2 companions in his squad. Are those the alchemists from the Alchemy Lab Museum? Said Curtis with amazement. They never do house calls. How did you get them to come? Brock shrugged. It was pretty easy. I just had to promise giving them my blood and samples of my skin cells for the next 12 months. No big deal. I mean, that sounds like a bit of a big deal. Alchemy is a dangerous art. Even if your blood is being used from far away, it could dangerously affect you. Dangerous schmangerous, said Brock, shrugging. Curtis wiped a tear from his eye and hugged Brock and Olivia at the same time. I can't believe you'd do all that for me. I forgive you both. Let's never fight again, you guys. Oh, thank the goddess, said Brock. I felt like a part of me has been missing this whole time. I'm just so happy, said Olivia, sobbing, that we're all best friends again. Sam, Clara, Toby, and Guildmaster Redfield all turned away from the friendship bonding circle between their colleagues. That's touching, said Toby sweetly. Honestly, I'm sorry for all of us that we had to see that, said Edgar. Crying, forgiveness, talk of best friends. This is no way for travelers to talk, especially at a party.
It should be drink and more drink until no one can speak anymore because they're on the floor with their own drink, you know? Sam, Clara, and Toby all shook their heads at the Guildmaster's version of an ideal party. Ah, heck, what do you young bucks know anyway? Sighed the Guildmaster. I'm having a drink in my office, alone, just the way I like it. The Guildmaster trudged off, leaving Sam to be with his friends without the watchful eye of their boss and leader around. Sam turned to Clara and Toby. Actually, could I speak with you guys privately for a minute? Said Sam. Both Clara and Toby turned to each other, confused, and then said, Sure, of course. Sam led the way out to the guild hall's courtyard. It was cool outside. The month of September was coming to an end, and the brisk air outside confirmed it. What is it, Sam? Both of his friends looked at him with concern. He had no idea what they were expecting he might say. The last time he took them aside like this was probably a year ago now, when he had first returned to this new timeline, and he told them about the danger that awaited them all in the White Gate. That all seemed so far ago now. It was only a year, but it already felt like a lifetime ago.
Sam hoped Clara and Toby weren't fearful in their hearts in that moment, because he only had a good thing to share with them that evening. He then materialized 2 extra Faraday pills he had managed to make. He placed one in Toby's hand and then another in Clara's. "What are these?" asked Clara. Sam looked at them both seriously. "When you guys get to a point, if you ever do, that you want to hit a higher tier of magic affinity, these will help." "Mate," said Toby, "it's your birthday. We're the ones who are supposed to give you presents." Sam shook his head and then smiled cheerfully. "This is a special gift for you guys for always being there and making an orphan like me, someone who never knew his birthday, feel like he had one, year after year." 45. A few days later, Sam woke up to see the windows of the dorm room fogged up from the cold. He wiped away the fog from the window to see a gray, overcast sky hanging over the courtyard. Of the trees in the courtyard, only a few orange leaves still remained on their branches. The month of fall's time had officially arrived. "I guess there's no way to consider it summer anymore," Sam sighed to himself as he rubbed his eyes to wake up. It was true. In the last few days or so, any lingering residual hints of summer had completely disappeared. It was all a sign that time was barreling forward, a constant reminder that Sam had a monumental task in front of him, and he couldn't stop training and doing everything he could to stop the utter destruction of Westria at the hands of the Demon King. He looked over to see both Clara's and Toby's beds were empty. Dang, they must be training hard, Sam thought. He normally woke up before either of them. This was a first, and perhaps a reminder that Sam couldn't rest on his laurels. He needed to stay focused and work harder than ever before. Sam quickly got dressed and headed down towards the guild's dining hall. On his way, he saw Edgar and Clara sparring in the courtyard. He hadn't seen those two train together before, though, of course, the whole idea of the Travelers Guild was to make sure the more experienced travelers helped with the development of the less experienced ones. Clara was already getting tutelage from Brock and Olivia. To get some one-on-one training with the guildmaster only went to prove that the girl was showing real promise as an up-and-coming traveler. "Come on, Clara," shouted Edgar. "I know you can do better than that." "Oi, where are you going?" Clara ran into the hall, out of breath. "Sam, I've been waiting for you to get up," she said between pants. Sam's eye twitched. He felt like he was living in an alternative universe. He was always the first awake, and now suddenly everyone was treating him like he was always sleeping in. "I need your help," she said. "If you don't get back here in 10... 9, barked Edgar from the courtyard. 8, 7... "What is it?" asked Sam. He didn't want to see whatever wrath Edgar might unleash if Clara didn't finish their conversation in the next 7 seconds. Clara's cheeks blushed and her eyes turned to the floor. She seemed nervous about whatever she was about to ask him. "So it's Toby's birthday this month," she said. "And I have no idea what to get him. It needs to be something... I'm not quite sure how to put it." Something special? Something that shows you care about him? Said Sam. Yeah, that, sure, said Clara. But more like something that won't, terrify him? Sam sighed. That's tough. I know, right? 3, 2, let me think on it and get back to you, said Sam. Clara grinned and then rushed back to her training in the nick of time. Oh, don't you think you're not in trouble because you came to your senses after 9 seconds? Barked Edgar. I'm going to make you pay. Now spar. Sam left the two to train and headed for the dining hall. He loaded his plate and tray with bacon, eggs, hash browns, some mini pancakes, and a large mug of coffee before sitting down with Olivia and her squad. All three of them were talking with an intense fervor. What are you guys talking about? Said Sam. He was hoping they might have some really good intel on some powerful dungeon gates or some great training tips. He was sorely disappointed when Olivia said, We just can't decide what we should wear for Hollow's haunting at the end of the month. Why don't you and I go as Cleardell and Abelmus? Said Curtis with a performative air of nonchalance. Sam grinned at the suggestion. Cleardell and Abelmus were a famous couple from Westrian history. The two were madly in love and ended up dying in a cruel twist of fate. They were probably the most famous star-crossed lovers in the history of Westria. Brock coughed and nudged Curtis in the ribs. What a goofy costume idea, Elf. Olivia, we should go as the legendary orc fighting duo, Sharena and Aisha. Now there's an idea. Olivia laughed and said, Why don't we think of a costume that includes all three of us? Like the 3 dum-dums of old Westria, Sam suggested. You're not helping, Sam, barked Curtis and Brock at the same time. Sam chuckled and kept quiet on the trio's costume idea conversation and turned to gobbling up his delicious breakfast. He wished his colleagues goodbye once he was finished and hurried off to the mission board to see what was on offer. With his knowledge of the future, he had a pretty good idea of where he wanted to travel and train next, but it was always good if he could do it in the most official way possible. It kept his identity as someone from the future under wraps, and it helped the other guild members not show up at a dungeon gate with the hopes of clearing it, only to find that he had cleared it a few hours before. As he looked over the board and the available missions for a 1-star apprentice-tier traveler, Sam thought over his next moves. He was incredibly pleased that he had hit apprentice tier with his magic affinity stat. That meant there was just one more stat to train before he hit apprentice tier with his Deathlord class. It was time he focused on training his agility stat. Once Sam raised his Deathlord class to apprentice tier, he would unlock the second ability for that class. He couldn't wait to find out what that next ability would be. As Deathlord was the second class he unlocked in this new timeline, he actually had no idea what the next ability for the class was going to be. He was very eager to find out. He actually had the perfect mission in mind for training his agility stat, and it was at that moment that he saw the mission slip he was hoping to find on the mission board. There it is. He grinned as he pulled the mission slip from the board and took it to the guild clerks. This was the exact mission he needed for his training, to help him prepare for the upcoming struggle that was the secret gate affair. 46. After checking out the mission slip, Sam went back up to his dorm room to gather extra supplies that he might need on the mission ahead. He also wanted to do a quick stock check of his inventory as well. He grabbed the scarf the older members of the guild had given him last year for Hearthmas and wrapped it around his neck. The weather was cooling, and it would certainly get colder as he left the city behind for the countryside. He then went over his inventory, making sure he had important items, camping gear, food, healing potions, and, perhaps the oddest group of items, vials of blood. He found with the last assortment of items that having the ability to smash and create puddles of blood in a battlefield from the earliest moment was incredibly helpful. It was a great way of taking advantage of his blood flame ability that he had unlocked with his legendary Deathlord class. With everything in order, he made his way through the guild hall to the courtyard and stables, and signed out a horse for the journey and mission ahead. He then gave the guild hall a quick wave and started leading the horse out of the city. The streets were less crowded that day,
everyone beginning to stay inside from the stark change in temperature. The few people he did see were all carrying a hot thermos of tea or coffee. A lot of the more savvy merchants and shops were offering coffees, hot apple cider, and hot chocolate to go to passers-by. One store Sam passed on his way to the city's southern gate had a sign outside with an interesting illustration of a peculiar dish. It was a drawing of a bowl of soup with bacon, eggs, and noodles on it, along with a cute hamster slurping up a noodle. Above the soup drawing said, "Bacon plus egg plus ramen equals my happy place." Below the drawing it said, "Come and try a hot bowl of bacon and egg ramen." Sam felt a strange longing and curiosity for the dish, but he had just eaten and had a mission to get to.
Perhaps I'll try this curious culinary delicacy known as bacon and egg ramen when I get back to Resfall in a few weeks or so, Sam thought to himself. He eventually arrived at the city's southern gate and set off on his newest mission ahead. After a few days of traveling, Sam trotted out of the woods on the back of his horse to see a village off in the distance. The village was nestled in a valley between rolling hills and dense forest, and was surrounded by fields of crops and pasture lands for livestock. The village itself was comprised of a handful of dirt roads that winded their way through rows of humble houses and shops made of wood and stone. At the center of the village stood a chapel, a grand stone structure with stained glass windows and a tall spire that could be seen for miles around. Sam recognized the village at once. Ashbury. He had passed by here on plenty of missions during his mercenary days in his first timeline. He saw some tents and a plume of black smoke. At first he just thought it was a stall of grilled meats from their regular market square, but then Sam realized that the market shouldn't be on that day. Something's not right, he thought as his eyes narrowed on the small village. He felt an uncomfortable feeling of worry in his stomach, and he briefly squeezed his legs against the horse's side to push it to go faster in the direction of Ashbury. Sam had always planned on visiting Ashbury as it was close to the dungeon gate he needed to clear for his mission from the mission request board. The village would be a good resting spot with its inn, and ideally would have a stable nearby to keep his horse fed while he faced the trials of the dungeon world he was planning to enter. But the smoke made it feel as if his visit was more urgent. He arrived into town to not find any fire or attacking monsters as he had been worrying about when he saw the black plume of smoke in the distance. Villagers walked to and fro as they would normally. Nobody seemed in any kind of distinct panic about any ongoing danger, but still, from the people's faces, something strange was going on. All of the villagers' faces had a particular look of fear on them, an exhausted sense of tiredness that only living under the scrutiny of terror could bring on. He eventually headed towards the village square where the smoke was coming from. Sam's nostrils took in a strong scent of grilled meat as he approached, just as if the market was on, but no one in the village was behaving with the fervor or excitement the weekly market normally brought to the sleepy village of Ashbury. As he walked up the main road to the market square, Sam triggered his mana sense and began to get an inkling of what he thought might be going on. He could sense multiple sources of powerful mana. Sam immediately straightened his shoulders, his body on high alert, ready to take on any danger that might be lurking at the center of the town. However, when he arrived at the center of the town, he found an encampment of soldiers, all wearing official blue traveler's cloaks. This seems odd, Sam thought. Why is there an encampment of travelers in the middle of the village? Sam wondered if the villagers of Ashbury had made a request to have their town protected by travelers until the nearby dungeon gate threat had been removed. But if that were the case, why weren't these travelers simply dealing with the nearby gate? Why was the mission available for him to take if there were so many travelers already in the nearby vicinity? Sam felt it in his stomach. Something wasn't right here. As he approached the encampment, he saw two travelers with blue cloaks approach a small merchant wagon, operated by an old man and two little kids, a boy and a girl. "What kind of tiny piece of junk merchant wagon is this?" snickered one of the travelers. "Leave us alone," shouted the little girl. "We didn't do anything to you, you jerks!" The faces of the two travelers changed in that moment. Their eyes narrowed, and their growing smiles suggested the little girl's words had provoked a dark menace they had been waiting to unleash. These travelers were acting a lot more like bullies than the heroes they were meant to be. For a second, Sam considered whether they were just simple bandits dressed up with the official traveler cloaks in disguise. But his mana sense told him that these were indeed travelers. Whether or not they were actually official travelers with the guild was another thing, and Sam was beginning to suspect they weren't, based off their despicable behavior. Sam walked closer, hoping to de-escalate the fight. The two guards' eyes widened with surprise when they saw Sam approach. Their behavior instantly changed. The menace from their faces disappeared. Their mood lightened and their faces and mannerisms became more jovial. "Oh, hello there, fellow traveler," said one. "What brings you to these parts?" Sam's eyes instantly narrowed. He didn't like these two men. They had been harassing these poor merchants and abusing the power of the traveler name. "I'm here on a mission from the guild," said Sam. The two suspicious travelers looked at each other nervously, and then one of them said, "Well, we're around if you need help with anything." With that, the two travelers turned around and went on their way. Sam turned to the merchants, which appeared to be an elderly grandfather and his two grandchildren as his helpers. "Are you guys okay?" The three members of the odd merchant family all nodded at Sam. He then spoke quietly under his breath. "Is everything okay in Ashbury?" asked Sam. "Things seem a bit odd." The two kids looked to the grandfather, and the older man said under his breath, "If you want to know what's going on, follow me. It's not safe to talk here." 47. Sam helped carry the merchant family's cart down the road and into a side street, while the kids helped lead his horse behind them. The road came out to reveal a small hovel of a home at the fringes of the village. The kids ran ahead and held the door open for their elderly grandfather, along with Sam. As Sam followed the trio, he couldn't help but wonder what they were going to tell him. He definitely knew it had to do with the travelers who were occupying the town. Whatever information he could gather about them would be helpful in resolving whatever issue was happening here in Ashbury. Once in the comfort of the cozy home, the old man looked to Sam seriously. "It should be safe for us to speak here," said the old man. "The travelers you saw earlier and all around the town, they're not good people. They've taken over the town. They've been terrorizing everyone here, demanding food, patronage, and payments for supposedly protecting us. No one has done anything so far, as we don't know who to turn to. The Travelers Guild was meant to protect us, not cause harm to innocent people." Sam shook his head with disgust. These travelers were abusing their power, and it had to be stopped. "Do they have a leader?" "Yeah," said the young boy. "A real big jerk by the name of Bane Draken." Sam's shoulders tensed at the sound of the name. He knew exactly who the boy was talking about. Bane Draken was a rogue traveler who rose through the ranks in Sam's previous timeline after Clarence Erdstrom successfully assassinated Alice Grace and took over Resfall and the Volsungar nation for himself. With all of the changes Sam had made to his previous timeline, Bane Draken must have kept his more malicious and evil tendencies to himself, not yet revealing himself to be the rogue traveler that he truly was. But to do what Bane and his goons were currently doing, occupying a town and terrorizing its citizens, was enough to be disbarred from the guild, and Sam would make sure that such a punishment was doled out. He'd dole out even more justice if necessary. Sam was ready to go end this situation once and for all, but he recalled all the travelers he saw. There were quite a few of them, and based on his mana sense, there were some high-level apprentice-tier travelers in the mix. He wouldn't be able to take them on willy-nilly. There was another problem Sam had to deal with. He had a dungeon gate that was waiting to be cleared. If he didn't go about clearing it soon, a dungeon break could happen and cause even more chaos on the town of Ashbury. Plus, if he did that first, he'd return with his Death Lord class at apprentice tier, which should be enough to take on the whole regiment of nefarious rogue travelers. "If there's something urgent you must attend to before this problem, I'd handle that first," said the older man. "These bandits haven't caused any harm to anyone in this village so far, Beyond striking a great amount of fear, we can survive a little while longer. Sam hated that he needed the merchant trio along with the rest of the village of Ashbury to hold tight until he got back from the dungeon, but it was the best solution for dealing with Bane Draken and his regiment of goons that had taken over the town. "All right," said Sam. "Stay safe, and I'll be back soon." He headed out of the small home and towards the valley nearby. His need to hit the next tier in his Deathlord class had taken on an even more immediate urgency. Sam traveled on horseback a few miles from Ashbury, arriving at a large, hilly valley about an hour's travel from the sleepy village. He rode over a hill, and then, as he crested the top, he could see the large, glowing green portal of the apprentice tier dungeon gate waiting for him. The destructive energy of the dungeon gate had turned all the nearby grass to ash and caused a powerful and hazardous uptick in the nearby wind and weather patterns. "There it is," Sam thought. "The dungeon gate I've been looking for." Sam was both focused on the dungeon gate before him, but also a bit preoccupied with what he saw happening in Ashbury. He needed to train his agility stat quickly and get back to the town so he could stop whatever nefarious deeds Bane Draken was getting up to. He was worried for the elderly merchant and his 2 grandchildren. Soon the large green dungeon gate was looming before him, beckoning him to enter. He set up a post for his horse so that it wouldn't run away. He left some food and a protective shield item up to guard it against any vicious predators that would try and eat it while Sam was away. Sam then took a deep breath and stepped forward, entering the green apprentice tier dungeon gate. In less than half a second of Sam's body walking through the ominous green portal, the traveler had stepped through into another world. The dungeon world was a gray, foggy realm with black sand covering the ground. "Yep, this is the place," Sam thought, grinning. He had read about this dungeon gate during his studies back in his previous timeline. The travelers who had entered it back then had noted the incredible stat gains, particularly to agility, that they had all obtained during their time in this particular dungeon world. Sam felt the air pick up around him, his shaggy black hair being blown back by the uptick in the wind. Soon the wind was blowing so hard it created a shrill, howling sound. The force of the wind managed to push Sam back a step. "Yep," Sam thought, pleased with himself. "I can see how those travelers in my previous timeline raised their agility in here." The wind was so incredibly powerful in this dungeon world that it functioned as a powerful resistant force that would make sprinting and training against it extra effective. Sam was about to dematerialize his silver dragon armor set and begin racing around the dungeon world, pushing against the powerful gale and working towards raising his agility, when another shriek cut through the already howling wind. Sam's eyes looked upward towards the horrendous scream. Through the clouds of mist and fog, Sam could make out the silhouette of an incoming monster. In fact, as the monster got closer, Sam realized, there was not 1 but 3 incoming hostile enemies. "I guess my agility training will have to wait for me to slay these monsters first," Sam sighed, getting himself into a battle-ready position. Given the nature of the dungeon's foggy and windy environment, he mentally prepared himself to take on wind-based creatures in the upcoming fight. Sam materialized his berserker sword as the incoming monsters approached. A few seconds later, appearing through the fog were a truly ghastly trio of monsters. Gale Wraiths. Gale Wraiths were spirits, a fusion between air elementals and the undead. They floated in the air with only a raggedy cloak to distinguish their body. Their hoods shadowed over their faces, exposing only the glow of evil red eyes. Clutched between their skeletal fingers was the wooden staff of a sharp scythe that towered high above their heads. Their approach was slow until it wasn't. Suddenly, like the current of the wind they floated on, they sped up with an intense fury, and next thing Sam knew, they had triangulated around him. Sam triggered his pain ring ability. A bright crimson-red light shot out from his chest, forming a circle that encompassed both him and his enemies. "Do your worst," Sam thought. The Gale Wraiths descended upon him. The air hissed as they lifted their scythes and sliced their deadly blades down toward Sam's head and neck. Sam ducked his head and came back swinging, ripping his berserker sword upward. He felt the ridges of the blade crush through the bones of the Gale Wraith, shattering the framed carapace that held all of its bones and limbs together. The Gale Wraith collapsed on the ground, leaving nothing behind but an empty cloak over top a monster stone. The death of their companion did nothing to slow down the two remaining Gale Wraiths' bloodlust for Sam. So be it, Sam thought. The Gale Wraiths swung their sides down at him with a fury. While Sam had been sent back in time with only the bare minimum of his Blood Knight class's abilities, there were some skills that required perception, hand-eye coordination, and sheer skill that couldn't be removed once someone had practiced them and learned them for years. And that was simply Sam's incredible battle prowess. He saw the arcs and radii of the Gale Wraith scythes better than the enemies themselves, and so he twisted and spun on his foot until the Gale Wraiths were swinging down into empty air. Before the Gale Wraiths could even ask themselves where Sam had disappeared to, he gave them the answer with a sword strike in each one's back. "Right behind you, fools." The Gale Wraiths screamed with terror as the shock and pain of Sam's blades rippled through their backs. Their glowing red eyes faded to black, and they both collapsed on the ground as nothing more than an empty pile of bones and a raggedy cloak, until even that materialized down into a green monster stone. How many more of these pesky monsters inhabit this place? Sam wondered. Sam then picked up the 3 fallen monster stones and dematerialized them into his inventory as he considered his options. He had come here to train his agility, but he wouldn't be able to concentrate properly on his special training exercises if he kept being interrupted by annoying Gale Wraiths and whatever repulsive wind-based creatures lived in this miserable gray dungeon realm. There was only one thing that could be done. He had to clear the dungeon first. It was time to go hunting. Sam spent the next couple of hours traversing the dungeon world. He walked across the windy and fog-ridden plains of black sand. At first, he thought the dungeon world was just a large, open field, but he realized as he traveled that it was more like a hilly valley. That is, a valley covered in the haunting gray mist that surrounded everything. Sam kept his mana sense constantly triggered as he tried to get a handle on how many hostile enemies existed within this realm. Sam wasn't sure if he could just go on an outright killing spree rampage, or if he would have to be more strategic. So far, he had only picked up on a few hostile monsters, mostly Gale Wraiths and air elementals, that he had made quick work of. The fights gave him time to practice his abilities and sword fighting, and work towards making small, incremental gains with his other stats. He made sure to absorb the monster stones he was acquiring as he traveled across the landscape, drawing their power and adding it into his mana core just below his chest. After a few more hours of walking, Sam eventually reached a point where he could go no further. He held out his hands and felt a reverberation of invisible energy holding him back. He had found the corner of this particular dungeon world. Sam spent the rest of the day exploring the edges of the map, making sure to destroy any lone monsters that came along his way. A few hours later, he was tired, recognizing he had a lot more monster slaying to do the following day. "Tomorrow," Sam said to himself, "I'll explore the center." Sam woke up early the next morning in the comfort of his tent. First thing he did was trigger his mana sense to make sure there were no nearby monsters sneaking up on him. Traveling in the dungeon world on his own, he had to pretty much sleep with one eye open in case any hostiles tried to creep up on him. He sighed with relief when his mana sense didn't pick up anything. At a slightly more relaxed pace, he then proceeded to get out of his sleeping bag and get appropriately dressed for the day. He made himself a quick peanut butter and jelly sandwich with food he'd brought with him in his inventory. He washed down the delicious, comforting sandwich with a large thermos of hot coffee that had notes of vanilla in it. Following breakfast, he packed up the campsite and began trekking through the foggy realm towards the center of the map. The wind pushed against his hair and had a shrill wail to it when it really picked itself up into a powerful force. Sam traveled for an hour without encountering a single monster. He kept his mana sense triggered and continued to not pick up even the slightest sense of nearby monsters. "I couldn't have cleared the map already, could I?" The other thing that Sam started to get concerned by was the possibility of the presence of such strong monsters that they were evading his apprentice tier level of mana sense. Such a thought kept him on his toes and his eyes regularly looking over his shoulder. But even with the added concern, Sam didn't find any immediate monsters as he traversed more and more towards the center of the map. Sam was about to accept the idea that maybe this dungeon world didn't have that many monsters when his mana sense picked something up. His eyes widened. He suddenly felt an overwhelming amount of mana and power. There was a huge cluster of enemies in the distance. This is where all the monsters have been hiding then, Sam thought. He moved forward cautiously, intent on getting a closer look at this horde of enemy creatures in the distance. As Sam got closer, he got down on his belly and crawled along the ground to stay hidden from the huge group of monsters. Eventually, he crested a hill of black sand, and in the dip of the valley, he could see a massive cluster of gale wraiths. Sam couldn't accurately count them all, but estimated that there were around maybe 20 of them. He quickly did some calculations in his head. Yeah, I can take on 20 of those things, he thought, grinning. A small part of him, as if a tiny bit of Toby was echoing in his mind, said, "Really?" Sam grinned. "Heck yeah." Then he charged forward into the horde of gale wraiths, excited for the battle ahead. As he ran, he materialized a vial of blood in either one of his hands and whipped them in opposite directions of the horde. The glass vials splattered on the ground and created huge puddles of blood. Sam wasted no time and triggered his Death Lord ability, Blood Flame. The puddles he had artificially created suddenly burst upward in a torrent of crimson blood flame. The gale wraiths all shrieked as some of them roasted alive, dying instantly. Others flailed around as their cloaks caught on fire, sending them into a panic. The remaining unaffected gale wraiths piled forth into a huddled mass in an attempt to avoid the eruptions of blood flame bursting out from the ground. "You can't escape me," Sam thought, as he materialized another 2 sets of blood vials. He only whipped one of them this time, right near the huddled mass, but not directly inside. He then triggered Blood Flame once more. The burst of deadly crimson flames caused such panic in the hordes of gale wraiths that they didn't even notice that Sam whipped another vial of blood. He had thrown it right in the ground where they were rushing towards after the most recent burst of flames. Sam had done this because he had wanted to litter the ground with blood so he could trigger Blood Flame on the most amount of gale wraiths possible, right beneath their floating bodies. The only problem was if he had thrown the blood vial directly at them, they would have instantly scattered, and his blood flame might only remove 1 or 2 of the pesky monsters. That was why he had thrown the first vial nearby. He wanted to control which direction they went. Once he had controlled the area this way, he could plant his trap. The gale wraiths didn't see it coming. At least 7 of them were right beneath Sam's crimson puddle. He waited a second longer to capture as many gale wraiths moving forward within the radius of the puddle of blood. When there were about 8 gale wraiths inside the radius, Sam triggered Blood Flame. A torrent of crimson blood shot forth out of the ground like a bursting volcano. The blood flame ripped the gale wraiths to shreds, leaving none of them alive. There were now only a scattered few gale wraiths remaining. Sam materialized his berserker sword and rushed after them. Many of the gale wraiths retreated, and Sam sprinted behind them, slicing them in the back, cutting them in half as he did so. After another few minutes, Sam was standing in an empty field full of glowing green apprentice-tier monster stones without a single enemy in sight. Finally, he could start training his agility stat and hit apprentice tier with his second traveler class. 49. With the dungeon world cleared of roaming monsters that were going to interrupt his training, Sam could finally focus on pushing his agility stat to apprentice tier levels. His agility training would involve running against the powerful winds that existed in this dungeon world. So after collecting all the fallen monster stones of his defeated enemies, he traversed the dungeon world to where the ground was flattest and the wind the absolute harshest it could be. When Sam got to his training location, the wind howled with vicious terror. His shaggy black hair flew back behind his ears, and his eyes winced at the sheer force of wind pushing against him. "All right," he thought. "Time to sprint." Sam felt the intense push of the wind against him as he sprinted forward, defying the powerful gusts of wind coming his way. The wind was so powerful Sam could barely jog, let alone sprint. He sent mana into his feet to give them more strength and power when pushing off the ground, but even still, he was far from running his fastest sprint that he could do outside of this particular dungeon world. He ran for 2 minutes like this, and at the end of it, he was hyperventilating with exhaustion. He gave himself a minute to rest and take a sip of water before he did another 2 minutes of sprinting against harsh wind. Despite the pain and effort involved, Sam did this for the entire rest of the day. After the day of running, Sam traveled to the closest place he could set up camp without it getting absolutely destroyed in the sweep of the deadly, powerful wind. There he sat in front of the warm glow of the fire and rested his aching body and muscles. He ate a big dinner of steak, mashed potatoes, and other fried vegetables that he could cook over the fire. Once resting, he materialized a special jar of balm that he rubbed over his body. He had picked up this balm in Restfall, knowing it would be important for training in this particular difficult dungeon world. The balm would help his body recover while he slept so that he wouldn't need extra days of rest for his body to recover while he trained. Without it, he might have to take days between his arduous all-day sprint sessions to let his body catch up with the strain he was putting on it. Thanks to this balm, he wouldn't have to do that, and he could train as efficiently as possible. This was crucial as he would have to squeeze his training in before the dungeon world hit its limit and unleashed a dungeon break on the surrounding countryside of Volsungar. Sam went to bed that night and eagerly awaited the following day's training session. The following day, Sam trained for 8 hours. All he did for the whole day was sprint against the powerful gales and wind of the dungeon world. He felt both his speed and strength improving as he ran against the mighty resisting force pushing back against him. If yesterday it felt like he was jogging despite putting in a great amount of effort, today he really felt like he was running properly. Still, Sam thought, the true stat gains won't come until I can truly sprint against this overwhelming force of wind. After the day of training was over, he reviewed his stats back at camp to see how much he had gained in the stat he was trying to train. He reviewed his profile under the comforting warmth of his bonfire. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare. Rank, Apprentice tier. Abilities, Pain Ring, Novice tier. Level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Hurting Hook, Apprentice tier. Level 1. Shoot a straight hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Class, Death Lord, Legendary. Rank, Novice tier. Ability, Blood Flame, Novice tier. Level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Strength, 31.8. Agility, 29.9. Endurance, 31.7. Magic Affinity, 32. Skill Quests, Pain Ring, Level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 1,200/3,000. Blood Flame, Level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword. Hurting Hook, Level 2. Gain mastery over your Hurting Hook. Sam grinned. He was pleased. His agility had been at 26.2 the last time he had properly checked it, meaning he had been able to grow it almost 3.7 points in just a few days. Those were incredible gains, and it all had to do with the powerful gale force wind he was running up against. He was only 1.1 points away from hitting 31 and reaching Apprentice tier in his agility stat, which would ultimately make his entire Death Lord class rise in tier level as well along with it. The final point, however, was always the most difficult stat point to raise. Even still, Sam was very pleased with how close he was getting towards his goal. And he was also happy to see his other stats were also rising incrementally during his training as well. His mana affinity had risen a whole point from 31 to 32, after draining all of those Gale Wraith monster stones of their mana and power. Good gains all around, Sam thought. Sam knew he needed to be as strong as possible if he was going to take on Bane Draken, who was terrorizing the town of Ashbury. But even more importantly, he needed to be as ready as he physically could for the upcoming Secret Gate affair. So much depended on him getting stronger. "I won't let you down, goddess," Sam thought to himself as he went to bed that evening. The following day, Sam was up bright and early. He made himself a nourishing breakfast of porridge and fruit before starting his big training day. He was hoping today was the day he could push through and raise his agility to 31 and hit apprentice tier with the stat. Finally, before packing up his campsite, he made the most important and nourishing thing needed for a healthy and well-balanced lifestyle: a massive thermos of coffee. Sam guzzled down the caffeine and then got to work. He traveled to the point in the dungeon world where the gale force wind was harshest and began his sprint training. After his evening of rest and restoration with his muscle healing balm, he instantly could feel the stat gains he'd already made to agility when sprinting against the powerful wind. He was no longer just running against the powerful wind, he was sprinting, no, galloping. The wind blasted into his body and face, and yet Sam kept charging forward. The day continued, and despite growing more and more tired, Sam felt his speed and strength only improve when sprinting against the powerful wind. Halfway through the day, he checked his stats and could see he was at 30.6. He just needed another 0.4 increase in the stat, and he would be where he needed to be. Sam suddenly felt a surge of determination ripple through him. There was no denying the exhilarating rush from approaching the completion of a goal. As the day progressed, Sam trained harder and harder with greater zeal than he had in any of the previous days. He was only 0.1 points away from hitting apprentice tier in agility when suddenly the ground beneath his feet suddenly tremored powerfully. Sam instantly paused. "Damn," Sam thought. "I thought I had more time." The dungeon world was getting closer to breaking. He wanted to stay and train, but he realized he had to go take care of the dungeon boss first. He turned from his training in the field and walked in the direction of the only remaining monster in the dungeon. 50. It wasn't hard finding the dungeon boss. Sam had basically explored the entire dungeon world already and had a pretty good understanding of the map. After he had killed the large group of Gale Wraiths, Sam had picked off the remaining monsters in the dungeon world except for the dungeon boss. He had sensed an incredibly powerful presence off in the distance while he had been slaying monsters, and instantly recognized that it had to be the dungeon boss. Sam probably could have taken the dungeon boss head-on when he had first entered the dungeon, but that would have limited the amount of time he could spend training in there against the gale force wind, and that had been his priority. Until now. With the trembling inside the dungeon world, it was close to breaking. Sure, there was only the dungeon boss itself that was an immediate threat to the civilians outside, but once a dungeon gate broke, mana leakage increased rapidly, which would then lead to many animals suffering from mana corruption and becoming dangerous to those nearby as well. Simply put, a dungeon break was never good. And despite his frustrations to call his agility training off sooner than he had hoped, he was still improving his agility stat even then as he rushed in the direction of where he had sensed the dungeon boss last. As Sam ran across the misty dungeon realm, he realized he was still running against the gale force wind. Sam crested a hill and could see in the distance a powerful, titanic figure looming over the entire dungeon world in the sky. It was the dungeon boss, the Tornado Lord. A torrential, swirling tornado of wind swirled upwards high into the sky. The wind moved with such ferocious speeds it took on a sharp and deadly materiality. At the top of the towering force of wind were two long, muscular arms with fists, also composed of the powerful, whirling air. Above that were two sharp, glowing blue eyes that made up the Tornado Lord's head. Sam's eyes widened at the sight of the powerful, titanic figure looming above him in the distance. His shaggy black hair blew backwards from the sheer force of wind. He felt his body being pushed back by the sheer power. Sam suddenly realized that all this time the wind that he'd been sprinting against in his training was actually caused by the dungeon boss itself. The Tornado Lord looked down at Sam apathetically, as if to suggest the traveler was nothing more than a mere bug in its eyes. Sam didn't care. In fact, he was even more eager to take on the boss now. I can keep training my agility stat as I approach it, Sam grinned to himself. Sam pushed forward, sprinting towards the Tornado Lord. The wind was so ferocious it pushed against Sam, harder than any of his previous sprint trainings, but Sam found himself pushing through it. The resistance of the gale force wind was stronger than before, but Sam had made such strong gains over the last few days that even with this level of resistance, Sam found himself pushing through and gaining speed. As Sam approached, the Tornado Lord lifted up its fist, preparing for a punch. Sam got ready to swerve and dodge the incoming attack. Before the Tornado Lord swung its fist, however, a bright blue crackling of lightning energy swirled around the fist. Lightning magic on top of air magic. Sam grimaced. He had to rethink his calculations of how he was going to dodge this attack. A lot of lightning magic had paralyzing after effects, which would be a huge problem if Sam got hit. The Tornado Lord's lightning crackling fist descended towards the ground right where Sam was. Sam rushed to the right, pushing against the force of wind, slowing him down. The apprentice-tier traveler strained all of his muscles and stamina to push through the resistance as fast and as hard as he could, just barely dodging the lightning cackling fist as it smashed into the ground nearby. A huge explosion of black dirt shot out as the Tornado Lord's fist pummeled the ground. As the Tornado Lord cocked back the fist from its destructive impact, Sam saw that the dungeon boss's devastating attack had left a massive crater in the ground. Note to self: don't get hit by the Tornado Lord. It simply looked like the Tornado Lord dealt way too much damage in that single attack for Sam to survive it. A quick glance at his profile and Sam could see that his agility stat had gone up by another couple of decimal points. He grinned. The dungeon boss was proving to be an even more fruitful training ground than where he had been before. The only question was, could he survive in this insanely dangerous exercise area to live through and experience the benefits of his precious gains? Sam knew one thing for sure. If he won this fight, he would be leaving this dungeon as an apprentice-tier traveler with both his classes. Sam pushed forward, getting closer and closer to the Tornado Lord. The force of the wind was getting so strong Sam felt his feet getting pulled off the ground. Exactly as I had planned, he grinned. Sam knew he had to get close to the Tornado Lord to land a hit. Any outside observer, however, might have wondered how someone, even if they were to get close to the Tornado Lord, would be able to harm it, especially from the bottom of such an awe-inspiring monster. But Sam had done enough research in his previous lifetime about air elementals and this specific type of monster type to know what to do. As Sam pushed forward and got closer and closer, his whole body would begin to float off the ground. He could use this to his advantage. Sam pushed forward, and when he came to the point where he knew he wouldn't be able to run anymore, he leaped into the air. The gale force wind swept him up like a kite, and Sam found himself swirling forward around the body of the Tornado Lord, spinning closer and closer to his top. As Sam swirled around the body, he materialized his berserker sword and held it outward as he swirled around the Tornado Lord's body. Sam triggered Pain Ring. A bright, crimson light shot forward, encompassing the radius of the towering Tornado Lord's body. Pain Ring was most likely not necessary for what he was planning to do, but the extra power gained from the gnawing teeth of the Silver Dragon armor set, not to mention the pain from the excruciating ferocity of the wind hurling him around and digging into his skin, would all add to his power. Sam gripped the hilt of his berserker sword tightly, and he felt the ribbed edges of the powerful sword cut into the flesh that hid behind the Tornado Lord's swirling body composed of air. "Here we go," Sam smirked. A key misunderstanding about the Tornado Lord monster was that its entire body was composed of air. That was far from the truth. Beneath the layer of the vicious, spinning tornado was a body of flesh and mana that operated as the beating heart of the monster. As Sam's berserker sword began to swirl upward across the Tornado Lord's body, he was cutting into that hidden body, dealing damage to the dungeon boss monster, one devastating cut at a time. That was the secret to defeating the Tornado Lord. Many thought the way to beat it was to attack it from a distance. Getting close to it suggested a quick and painful death. What Sam understood was getting close to it was the only way to defeat it. Sam triggered his blood flame ability. A powerful burst of crimson blood flame began to spiral up across the Tornado Lord's body, the spinning air actually aiding in the spread of Sam's magical and deadly conjured fire. The Tornado Lord screamed in pain. In a final bid to survive, the Tornado Lord tried to separate its head from its burning body. "No, you don't," yelled Sam. He reached out and triggered Hurting Hook. A bright orange light of a hook shot from Sam's palm and latched right in the center of the Tornado Lord's forehead. The Hurting Hook dragged the Tornado Lord's head right up to Sam. As the Tornado Lord's head came closer and closer, Sam thrust it upward with his berserker's sword. The sword punctured right in the center of the Tornado Lord's face, Sam staring directly at the creature as the glow of life faded away from its eyes. 51. Sam's body tumbled down in the air as the Tornado Lord's windy force dissipated for good. The powerful wind didn't disappear all at once, and so it worked as the perfect cushion to Sam's fall, meaning he landed back on the ground without much hassle or pain. Sam caught his breath and wiped the sweat off his brow. With the defeat of the dungeon boss, Sam had a pleasing message appear in his profile. "Congratulations! Your Death Lord class has ranked up to Apprentice tier." Sam grinned with absolute pleasure. The fight with the Tornado Lord had helped push his agility stat to 31, and in so doing, had ranked up his Death Lord class. Sam opened his profile to check out his new class ability. He smiled when he read the description. "Oh," he thought, "this is good." Meanwhile, far from Sam's battle with the Tornado Lord, young Lily, along with her brother and grandpa, were running for their lives in the small nearby village of Ashbury. Lily's heart raced and her chest burned as she pushed forward. "Come back here!" shouted the bandits chasing behind them. It all happened so fast, Lily couldn't quite put together how things had gone so quickly from bad to really bad. Lily and her older brother Thomas and their grandpa had been out in the market square of Ashbury selling everyday goods, such as screwdrivers and candle holders, home necessities that most people needed, when Bane Draken and his goons showed up. Lily's grandpa had finished up the sale he was in the middle of, and then all the villagers of Ashbury left, sensing that trouble was brewing. Lily hadn't been sure why. Her grandpa had been giving Bane Draken and his men a reduced price on everything. Most things they sold to Bane Draken, they were barely breaking even, if making a profit at all. The little girl couldn't see why trouble would be brewing, especially since they were already in trouble. Bane Draken was slowly spiraling them into bankruptcy. And yet, in retrospect, the villagers of Ashbury had been right. Trouble had been brewing. Lily couldn't explain it at the time, but perhaps the villagers had just picked up on a feeling when Bane Draken had shown up at their cart that morning. A sense that there was evil in the air. An understanding that perhaps Lily in her years as a child had yet to fully understand until then, that evil didn't need to follow a rhyme, reason, or logic of any kind. It could just be. Festering in the mind someone who held power over somebody else. Bane Draken was one such person. He held power over Lily and her family. Their lives were gripped by the power of Bane and these travelers who seemed to shirk the heroic qualities showcased by so many of their more famous colleagues throughout the years. These men weren't saviors. They were bandits. Despite this, Lily's grandfather still showed these bad men kindness and respect. "How can I help you today, Bane?" he had asked with a friendly smile. Bane only snickered as a group of his men surrounded the cart. Bane had said out loud with an air of performance. "Let me think." Lily remembered grimacing at the time. The man was clearly toying with them, torturing scared mice who were backed into a corner. You know, today I feel like taking your entire cart. Bane snickered. It's all mine now. Lily's grandfather frowned. What do you mean? I thought we already had an arrangement. You're getting the best deals in the entire village. But here's the thing about deals, said Bane. You're always looking for a better one, and I think I found one. Today's deal is, all your stuff now belongs to me. Bane and the goons snickered as they took in the horror on the faces of Lily and her family. But, said Lily's grandfather, you can't do this. I can't, said Bane, smiling even more now. What are you going to do about it? Bane gestured to one of his goons who went up to Lily's grandfather and whacked him in the head with a big club. Lily's grandfather fell to the ground in pain and agony. Remind me what I can't do again? Bane snickered. I can do whatever I like. I can take these 2 grandchildren of yours and sell them off as slaves if I wanted. You know, I'll probably do that. Your cart and your grandkids are now mine. Lily's grandfather shook on the ground in pain and agony, tears rushing down his eyes. Lily looked on with horror. Her grandfather had been such a strong and wonderfully kind man. She hated to see him like this, beaten up and humiliated. It wasn't right. She clenched her fists, ready to fight these guys, when her grandfather turned his head to look at her. Blood was leaking out his nose and down his mouth. His face was wet with tears. Lily's own eyes were beginning to fill with tears. She didn't like what was happening. She wanted it to stop. She wanted her and her family to be safe and happy. She wanted these bad men to leave her alone. Thomas! Lily! Gasped the old man, shaking on the ground. Run! Thomas then clutched Lily's hand, and within seconds they were sprinting off down the streets away from the bad men. Get back here, you little runts! Shouted the bandits. Lily pushed forward behind her brother. Don't look back, shouted Thomas. Just keep going. They rushed down a side street, then another. Shouts and clambering footsteps echoed behind them. Lily could see Thomas was looking for a hiding spot. They weren't going to be able to outrun these bandits. They were older, with longer legs, and had access to horses. They wouldn't get far in a normal chase. Their only hope was outsmarting them, and the best way to do that was to hide. They needed a moment to get their bearings and catch their breath. Lily remembered there was a little alcove beneath the butcher shop where they might be able to hide, and that looked to be where Thomas was taking them. Yet, when they turned a corner to where the butcher shop was, there were 2 of Bane's men there, already waiting for them. Lily and Thomas stopped dead in their tracks. They quickly turned around in a panic to keep running, only to come face to face with more of Bane's men. Gotcha! They all snickered. Thomas tried to fight them and protect Lily, but they were snatched in the clutches of the men within seconds. 5 minutes later, they were thrown into a heap with their injured grandfather back where all this mess had begun. Forget selling these kids into slavery, laughed Bane. I want to be rid of them. They're annoying. I'll enjoy watching the old man suffer, though. Which one should we kill first? The little boy or the little girl? Bane snickered as he looked from Thomas to Lily, clearly savoring the fear and sadness in their eyes. Screw you, shouted Thomas. Leave my sister and Grandpa alone. Bane looked to the other bandits, and they all began to laugh heartily. I guess the choice has been made, laughed Bane. Let's kill the little girl to show this weakling how powerless he really is. Lily squirmed and tried to run, but she was already trapped in the clutches of one of the bandits who had captured her. Bring her to me, hissed Bane. Despite fighting the man who held onto her, Lily couldn't escape, and soon she was standing right beneath the looming figure of Bane Draken. Lily felt her vision begin to fade as tears filled her eyes. The man in front of her didn't seem to care. He materialized a dagger in his hand. Oh, no need to cry, little one, said Bane, lifting up his dagger. It will soon be all over for... The sound of glass smashing on the ground interrupted Bane's executioner's speech, breaking the otherwise deathly silence of the market square. What's that? Bane asked, no longer snickering but clearly irritated and annoyed. One of his men walked over to the smashed glass that had appeared out of nowhere. The bandit looked confused. "It's a puddle of blood?" Another sound of glass smashing echoed elsewhere, and everyone turned their heads. Then elsewhere, and then again. "Who's doing this?" shouted Bane. "Show yourself." Suddenly, at the original puddle of blood, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Bane's eyes widened. It was the shaggy, black-haired traveler boy they had seen a few days ago. After appearing out of nowhere, the boy wasted no time materializing his large blade and decapitating one of Bane's men in front of all of them. The bandit's headless neck spurted out blood in every direction while the man's severed head flopped onto the floor, staring out at the world both upside down and lifelessly. "Stop him!" The group of rogue traveler bandits rushed towards the boy, and when they all got in range of hitting him, he disappeared. Where the heck did he go? The boy appeared right behind them all in another puddle of blood. He stretched out his hands and triggered another one of his abilities. Suddenly, the puddle of blood the group of bandits had all ran towards erupted with magical flames, roasting them all alive. More bandits streamed in across the market square. They chased after the boy, but he disappeared again when they caught up with him. Then, out of nowhere, the boy was behind them, stabbing them in the stomach. One bandit turned around to fight, only to find his throat dribbling with blood and his vision going black. An axe-wielding bandit swung right at the boy, only for the boy to disappear again just as the axe met the ground. Less than a second later, the boy had reappeared right behind the axe-wielder and sliced the man into two halves. "He teleports to the blood!" shouted a bandit who had figured out the source of the boy's incredible power. While the observation may have been helpful earlier, it was now totally futile. The entire market square was covered in blood. 52, Bane looked on with horror. Most of his men lay dead on the ground, horrifically mutilated by the blade of the black-haired swordsman. What kind of class does this kid have? Bane thought as he looked on with horror. This was no normal class. It had to have been rare or higher, maybe even mythic rarity. Bane couldn't make heads or tails of the boy's class and his assortment of powers. How could the boy create fireballs and teleport, and then also wield his blade with such incredible strength and devastation? It didn't make any sense. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Bane recognized there was only one thing left for him to do: run. He ran towards the nearest side road, only to find a dead end. Before he could even turn around, his back froze. He could hear footsteps behind him. "Please," Bane begged, tears rolling down his eyes. "Please, forgive me." A sharp pain ripped through Bane's back, and suddenly half a sword poked through his stomach and chest. "I cannot forgive those who relish in the pain caused by their own heinous crimes," said the boy, ripping out the blade from the rogue traveler's stomach. Such were the last words Bane Draken ever heard. Sam caught his breath, standing over Bane Draken's corpse. The young traveler knew he had reached a new level of power now that his Death Lord class had reached apprentice tier. Unlike most travelers, who at apprentice tier would have 2 powerful abilities at their disposal, Sam had 4. His newest ability was called Blood Teleport. He looked it over on his stat page. Sam class, Blood Knight, super rare, rank, apprentice tier. Abilities, Pain Ring, novice tier, level 2. Mark part of the battlefield as yours. Within that circle, the more you are hurt, the more powerful your attacks. Battle awareness also now increases as you take more damage. Hurting Hook, apprentice tier, level 1. Shoot a straight hook rope that if it hits an enemy, it pulls them back closer towards you. Class, Death Lord, legendary, rank, apprentice tier. Abilities, Blood Flame, novice tier, level 3. Morph all spilled blood in a nearby radius into a powerful magical fire. Can also create blood flame projectiles in hand from spilled blood. Can now conjure blood flame sword from spilled blood. Blood Teleport, apprentice tier, level 1. Teleport to and from spilt blood on the battlefield. Strength, 32.5. Agility, 31.2. Endurance, 31.9. Magic affinity, 32.3. Skill quests. Pain Ring, level 3. Destroy 3,000 monsters with the aid of battle awareness. 1,200/3,000. Blood Flame, level 4. Gain mastery with your Blood Flame sword. Hurting Hook, level 2. Gain mastery over your new Hurting Hook. Blood Teleport, level 2. Gain mastery over Blood Teleport. He grinned. Sam was pleased with his progress. Sam stayed in Ashbury another few days. He helped the villagers clean up the place after all the destruction he had caused. He lent his extra healing potions and first aid supplies to help aid the old merchant man who had been the most grievously injured by Bane Draken and his goons. It took him a couple of days, but the old man was getting better, and everyone believed he would make a full recovery. Sam had also passed on a note to a passing traveler scout to head back to Resfall and let them know what had happened there straight away. Sam didn't want Ashbury to come under any scrutiny or trouble for what had happened with the group of evil rogue travelers. But once Ashbury looked to be returning to the peaceful and happy town it once was, Sam knew he had to leave and return home to Resfall. After a lovely dinner and feast held by the innkeeper, the following morning Sam set off on his horse to return to the Travelers' Guild. He had only made it a few meters from the edge of town when from behind him the entire village shouted, "Thank you!" Sam turned around and smiled. "Don't worry about it, just doing my job." The young boy and girl, Lily and Thomas, waved at him with gleaming smiles of joy. "Thanks for saving my grandpa," shouted Lily. "I want to be just like you when I grow up," shouted the boy. Sam smiled and waved. He continued to think about the boy's words for a good few minutes after as he traveled away from the village. "I want to be just like you when I grow up." Kid, Sam couldn't help but think. If I succeed at my overall mission, you won't have to be. And that was a gift Sam hoped he could deliver one day in the future. 53. Almost a week later, Sam strolled back into Resfall on a cold falls-time evening. The cobblestones were wet from rain earlier that day, but the cloudy, miserable afternoon had turned into a clear night, with the stars and moon shining overhead. The city was abuzz with activity. Kids were running through the streets dressed as little devils, ghosts, and witches. They ran door to door, presenting open pillowcases for their elderly neighbors to deposit candy in. Pubs were filled with costumed revelers merry on wine and celebration. Sam was pleased to see he had made it back to Resfall for the evening of Hallow's haunting. It took him some extra time to navigate his horse through the crowded streets, but he eventually got back to the Resfall Travelers' Guild Hall. From the outside, he could see through the windows his fellow travelers dressed up in costume, the entire guild hall awash in candlelight. He went through a side entrance where he could enter the courtyard without having to disrupt the party with an exhausted and potentially grumpy horse. After returning his horse to the stable, he caught sight of Olivia and her squad drinking outside. Sam blushed, trying to contain his smile at the trio and the costume they had finally ended up going as. Olivia was wearing a straw hat and overalls and holding a rake, clearly dressed as a happy farmer. Meanwhile, Curtis and Brock were both dressed up as sheep. "What?" barked Brock. "You two," chuckled Sam, "look ridiculous." "It was either this or the three dum-dums," sighed Curtis. "Bah." "The things I do for love, eh?" said Brock. Olivia took her farmer's hat off her head and placed it on Sam. "There you go," she smiled. "You now have a costume. Go on in, everybody's waiting for you. We were worried you weren't going to make it." Sam thanked Olivia and left the trio to their drinks and went inside to see if he could find his friends. The guild was heaving with people. There were people dressed up as cute cats and bumblebees, while others were wearing incredibly detailed and gory masks that looked like a severed wolf's head. The chaotic mosaic of different costume styles was enough to cause disconcerting feelings of whiplash. As he searched for his friends, he noticed one couple dressed up as Cleodel and Abelmus, the most famous tragic couple in Westrian history. And soon after that, he noticed another couple dressed as the legendary orc fighting duo, Sharanaj and Aisha. Sam couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these costumes and feel sorry for Curtis and Brock, seeing their good costume ideas go to waste while they had to dress up as sheep. There he is. Sam looked over his shoulder and saw his friend, Clara. Clara was wearing a skin-tight black jumpsuit with a black cape billowing behind her. She had put white makeup on to make her skin look pale and was grinning with sharp, fake vampire teeth. "Do you like my costume?" "You don't look very scary," mused Sam. "That's not the point," Clara smirked. "Besides, maybe there's someone we both know who scares easily and whom I don't want my costume to terrify." Sam laughed at that. "Where's Toby anyway?" "I'm not sure," said Clara, looking around. "He went to get us some drinks. Oh, there he is." Moving through a throng of people in the dining hall turned dance floor, Sam noticed a boy dressed up in a flurry of wrapped white bandages, which included his entire face. "So he went as a mummy this year, huh?" Sam smiled at the boy, pleased to see Toby was keeping up his tradition of wearing costumes that blinded him from people dressed as scary monsters. "I mean, how can you even see in that thing?" asked Sam. Toby's entirely bandaged face sighed in front of him. "Clara made me create little pinholes so I can see. On a practical level, it makes sense. I couldn't walk otherwise. But in terms of achieving the costume's original intention of blinding me from terrifying creatures in the night, the pinholes render my costume slightly less effective." "Oh, please," said Clara, rolling her eyes and taking one of the drinks Toby brought and taking a sip. "By the way, did you see Brock and Curtis?" Sam grinned. "That was one costume I was not afraid of," Toby chimed in. They all laughed. "If you thought their costume was funny," said Clara, leaning in mischievously to Toby and Sam, "check out the Guildmaster." Sam then peered across the room and saw Guildmaster Redfield dressed in a giant pumpkin suit with orange makeup on his face. That is outrageous, Sam thought, admiring the Guildmaster's ability to let loose from his image as one of the most powerful travelers in all of Westria and simply be silly for a night. But then Sam noticed something odd. Standing right beside the Guildmaster was someone he was not expecting. Mildred Cross, the handmaiden to the Queen. What's she doing here, Sam wondered. She wouldn't leave the Queen unprotected like this. That was when Sam heard a voice make a performative coughing gesture. Oh no. Sam turned around and saw a very beautiful girl dressed in a sparkly green tank top, short skirt, and fake fairy wings behind her. The top of her face was covered by an elegant, sparkly green theater mask, but Sam recognized the gorgeous blue eyes and long, flowing blonde hair anywhere. "I must say," said the Queen, "you're a far better traveler than you are costume dresser-upper." Sam balked. "Costume dresser-upper? Is that even a word?" "You know what I mean," huffed the Queen. "Well," sighed Sam, "I'll have you know I only just got in from a mission, so I didn't have time to dress up. That said, you look very nice." The girl was taken aback and blushed. Whatever moment Sam and the Queen were having was then interrupted by Toby. "Sam, I need to talk to you." "I'll, see you later," said Sam to Queen Alice, and then hurried off. Toby dragged Sam to the corner of the room and said, "Guess what Clara got for my birthday?" Sam raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten about Clara's dilemma earlier in the month, curious to hear what she ended up getting him. "She got me this awesome history of magic across Westria," said Toby. "Very fascinating to read about the differences and similarities between old magic and new magic. Clara really gets me, huh?" Toby's blissful thought quickly disappeared and changed to panic. "But Sam, tell me the truth. What do you think the present means?" Queen Alice Grace stood with Sam's friend, Clara, who she didn't know very well. Alice turned to the girl dressed as a vampire and said, "Don't you think it's a little rude that Sam just left in the middle of our conversation?" Clara grinned and then said, So what's going on between you two? I mean, if you don't mind me asking, Your Highness. Alice blushed. Okay, first of all, just call me Alice. Save the Your Highness stuff for big important political dinners or whatever. As for your question, I don't know. Have you ever known someone who you found incredibly annoying, and yet for some inexplicable reason you can't stop thinking about them? Toby screamed at the sight of a little boy dressed as a mouse, clearly thinking the boy was actually a gigantic mouse. Yes, I can very much relate to that, muttered Clara, watching Toby unimpressed. Any advice? Asked Alice, blushing. I'm really out of my depth here. Clara thought for a moment and then smiled as she looked at Toby, who was futilely trying to convince the others around him that he hadn't cried a little bit at the sight of the mouse boy, but rather had conjured his water magic on purpose to appear as if he had. I think you need to just think a bit more simply. You find Sam annoying, yes, but you can't stop thinking about him.
Maybe you should just try to get to know him better. Right now, you guys are, what, colleagues, kind of? Maybe you should try being friends. Friends, huh? Said Alice. I'll have to think on that. I've never really had many friends. There's Mildred, but she doesn't count, I guess. Well, you have at least one friend, Clara smiled. Who? Me, you dummy, laughed Clara. I mean, Your Highness, no, I mean Alice. The two newly official friends shared their first official laugh together. An hour later, Sam found himself standing on his own with a glass of pumpkin punch. The whole guild was now in the dining hall, dancing some strange dance a very drunk Olivia had made up called the Monster Boogie. People were laughing and giggling as they all danced together. Sam smiled and relished in the good times he was having, but there was an undercurrent of melancholy in his thoughts about being here with his friends. He knew that tomorrow would mark the first day of the month of Novriel, meaning the secret gate affair was fast approaching. Sam looked around at all the cakes and drinks and luxuries available to them all here in the Travelers Guild. It made him think about how far they had all come when only a year ago on this exact same holiday they had to perform a heist on a noble household just to eat. Sam smiled. This was a life worth preserving, a life worth saving and protecting. He grinned and drank another sip of pumpkin punch while enjoying the happy company of all of his friends. 54. A few days later, Queen Alice Grace stood in her throne room in front of a long line of attendants who had come to visit her and petition for royal assistance. There was a nobleman in front of her, demanding that his land, which consisted of hundreds of acres, be extended 5 meters extra to include a creek that belonged to another noble that the man had a vendetta against. As you can see, Your Highness, said Lord Odo Bumblefumble, this is a grave issue that affects everyone in Volsungar and needs to be attended to at once. Alice was trying her hardest to not smack Lord Odo Bumblefumble in the face for his ludicrous request. Her favorite part about being queen was helping those in need and trying to truly make Volsungar a better nation for everyone who resided within it. Her least favorite part was being called upon to be referee between the squabbles of spoiled nobles. Still, it wasn't something she could completely ignore, as many of the nobles employed whole villages and farms across the land, and so upsetting them could lead to a trickle-down effect that left innocent people in the lurch. Not to mention that many of these nobles had their own private armies that included mercenary travelers, and getting into a feud with them would be a messy and unpleasant affair. Alice had no doubt that her army and the travelers of the Travelers Guild would have no trouble squashing any kind of uprising, but even still, she didn't want things to come to that. So here she was, pretending that she cared about Lord Odo Bumblefumble's property dispute. So, what should we do about this mess? It's not fair that Earl Fitzy Foppleplop gets to enjoy the wonders of that creek, while I must watch with envy nearby. Alice sighed and looked to the window in the corner of her eye. It was a gray, overcast day. The weather was getting colder now that it was Novriel, and they were heading towards winter. Her eyes narrowed as she noticed something in the distance. "Hello!"
bellowed Lord Odo Bumblefumble. "Do you even hear me, Your Highness?" And in that moment, Alice could barely hear the flustered nobleman. Her attention was drawn beyond the windows of her throne room out into the center of the city, above the rooftops and chimneys of the homes of so many of Restfall's citizens. An orb of light appeared in the center of the sky. It started as a mere speck, but it was rapidly growing bigger. Then all of a sudden, a huge explosion of light and power shone forth. The Queen's eyes widened with shock. "What the?" Across the city, a mere 5 minutes earlier, 2 men stood on the rooftop of the Alchemy Museum, holding up binoculars to observe a rare sighting of a unique urban bird known as the chirpy finch. Behind them was their first group of students who had joined their first-ever birdwatching workshop. The group mostly included elderly retirees and one young and lonely, unemployed man who had nothing to do that morning. "There it is, everyone," said the instructor in a hushed voice. "The wondrous chirpy finch. Now remember, as eager and keen as you may be to feast your eyes on such a beautiful bird, you must exercise patience. Lift your binoculars slowly. Keep your movements calm. Otherwise, you threaten to frighten the delicate chirpy finch and send it flying off, potentially never to be seen again. I lift my binoculars too quickly one time and I never hear the end of it," murmured the second instructor. "Do not conduct yourself like our assistant instructor," said the main teacher. "The chirpy finch is also sensitive to grumpiness and resentment." The students all nodded their heads, and one especially keen student was even writing everything the teacher said down on a notepad verbatim. The main instructor looked through the lens of his binoculars with bated breath. Not only was he truly excited to witness the chirpy finch in its natural habitat, but he was also very nervous and concerned for his students. He wanted them to feel the majesty of birdwatching, and, as this was the very first workshop he had ever run, the last thing he wanted was for things to go awry. Through the lens of his binoculars, he caught sight of the chirpy finch in the distance, but only for half a second. The bird suddenly fluttered away as the birdwatcher and his entire class was thrown backwards by an explosive force. The instructor's head knocked back against the balcony's roof doorway. As pain throbbed in the back of his head, he looked around to make sure his students were all right. "What the heck was that?" "Look," said a few students who were quick to recover from the disorientation from the explosive blast. For a foolish heartbeat of a second, the instructor thought the chirpy finch might still be in view, but his eyes showed him the truth straight away. In the center of Restfall, a giant glowing portal had formed. A massive, irregular dungeon gate had formed right in the middle of the city. The streets of Restfall were suddenly overrun with panicked, fleeing citizens. "To the gates!" cried multiple men and women who were sprinting towards the city's exit. "It's the end times!" cried a shaggy, cloaked beggar, ringing a bell to sound the alarm. "Money doesn't matter anymore, so please spare some for those in need." Men, women, and children all rushed forward, trampling over each other to escape, all while the large and brightly colored dungeon gate loomed over all of them like a watchful demonic eye. Felix Firepunch and Dangerous Darren stood together in the middle of the street, caught between the onslaught of the panicked stampede of citizens. "Everyone calm down," they shouted, but were fully ignored. Now is not the time to panic. The two champions of Restfall's illegal underground boxing ring looked to each other and shared one of their moments of telepathic best friendship. They threw their fists in the air and shouted, "Dangerous Fire Brigade, assemble!" Young children appeared on the rooftops of the streets where everyone was squeezing and running away. "Don't be afraid," shouted the kids. "Here, have a peanut." Adding to the chaos of the morning, the streets were now not only packed with citizens terrified for their lives, but suddenly and inexplicably, peanuts began to rain down on all of Restfall. Sam stood on a rooftop, his black hair drifting in the breeze. He stared calmly at the large turquoise-colored dungeon gate that had appeared in the center of Restfall. Screams echoed across the city like a howling wind. It had only been a few months since Clarence Erdstrom and the Spectral Church had attempted to destroy the city via a massive artificial dungeon gate in the center of the city. Obviously, something like this would cause widespread panic, especially with the city already so recently traumatized and on edge. It wasn't as if dungeon gates hadn't formed in the city before, but they were normally much smaller and taken care of right away. No one, not many even in the Travelers Guild, would have witnessed a dungeon gate like this before. But that wasn't the case for Sam. He was well aware of what he was looking at from across the city. And so it begins, he thought. The secret gate affair. 55 Edgar Redfield had been waiting all morning for something to happen. He had done 3 laps across the circumference of the city with 2 assistants and 2 messenger runners behind him. "What is the point of this exercise, Guildmaster?" asked one of his assistants as they began their 4th lap of the city. They had spent hours since the early morning traversing the city and its different neighborhoods. Edgar's answer to the question was an incomprehensible grumble. He hated being in the dark. He was not a fan of surprises. He even punished Olivia Reeves and her squad once for trying to host a surprise party for him. Some people liked surprises. Well, Edgar Redfield hated those people too. He couldn't see what was appealing about surprises, or that some people even took joy in the shock of something unexpected happening. It was sheer madness to his mind. But he wasn't 100% in the dark that morning. His young traveler colleague and one of the most promising up-and-coming members of the guild, Sam, had informed him a few days back that a momentous and dangerous event near the scale of the attempted assassination of Alice Grace was fast approaching. Edgar had demanded to know more, and the boy refused. He wasn't really sure why Sam was being so coy, but the strange and sometimes cryptic boy normally had his reasons. Still, the apprentice-tier traveler had left him in a precarious and unenviable position. It was maybe even worse than a surprise. Edgar knew something was coming, but not enough to prepare for it. It was still a surprise then, except it felt like this particular surprise was taunting him. The guildmaster had done everything he could to mitigate this. He had ordered every member of the guild to be awake at 6 in the morning and to not leave the city on any missions that day. On top of that, Redfield was doing his laps to observe any wrongdoing with assistants and messengers ready to get the word out if he needed it. He thought he had been prepared, and then a dungeon gate appeared, the color and sheer size of which Edgar had never witnessed in all his years as a traveler. What the heck am I looking at? Edgar didn't dwell on that question for long. "Call on all travelers," he yelled to his assistants. "Protect the innocent and cordon off the square. I want a handle on this pronto, got it?" The assistants all nodded and ran off in different directions to get the message out. Edgar then conjured powerful pink spirit druid mana all around his body and leaped up to a rooftop and headed in the direction of the powerful dungeon gate that had appeared at the center of the city. 30 minutes later, the entire market square where the turquoise dungeon gate had appeared had been cordoned off and guarded by travelers, standing proudly with their blue cloaks at all the different entranceways to the square. Redfield had ordered guards and travelers to take up posts all across the city. He had guards by the gates offering food and shelter. However, he let it be known that the Travelers Guild had it covered, and there was nothing to be afraid of. With the full force of the guild on display and the fact that after an hour no monsters or anything deadly had come out of the turquoise gate, many citizens ended up returning to their homes or continuing about their day. A big majority of them even came to the fringes of the market square to see what the Travelers Guild was going to do next. It all was going as Sam had expected. He had purposefully not explained much to the guildmaster because he didn't want to add any more variables to the day than already existed. The fact that Clarence Erdstrom wasn't ruling over Resfall was a significant difference, and Sam wondered whether or not that would greatly affect the outcome of the day. What if Grendel Blackheart didn't even show up? What if some worse rogue traveler entered the gate and gained all the power and riches it offered inside? These were all concerns to be mindful of. With every success he had in this new timeline, his mastery and control over historical events got worse and worse. Sam nodded his head at the travelers guarding the square as he walked through and headed towards the tent headquarters that had been set up. He strode into the tent headquarters to find the guildmaster and other high-ranking travelers standing around a black board where they looked to be drawing out a raid strategy. "Good, you're here," said Redfield as Sam approached the table. Olivia Reeves was there along with a few other 3-star Adept-tier travelers. They all looked at Sam, aghast to see a mere 1-star apprentice-tier traveler welcomed so confidently by the guildmaster at what was an incredibly important and crucial strategy meeting. Are we sure we want such a young recruit at this meeting?" said one of the older travelers. "Does the boy who defeated Clarence Erdstrom really need to defend his presence at this table?" barked Edgar. "I'll have you know it was on his intel that we were even remotely prepared for today." "I agree with the guildmaster," said Olivia, crossing her arms and grinning at Sam. "Good, that's settled," said the guildmaster. "Anyone who objects can leave." The older travelers looked a bit irritated but kept quiet. Sam smirked at those who had been put in their place by the guildmaster. "Care to share any information now that the big surprise has been revealed?" asked the guildmaster. Sam nodded his head. "Here's the thing with the Turquoise Gate. It's men and women in black cloaks all moved through the city of Resfall. Some of them working together, many were not. No matter where they were, no matter what corner of the city they currently were in, they were all moving in the same direction, towards the Turquoise Gate. The most common thing amongst all of these individuals was one thing. They were travelers, but they didn't wear blue cloaks. They were mercenaries. They were rogue travelers. They were powerful men and women who fought and explored dungeon worlds for themselves, mostly for treasure, for riches, for power. One of these travelers went by the name of Grendel Blackheart. The man strode through the streets of Resfall, his powerful presence felt by all whom he passed. As a lord of one of Volsunger's western outer provinces, he had traveled a long way to get here. About a week back, he had cleared a dungeon gate with his team when a special chest containing an envelope had appeared. It had told him to come to Resfall at today's date and time to find a powerful new irregular gate known as a challenge gate. Given the nature of the term challenge gate, Grendel had presumed that the gate would be a competition of sorts, and that others beyond him would have received such envelopes as well, which made him all the angrier to see all the blue cloaks of the Resfall Travelers Guild floating around the city, cordoning everything off and offering security. The sight of it all made him sick. The strong are meant to fend for themselves, Grendel Blackheart thought, not protect the weak. He pushed through weakling citizens as he got closer to the square where the turquoise dungeon gate had formed. "Excuse me," said one of the travelers guarding the entrance. "You cannot pass." Grendel removed his black hood, revealing his long silver hair and pale face. He scowled at the lowly traveler. "Do you know who I am?" said Grendel. "I am Grendel Blackheart, lord and ruler of Gladehaven on the western fringes of Volsunger. I am a noble, and I demand to speak with whoever is in charge here." The traveler guard gulped. "We've been instructed to not let anyone through." Grendel materialized a long, deadly silver blade and held it up against the guard's throat. "Really?" said Grendel. "Is that so?" Sam walked through Guildmaster Redfield and the others on the most important details of the turquoise dungeon gate. "It's an irregular gate," Sam explained. "The turquoise indicates that it's a special type of irregular gate known as a challenge gate. Those who enter it face a series of challenges, and whoever survives comes out all the more powerful." Some details Sam chose to keep to himself. Upon entering a challenge gate was normally a waiting area where eventually another gate would appear that would take people to one of the challenges. It was because of this gate within a gate structure that today's event had been dubbed the Secret Gate Affair in Sam's previous timeline. But he didn't want anyone in this room to know. They didn't need to, as he needed to convince them not to come in. "I propose we form a team of our best and take on the challenges for ourselves and clear this gate before it causes any more damage to the city and the civilians," said Olivia. The older travelers all seemed to agree and turned to Redfield to see what he thought. The guildmaster opened his mouth to speak, but before anything came out, a young traveler rushed to the entrance of the tent, his face pale with concern. "Rogue travelers and mercenaries are demanding entrance to the gate," gasped the boy. "They're showing envelopes with invitations. They're threatening to fight their way through if we don't let them." Redfield stood up and banged his fist on the strategy table. "That's outrageous," he shouted. "I'll fight and slay any rogue traveler who wants to put our city and nation in jeopardy for their petty and selfish ends." The guildmaster strode towards the exit, ready to crush all the rogue travelers with his bare hands. "May I offer an alternative solution?" Sam said. Redfield paused. "This better be good, Mr. Surprise," he said between gritted teeth. Sam crossed his arms and said, "First off, I don't agree with sending a team into the challenge gate. The challenges are all done individually, so any amazing team we sent in would actually be competing against themselves. Worse, there can only be one winner inside the gate. That means that everyone but the winner who enters." The group of travelers all looked at Sam with horror as he finished his sentence. "Dies." A heavy silence descended on the strategy tent. "I hate to interrupt, but the mercenaries outside, they're getting antsy," gulped the boy, who had alerted them about the situation outside the tent. "So what do you propose, huh?" asked Redfield. "Let the rogue travelers through," said Sam. "We'd be doing ourselves a favor. They'll all die in there, ridding Westria of some of the worst criminals and rogue travelers the world has ever known. The best thing is, they'd be killing each other. We wouldn't even have their blood on our hands." The other travelers nodded, half accepting Sam's proposal, but he could tell there was still some misgivings in the group. One person eventually spoke up. "Okay, sure. We get rid of a lot of rogue travelers in one fell swoop. Great. But what about the one murderous psychopath that ends up surviving the gate and coming out all the stronger? What do we do about them?" "That won't happen, I promise," said Sam. "And how can you be so sure?" Sam cracked a grin and then said, "Because I'll be competing, and I plan to win." The entire strategy tent looked at Sam, aghast. Some of the older, more senior travelers' eyes widened at the sheer audacity of what Sam had declared. Sam ignored them. He didn't care about their opinion. They weren't the ones making the final order. He turned to Redfield to see what he thought. The older man shook his head. "You're crazy, kid, you know that?" Sam looked at the man intensely. "From what I can see, my strategy is the best way forward. Do you really disagree?" The two men looked at each other for a long moment, and finally Redfield gave a defeated sigh. "All right," he said. "We're doing what the kid proposes. Let the rogue travelers through." Sam watched as the blue-cloaked travelers stepped aside and let the mercenary and rogue travelers through the cordoned-off area of the market square. The black-cloaked mercenaries and rogues flooded through and entered the turquoise gate with zero hesitation. Greed was both a powerful motivator and balm against fear. "Fools," Sam thought. "You're all walking into your deaths." Sam was fine with it. He didn't recognize everyone entering the irregular gate, but some of the men and women he did recognize were famous serial killers, torturers, and incredibly bad people from his previous timeline. This had been his big concern about the large divergence between his previous timeline and this one, namely that Clarence Erdstrom hadn't succeeded in his coup, and therefore many of Volsumgar's most evil travelers were still keeping to the shadows, keeping their identities hidden. Sam hadn't been sure whether the promises of riches and power that the turquoise gate represented would be enough to compel the many rogue travelers who had entered in his previous timeline to do so in this new one. They were risking a lot more in this timeline than they had in the previous timeline, where Clarence had given all rogue travelers a free pass to pursue whatever nefarious deeds they wanted. Which was why Sam was glad to see these evil people's greed and hunger for power was enough to draw them out, even in this new timeline. "Looks like everything is going according to plan." Sam grinned. The market square grew quiet and empty again after the large group of rogue travelers had entered the gate. There was only one last thing to do. Sam turned to Redfield and his traveler colleagues and nodded his head. Sam turned around and entered the turquoise gate. He was the last traveler to enter. Edgar Redfield watched the young traveler Sam walk fearlessly into the turquoise dungeon gate, entering it without a shred of fear or hesitation. The boy took a step into the gate and was engulfed by it within half a second, disappearing in a blip. "I'm impressed with your confidence in him," said Olivia Reeves, standing beside Redfield, watching what he had just witnessed. He couldn't always explain it, but there was something about Sam that made him different from your average apprentice-tier traveler. Many travelers who made it to such a tier normally didn't make it much higher than that. By the time most travelers reached that point, they were too overcome by trauma and fear to truly push further in their development as a traveler. They plateaued. It took a hardening, a numbing of oneself, to push through into journeyman tier and above, to take in the truly frightening things that existed within the more challenging dungeon gates that awaited you at that level. Such challenges changed you, changed the way you looked around and acted in the world. Redfield saw such things in Sam already. The way he carried himself, his confidence, his strength. Redfield didn't know why, but he understood that the boy was wise beyond his years. He smiled and crossed his arms, looking at the empty space where Sam had been. "I have every confidence in Sam," he said. Just as Redfield had uttered those words, the turquoise gate looming over all of them suddenly flickered and disappeared. All the citizens huddling at the entranceways of the market square gasped with shock. The travelers all looked surprised as well. What's happening now? Suddenly, the turquoise energy of the gate reappeared, but no longer in the shape of a portal. All across the square were 4 turquoise squares hovering in the air. They were screens of some kind. They were showing people in a strange, purple landscape. "Who's that?" someone asked. Redfield was the first person to pick up on what they were watching in the screens above. He had never seen anything like this before. They were witnessing what was happening on the inside of the irregular gate. The world on the other side of the dungeon gate was a grim world of black dirt and purple sky, with the spark of deadly lightning far off in the distance. Sam stepped through the portal and saw the rogue travelers and mercenaries all standing around nearby. Some were huddled up, clearly conspiring with one another, while others stayed apart, keeping their distance. The men and women were all brutish figures with scars on their faces and hatred in their eyes. They all dressed in a familiar ramshackle style. A sword from a warrior they had slain, boots stolen from a poor merchant they had threatened to kill, an armored chest piece that hung from the wall of a noble they had assassinated, and on it went. They were dressed in a collage of all the other travelers and people they had harmed and killed. These were bad people who had seen bad things and had done bad things, and would keep doing so, all in service of their own selfish ambitions and goals. All the rogue travelers turned and sneered at Sam as he took his first step forward into the dungeon world of the Challenge Gate. "Are you all the precious Travelers Guild is sending in here?" asked one large warrior with an eye patch. Sam didn't recognize the man who spoke, meaning he probably wasn't going to be alive for that much longer, based on his knowledge of history from his previous timeline. All the other rogue travelers nodded their heads at the man's question, though. They were all thinking the same thing. Someone else spoke up. "I can't believe it," said the mercenary. "Is the Travelers Guild really going to let us have the spoils for ourselves?" Sam smirked and stared down the group of deadly men. "Do you really underestimate me that much?" The group of rogue travelers all blinked with shock at Sam's question before breaking out into a hearty laugh. The rogue travelers' arrogant mirth was quickly cut short by a message prompt that appeared in all of their retinas, including Sam's. "Welcome to the Challenge Gate. Challenge 1. Survive the monster wave." A sense of tension rippled through the group of rogue travelers as they all frantically looked around, preparing for monsters to suddenly appear. "You fools," Sam thought as he shook his head, thinking about how they had all just so recently been laughing at him. "You're all about to die." 57. Sam scanned the ground quickly to see if he could make out Grendel Blackheart. He looked across the stern faces of the rogue mercenaries, all preparing for a big battle ahead of them. "Where are you, Grendel?" Sam could potentially kill Grendel in this first round and prevent him from ever acquiring the demonic rune blade and stop his significant contribution to the genocidal slaughter of the elves in just over a year's time. Sam could complete his mission before the Challenge Gate even properly got started. That was, if he could find Grendel. but the notorious traveler was nowhere to be seen. Sam figured he must be at one of the farther ends of the pack of rogue travelers then, which probably made sense, as Grendel had been one of the first travelers to enter the turquoise gate in the first place. Sam briefly considered whether it was worth searching through the crowd, but then the wave of monsters suddenly appeared all around them. Goblins, chimeras, drakes, minotaurs, and more all burst into existence. The wave of monsters not only appeared surrounding the entire group of travelers, but were also sprinkled between the huddled masses of warriors, mages, rangers, and more. The first trial of the challenge gate had finally begun. 4 blue goblins screamed with rage and rushed towards Sam. Sam materialized his berserker sword in one hand and his fiery flame sword in the other and held them tightly in his grip. He triggered Pain Ring, and a crimson light shot out from Sam and created a large circle around him, marking the ability's radius. One blue goblin rushed ahead and leaped in the air, pulling its arm back, ready to stab Sam right in the skull upon impact. The blue goblin screamed its gibberish battle cry as it descended upon its opponent. Sam wasn't impressed with this simple attack strategy. There were kids in Resfall that had more cunning and wits than this, but Sam knew this was only the start of the first trial. The monster wave would spawn more difficult beasts and creatures over time, the longer it went on. This was only the beginning. Sam raised his berserker sword above his head to stop the attack. The blue goblin's dagger clinked against Sam's massive blade. Sam had blocked the attack with complete success. The blue goblin had now lost all of its momentum, slumping backwards in the air. The monster's fall was broken by Sam's fiery flame sword ripping right through its stomach and out the back. Blood and guts shot outward onto the ground. As the blue goblin's eyes began to fade with death, Sam whipped his fiery flame sword in such a way that the blue goblin slid off the tip of his blade, body covered in fire, and shot right into the group of 3 blue goblins still coming Sam's way. The dying blue goblin covered in flames screamed as it hurled across the battlefield like a cannonball. The group of attacking goblins tried to move out of the way, but were too slow. They all tumbled backwards as the flames of their dead comrade lit their own tunics and clothing on fire. But more than just fire had spread onto these dumb goblins. Their comrade's blood had spilled onto them as well. Checkmate, Sam thought as he triggered Blood Flame. The 3 remaining blue goblins suddenly erupted with another type of fire, even more deadly than the regular kind that had been burning through their clothes and skin already. The whole battlefield of the Challenge Gate's opening area was an echo chamber of screams, bloodlust, and death. In the distance, Sam could see the fallen corpses of rogue travelers that had already been slain, lying on the ground, pale, but for the blood splattered across their faces. Sam didn't have time to catch his breath or assess how the trial was going for the other travelers, as another wave of monsters was suddenly rushing towards him. This time, it was 5 kobold warriors. They were larger and fiercer than the blue goblins he had just faced off against. Sam was not surprised. He knew this was the case. The difficulty of the gate was constantly getting harder. It wasn't like every 2 minutes the difficulty was raised. Nope. Every second the spawning monsters were getting a little bit smarter and more powerful. Which was why his Pain Ring would prove to be such a powerful ability in this context. He didn't need added power against the blue goblins, and he probably didn't need it against these kobolds either. But unlike everyone else fighting in this trial, who was going to get more tired and strung out the longer this challenge went on for, he was going to get more and more powerful just like the monsters. Sam dematerialized his fiery flame sword and triggered the level 3 evolution of his blood flame spell. The blood splattered at his feet suddenly rose up off the ground, glowing a bright crimson, as all the individual particles soon formed a glorious blood flame sword within his hand. His blood flame sword was significantly more powerful than his fiery flame sword, but couldn't be created until the battle had already begun and blood had fallen everywhere. Now that it had, it made sense to make the switch. Let's do this, Sam thought. The kobolds scattered in multiple directions, attempting to surround him. Sam could see they were already behaving with greater intelligence than the blue goblins. To rectify this, he dematerialized his berserker sword, knowing that he couldn't just hack and slash his way through this smarter squad of warriors. If they were trying to outmaneuver him, he had to attack more than just them. He had to attack their positioning. Thankfully, he had multiple tools to do that. He stretched out his hand and triggered Hurting Hook. A bright chain of energy shot out from Sam's palm and into the chest of one of the furthest kobolds, the one attempting to sneak all the way around to Sam's backside. The hook locked right into the kobold's chest and pulled it against its will until it was up close to Sam. As soon as the kobold had been dragged up close, Sam shoved his blood-flame sword right into its chest and heart and twisted the blade. 1 down, Sam counted. Sam turned to the incoming kobolds, specifically the one furthest to the right who was also trying to trap and surround him. He triggered level 2 of his blood flame ability, creating a massive ball of crimson flame out of the blood leaking from the dying kobold's heart right in front of him. With the powerful ball of crimson flame in his hand, he whipped it at the incoming kobold with such force the ball broke through the kobold's neck and the monster collapsed to the ground. That's 2. Sam hadn't expected the blood flame ball attack to have such a high level of power against the kobold, but that was the combo of the pain ring and the silver dragon armor set working in tandem. His strength and power was increasing by the second to the point that he could whip his blood flame balls at his opponents with so much force it ripped right through their flesh. Of course, stronger opponents might have the endurance stats to handle such a powerful attack, but the current kobolds certainly did not. The remaining 3 could no longer really fulfill their original strategy and so abandoned it in favor of a full frontal attack. Sam triggered Hurting Hook once more, dragging one of the kobolds up close and personal, and stabbed it in the stomach once more. He then used the stabbed kobold as a shield against one of the other kobolds' attacks, letting the second comrade's slice of his blade rip through the paralyzed kobold's back. 3. Sam pushed his blood flame sword further and managed to wound the nearby kobold. With blood leaking out of the kobold's stomach, Sam triggered blood flame and roasted it alive. 4. The final kobold rushed at him and Sam ducked the attack and came back up with an upper slice of his blood flame sword, cutting the monster in 2. And that makes 5. The first trial was only heating up. The screams of battle, rage, and death continued to echo all across the battlefield of the Challenge Gate's dungeon world. Puddles of blood leaked into one another as the carnage ran without stopping. Monster stones from fallen monsters lay stained with blood splatter and largely ignored. There was no time to pick them up as the stream of new monsters didn't stop. Early on in the challenge, some of the more cunning rogue travelers had stabbed their neighboring contestants in the back, but the betrayals had largely now come to an end, with every traveler now just competing to survive, focusing on whatever monsters in their vicinity that were posing the greatest threat to their life in that moment. Some of the cannier contestants had joined forces to take on the monster waves together. Sam was impressed to see some of the murderers and evil brutes working together. The apprentice-tier traveler knew, however, that his opponent's strategy was doomed to fail. This challenge wasn't entirely time-based. It would go on forever until only 4 challengers remained. Any alliances would eventually break under those circumstances. That said, Sam was the only one who knew that, so perhaps the alliance could survive. But Sam thought their fate would more likely end up with monsters overrunning them, or them betraying each other to see if that might trigger the end of the challenge. In the end, death awaited the majority of those who had entered the turquoise challenge gate earlier that morning. The gate's first trial had been going for 15 minutes by that point, and the monsters were getting noticeably stronger than the chattel creatures that had been appearing at the start. The creatures were getting larger, fiercer, faster, smarter. The creatures were becoming larger than most humans, sharper teeth and larger mouths, multiple arms and limbs. The pressure was rising. The ground at Sam's feet rumbled until bursting out from the dirt was a giant crystal scorpion-esque monster. The creature stood tall with 4 strong legs, while it raised its arms with massive pincer claws like a boxer ready to strike. Then, jutting out from its back, but looming over its head like an ever-watchful third eye, was the tip of its sharp, deadly pincer. Worse, the whole monster was incredibly well defended, with its purple, crystallized outer shell. Sam rematerialized his berserker sword and rushed at it, swinging. Here goes nothing, he thought. The sword clanged against the outer shell, just as he had expected. Part of him had hoped that he had gained enough increased power output due to his pain ring that his attacks might shatter or at least crack the crystal outer facade. But the defensive stats on the crystal shell was just way too high for Sam to break through. He would have to think of an alternative way to destroy this ghastly creature. He grinned as soon as a solution came to mind. At that same moment, the crystal scorpion snatched him in its claws and pulled him forward. The crystal scorpion raised its venomous tail and prepared to stab Sam right in the throat. The crystal scorpion lifted him higher in the air, relishing the kill it was anticipating. The venomous tail came rushing down to stab Sam. Anyone else would have most likely died there and then. But not Sam. He held out his hand and snatched the tip with his fingers, holding back the deadly attack only a few inches from his face. The crystal scorpion squirmed, and the two opponents locked into a battle of strength. But then Sam smirked. Gotcha. He materialized a vial of blood in his other hand and poured it right down the scorpion's mouth. This had been Sam's plan all along. If he couldn't hurt the crystal scorpion from the outside, he would have to somehow hurt it from the inside. The only way Sam could foresee doing that was to get up close and personal with the mighty creature, and pouring blood down its throat meant he could trigger his blood flame ability and roast the creature from the inside out, which was exactly what he did. The crystal scorpion screamed, and for a brief moment, it looked like it was breathing out fire like a dragon. The creature soon collapsed on the ground, dead, and Sam quickly got his bearings to make sure if there was an immediate threat coming his way. Sam's eyes widened, as off in the distance he saw a powerful monster spawn on the battlefield. There you are, Sam grinned as he saw it appear. The monster was a gigantic walking fortress that had the tough, leathery skin of a rhinoceros, while having the sinister hunter's shape of a tiger's head. It also had a giant outer shell similar to a tortoise that had an entire forest of trees and moss growing on top of it. The size of this creature was on a whole other level from everything else on the battlefield. It killed travelers and monsters alike just as it moved, crushing bones into dirt as it took a mere step forward. Grendel Blackheart had spoken about this very monster in interviews he did in Sam's previous timeline after surviving and winning the Turquoise Challenge Gate. Originally thought to be a totally unique monster similar to a boss, in the years after the Secret Gate affair in Sam's first timeline, the creature had reappeared in a few other high-level dungeons as well, gaining a huge infamy across all parts of Westrian society. This was the first sighting of this particularly high-level and rare creature. The creature was known as Usanobak. The key to Sam's strategy to winning this first trial lay in defeating Usanobak. He rushed forward to take the creature on. Meanwhile, outside the challenge gate, Queen Alice Grace, along with her handmaiden, Mildred Cross, watched the sheer, horrifying carnage happening within the dungeon world on the strange, mana-conjured screens. They stood on a rooftop nearby. She wished she was standing with the travelers of the guild to get a better understanding of what was happening, but Mildred forbade it. The handmaiden hadn't even wanted the queen to get this close, but after enough protestations, Mildred agreed that they should observe the situation from a nearby vantage point that was safe if anything unusual or dangerous was to break out from the strange turquoise dungeon gate. This isn't right, Alice kept thinking. I'm the queen. I need to be down there with my people, showing them strength. I need to be in those meetings with Guildmaster Redfield and the rest of the travelers. Alice shook the thoughts away as she watched the screens with silent rapture. For the queen and many of the others, it was the first real inside look of the horrors and dangers that existed inside any dungeon gate. The screens showed one gruesome death after another, and if it wasn't a human traveler dying, it was a terrifying beast whose blood and guts ended up filling the screen. No matter what, the screen was filled with images that made one want to turn away and retch. The screen occasionally showed glimpses of the one traveler representing the rest of them. Sam, the shaggy, black-haired traveler that she had come to know. The boy she found incredibly annoying, but also took up more of her thoughts than she cared to admit. The screen showed the boy rushing straight towards a mammoth creature of colossal proportions. This was just one of 1,000 examples of why she found him so irritating. Why in all of Westria is he running directly towards a creature that could stomp him with ease? The boy leaped towards the creature, slashing at it with his swords. Or is he doing it to show off? She was about to vocalize her utter distaste for the boy's behavior when out of nowhere the giant mammoth creature moved its neck and jaws with such speed that it swallowed Sam whole. 59. All the onlookers in Resfall's Central Market Square gasped. Nobody blinked or said a word as they watched the horrifying creature swallow Sam alive. All the muscles in Edgar's body tensed at the sight of the boy getting eaten. He felt his veins stretch. He felt like he had been punched in the gut. His body was reacting physically to the sight of the boy he considered a protege, and, maybe in the strangest of ways that he didn't care to admit, even as equals, have his life ended in such an abrupt and anticlimactic way. He seemed destined for so much more, sighed Olivia, standing beside Edgar. Edgar turned to Olivia and then noticed that the entire guild had stopped watching the screen showing the inside of the challenge gate. They were now all looking at him, their eyes full of concern. They were all looking for help, for support, for hope. Edgar gulped and crossed his arms and put on a confident smirk. "Let's not give up hope yet," he said. He then remembered the sheer amount of damage and pain Sam took in the battle against Clarence Erdstrom in the coup attempt back in the spring. It was far worse than being eaten by a giant monster. As Edgar attempted to stay optimistic to those who looked up to him, he slowly became more hopeful himself. He was being convinced by his own words. "Don't worry, everyone," the guildmaster said. "I've seen him come back from worse." At first, Sam couldn't see anything. It was all darkness as he fell down through the dark chasm that was the Usanobak's throat. Sam couldn't see, but he could feel the lurch of his own stomach as he fell further and further into the unknown. He occasionally bounced on the slimy ridges of the throat, thinking for a split second that he'd reached the bottom of the never-ending fall, only to keep descending further. Eventually, he could see a light in the distance that grew bigger and bigger as he fell, until suddenly he was surrounded by the light and splashed into some kind of water of some kind. Hitting the water and going beneath the surface was a jolting shock for Sam. He quickly began swimming upwards. He gasped for air when he reached the surface and quickly swam towards a nearby shore. Only once he was out of the water and catching his breath did he take a moment to check out the surroundings of this new environment he found himself in. He grinned at what he saw. It was exactly as he had expected. At the bottom of the Usanobak's throat was a humid swamp with mossy trees and flies, all contained within the creature's stomach. He had read about all of this in his previous timeline, but it was truly incredible to see it in person. The writings on the Usanobak had mentioned that this specific monster contained a swamp biome within its own stomach. It effectively functioned as its own mini-dungeon within the dungeon. This was all perfect news for Sam. While everyone else was dealing with the trials of the first stage of the challenge gate, he had found himself a secret dungeon to mine for resources and rare loot. Ironically, inside the Usanobak's stomach was one of the safest places he could be right then. So long as he didn't die inside the creature's stomach and he could find a way out, this was the perfect place to kill time until the monster wave churned through the remaining challengers. Sam took in the surroundings of the swamp once more, tweaking and reassessing the next steps of his plan. The swamp looked endless, which sort of made sense, considering the sheer enormity of the Usanobak. Sam's main goal inside here was to explore the swamp, search for hidden treasure, train, and figure out an escape route for when the appropriate time came to return to the monster wave and the remaining challengers. He quickly got to his feet and began to traverse the swamp world that existed on the inside of the Usanobak's stomach. He had only taken a few steps forward when a head emerged from the murky swamp water. First, it looked like green moss floating up from the surface of the brown water, but then the moss began to take on the peculiar shape of a forehead, and then had glowing red eyes. The creature only exposed more of itself as it began to stand tall out of the water. Its face had a zombie-like quality, with very little skin between the creature's exterior and its skull. Green moss grew all over itself, and seaweed hung from many of its limbs. It was a creature that had been regularly documented in dungeon worlds with swamp environments in Sam's previous timeline. A swamp crawler. Emerging behind the first one were two other similar-looking swamp crawlers. They eventually stood up in the shallow part of the swamp and rushed toward Sam with a violent fury. They hissed with rage, while their strange, moss-covered legs splashed through the swamp water with a hostile viciousness. Sam materialized his berserker sword and gripped it tightly. He then triggered Pain Ring, a crimson light shooting out from his stomach and marking the radius of the ability's effect across the battlefield. The gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set gnashed in and out of Sam's flesh, instantly raising his strength and power within the radius of the Pain Ring. Sam narrowed his eyes until the first swamp crawler rushed through into the radius of his Pain Ring. He then hurried towards the swamp crawler, who greeted him with a swing of its massive claws. Sam ducked his head and came up with his own retaliating swing of the berserker sword. The blade made contact right with the swamp crawler's neck, digging through its flesh until it was cutting through the air on the other side. The swamp crawler's head slid off its neck and splashed into the dirty brown water. Sam quickly retreated back a few steps as the two other swamp crawlers leaped into the vicinity of his Pain Ring. The monsters were clearly driven by a mad fury to kill and destroy, rushing towards Sam hoping he'd be the thing to satiate their bloodlust. Sam felt no guilt about being a disappointment for them. The swamp crawlers rushed into the center of his Pain Ring, only for Sam to completely vanish out of sight. He re-emerged behind them where there was still a pool of blood left by the headless corpse of the swamp crawler, which allowed him to trigger his new apprentice-tier Deathlord class ability, Blood Teleport. The swamp crawlers were just turning around at the sound of something cutting through the wind when they realized Sam was behind them, swinging his berserker sword and cutting right through their stomachs, leaving them dead and leaking blood and guts on the marshy ground. 60, Sam spent the next hour traversing through the swamp, hunting down swamp crawlers and draining mana from their monster stones, feeding power into his mana core at the center of his chest. He took his time after each battle to sit and meditate and work on his mana channeling. Sam was truly in no rush. So long as he didn't die inside this swamp stomach, he had no risk of losing the first trial. Part of him even wondered if he'd move on to the second trial from inside the Usanabak if the challengers in the outside monster wave went down to 3 people. He'd be the 4th survivor that nobody could see. In many ways, Sam could just sit in the mini-swamp dungeon and twiddle his thumbs until the challenge finished on the outside. But that wasn't Sam's style. Whenever there was a secret area in a dungeon, there were treasures to be found, and Sam didn't want to waste the opportunity. And so, he continued forward, exploring the marshland inside the stomach of a giant creature, and slaying more swamp crawlers as he did so. Eventually, the swamp began to narrow and led towards a massive tree trunk that had a crack in it and seemed to lead into a new, final area. Sam grinned when he saw it. "Looks like I found the boss of this mini-dungeon." Sam grinned. Sam moved forward, cautiously. He materialized his berserker sword, gripping it tightly as he entered the new area inside the ancient tree trunk. Waiting inside the high-ceiling realm of the interior of the ancient tree was the mini-dungeon's secret boss. It was a king swamp crawler. It looked similar to a swamp crawler, except it had more green flesh on its bones and hard, sharper, fang-like teeth and claws. Vines swirled around it like tentacles with a life of their own. At the center of the creature's stomach was a third yellow eye. Sam rushed forward to meet the king swamp crawler straight on. As soon as he was in range, he triggered Pain Ring. A crimson light shot out from his stomach and set the radius for the battle ahead. The gnawing teeth of Sam's rare and powerful silver dragon armor set began to gnash in and out of his flesh, contributing second by second to his rising strength and power within the pain ring. From there, Sam wasted no time going on the offense. He swung his berserker sword right at the king's swamp crawler's neck. The boss monster was quick, ducking to dodge the attack and immediately following up with a rebuttal strike. The monster sent a powerful punch right into Sam's stomach that sent Sam hurtling backwards into the muddy ground. Sam coughed up blood. He hadn't expected such a brutal level of strength from the boss monster, but he took solace in the fact that due to the pain ring, even his enemy's devastating punch contributed to him getting more powerful. The strong punch of the king's swamp crawler was only contributing to its own future demise. Sam picked himself up, just in time to dodge a powerful kick attack from the king's swamp crawler. The apprentice tier traveler retaliated with a swing of his berserker sword right into the back of the king's swamp crawler's vine-ridden back. The sword bounced off of it. Dang, Sam thought. How high is this guy's endurance stat? It didn't matter, though. So long as Sam stayed in the pain ring, his strength and power would accumulate enough eventually so that his swings could bash through this boss monster eventually. And until then, he could try a different tactic than raw physical attacks. Sam also had plenty of magic he could still utilize. He quickly dematerialized his berserker sword into his inventory. The sword disappeared instantaneously, freeing up his hands for what he wanted to do next. The Swamp King huffed with frustration and charged at Sam once again. Sam materialized a vial of blood from his inventory. He needed to wait for the very last second to whip it at his enemy so that there was no way the monster could dodge it. 3. The King's swamp crawler raised its sharp clawed hand to slash through Sam's face. 2. The boss monster would be in range any second now. 1. 61. Sam whipped the blood vial right at the boss monster's chest. The glass vial smashed into countless pieces of shards while red blood dripped all over the boss monster's body. The attack disoriented the boss monster so much that it swung with such confusion that Sam dodged its incoming attack with ease. He then wasted no time triggering Blood Flame's Level 3 evolution. From behind the King's swamp crawler, the blood dripping all over it began to glow and form a conjured sword. By the time the sword was fully conjured and Sam was clutching onto its magical hilt in his hand, the blade was already stabbing the boss monster through the chest. All Sam had to do was wrench it free. Sam pulled out his conjured blood flame sword, dragging out bits of flesh and guts along with it. After removing the sword, a huge gaping hole lay in the center of the boss monster's chest. If the battle wasn't already over, Sam snapped his fingers and triggered Level 1 of Blood Flame. The hole in the boss monster's chest erupted into crimson blood flame and roasted the creature alive. The King's swamp crawler's blackened, ashy body collapsed onto the ground of its marshy tree trunk lair. Soon, the fallen body of the dead secret boss began to glow silver and disintegrate down into a glowing monster stone, and finally a large treasure chest as well. Sam breathed in and out heavily, recovering from the boss battle, watching the treasure chest and monster stone appear in front of him. His eyes widened at the sight of the treasure chest. It was standard fare for a traveler to be a little bit loot-obsessed, and Sam definitely was hooked on finding more treasure, that was for sure. But there was something special about this treasure. From all of his studies in his previous timeline, Sam had never once read about the Yusanabak being killed during the Secret Gate affair, which meant this treasure chest had never been discovered or opened in his previous timeline. Sam grinned at all the possibilities. He walked up to where the secret boss had disintegrated. He first picked up the monster stone and dematerialized it into his inventory. He then turned his full attention on the treasure chest. He flipped open the golden seals on either end of the chest and proceeded to lift it ajar. Sam grinned when he saw the contents. Not surprised in the slightest, he thought with a knowing smile. At the bottom of the chest was a soul-bound scroll. A soul-bound scroll was one of the rarest non-equipment items you could find inside a dungeon. The soul-bound scroll offered a traveler a choice between two items, and then the scroll would transform into the item you chose. The only problem with a soul-bound scroll was that they normally offered an excruciating choice. Sam picked up the soul-bound scroll and braced himself for some hard decisions. He unfurled the piece of parchment and read what was on offer. Ring of Empowerment, Super Rare, Tier, Adept, plus 10 Strength. Or Ring of Endurance, Super Rare, Tier, Adept, plus 10 Endurance. Sam grinned at the choices. He liked what he saw, a lot. Rings were especially great accessories as he had 10 fingers, which meant he could wear quite a few of them and gain all of their power and buffs from them, which was super handy. Rings were a lot less complicated than finding, say, a chest piece of armor or boots, which would force him to make a really difficult choice between one great piece of equipment over another. Rings were a much more adaptable piece of loot that complemented and augmented one's setup with a lot more ease. The real question, though, came down to which ring did he want. The obvious answer was undoubtedly the Ring of Empowerment. The added strength was an incredible bonus and would add so much to his power output at the beginning of a fight. The added 10 points to his strength stat would have him already halfway towards unleashing journeyman tier levels of strength in his attacks. That was incredible. Also, once he did hit 41 in his actual strength stats, that would mean he'd still be an apprentice tier traveler, but one with the ability to dish out journeyman tier levels of damage, which would be a powerful surprise against any opponents who underestimated his capabilities. But Sam wasn't one to make an impulse decision on something so important, so he weighed up the potential upsides of the Ring of Endurance in his head. The upside of the Ring of Endurance was that he would be able to withstand significantly more damage. The problem with this, however, was that his Blood Knight class required him to take in pain to get more powerful in a fight. So the Ring of Endurance really didn't synergize well with his abilities in the slightest. That said, Sam still encountered and would continue to encounter enemies that could dish out a level of damage that Sam simply wouldn't be able to withstand, which was where the Ring of Endurance potentially had its benefits. Sam didn't need to weigh the odds for too long. He knew what item was best for him and his class. Meanwhile, outside the stomach swamp dungeon of the Usanobak, the monster wave of the challenge gate raged on. Grendel Blackheart thrusted his powerful silver sword into the heart of a ghoulish giant lizard and then wrenched it free, dragging the organ out with it. "Ah!" screamed Grendel as he spun around and slew another beast with a single slash. How long will this monster wave go on for? He had plenty more energy to keep fighting, but he knew he couldn't go on fighting forever either. They had been fighting against this monster wave non-stop for over 2 hours now. Surely this fight must come to an end sooner or later. But he couldn't figure out what would trigger the end of this challenge. He considered killing the remaining challengers, but a few other theories held him back from doing so. He figured the challenge would end after a certain number of other contestants died. Then they'd be able to move on to the next challenge. If Grendel did kill the remaining challengers, that might make the remaining challenges easier, but he also couldn't be sure whether or not that would disqualify him or penalize him going forward, which led him back to square one, to keep fighting and hope that something changed. From what he could see on the battlefield, there were only 3 other challengers besides him fighting back the monster wave. All of them had been keeping their distance from the giant Usanobak that seemed to be happy killing monsters while leaving the rest of them alone. Grendel turned his focus back on fighting monsters. As endurance tests went, Grendel was happy it was all based on something he loved to do: killing. Alice Grace held her hands up to her eyes. She was sick of watching the challenge gate. She hated that she was spending time watching all of these awful men and women who relished killing slaughter one set of monsters after another. This can't be good for the nation's morale, she thought, watching how powerful those who actively choose to not fight with our Travelers Guild are. What message is this sending to all those watching? She looked down from the rooftop, where her and her handmaiden, Mildred Cross, were standing, and took in the crowd of onlookers. They were all looking to the screens with horror. She could see it in their eyes, the fear growing ever more powerful. Fear of the dungeon gates, fear of travelers and those who use their power for selfish ends. This isn't good. She moved her fingers out of her eyes so she could peek once more at the carnage happening on the mana screens. Alice wasn't even sure what she was hoping would happen next. All their hope had been placed in Sam, and he was dead, eaten by that giant, terrifying monster. She couldn't stomach the thought. She felt guilty that only moments before his death she'd been thinking about how annoying he was. She then thought about the advice Clara had given her at the Hallows haunting party at the Travelers Guild. She had never been given a chance to even attempt that, to try being Sam's friend. Tears welled in her eyes. She didn't want to think about Sam being gone, about him being dead, about all the times they wouldn't spend together now, about how that strong feeling of annoyance and irritation that she felt in her chest and heart would never return. All that would be there now was a throbbing emptiness. Suddenly, Mildred tensed and she pointed up to the screen. The whole crowd gasped at the sight. The Usano box screamed to the sky with pain. "Something's happening," said Mildred. Her words were laced with hope. A sword suddenly poked out from the side of the massive Usano box. Alice blinked with surprise when she saw it. "I've seen that sword before," she thought. No, it couldn't be. The sword ripped back and forth through the flesh of the giant monster, creating a bigger and bigger hole. The hole then started to blaze on fire. The sword appeared at a different point in the Usano box, and soon the sword had created a bloody, massive tear and had lit that on fire with crimson, magical flames. Soon enough, there were multiple blood-filled gashes leaking fire all across the Usano box. The giant creature collapsed on the ground, writhing in pain. Finally, the sword emerged on the creature's back, followed by a hand and then another. Then, pulling himself up was none other than the shaggy, black-haired traveler known as Sam. Alice's eyes widened. The emptiness in her heart lifted and filled with a powerful sense of relief. Everyone across the market square suddenly cheered. "He's alive!" The boy then ran up the back of the dying Usano box and plunged his giant sword into the head of the massive beast. He stabbed it again and again, until the light in the gargantuan monster's eyes faded away. The cheering of those watching didn't stop. Everyone was so happy to see him alive and well. He had more than just survived. In the eyes of everyone watching, Sam was the clear winner of the first trial of the challenge gate. 62. Sam caught his breath as the Usanobak's whole body collapsed onto the ground in a tremorous rumble. He leaped off the dead creature's head and back onto the black, ashy ground of the dungeon world. Sam was back where he had started this whole ordeal. He looked around and took in the 4 other travelers who were continuing to fight and slay the unending onslaught of monsters. So the first trial still hasn't ended, huh? Sam knew that the trial wouldn't end until the 5 challengers went down to 4, though he only knew that because of his knowledge from his previous timeline. The others fighting were still fighting blind, just trying to survive the monster wave. Sam imagined most of them figured it was a time trial and the wave would eventually stop at some point. Sam quickly got his bearings and gripped his berserker sword for any new incoming attackers, despite being exhausted by the idea of fighting more monsters after his adventures through the Usanobak's stomach dungeon. He ended up locking eyes with one traveler across the battlefield. He recognized the silver-haired gentleman and frosty, pale eyes. Grendel Blackheart. I could kill him now and succeed at my mission, Sam thought, and moved in the evil man's direction. Grendel Blackheart glared at the young traveler who had emerged from the giant monster. The older traveler and lord of the westernmost province of Volsungur slayed another monster with his sword, all while keeping his eyes locked on the young traveler with shaggy black hair and red, ominous eyes. How has this kid survived for so long? He thought bitterly. The boy was merely apprentice tier, and Grendel had seen travelers a whole tier above that get destroyed within this strange turquoise gate. The only explanation Grendel could think of was cowardice. He'd hid inside that monster's belly until the challenge was nearing its end. Grendel chopped off an incoming harpy's head and looked around the battlefield. There's 5 of us, huh? He'd been reluctant to kill any other challengers earlier, but now, seeing that there was actually an odd number of them left, he began to reconsider that stance. While he couldn't be certain, an even number made more sense if the group of them are going to be put in increasingly difficult competitions, as he suspected. That settles it, then. The irritating black-haired boy was running towards him, but he was still quite far away. Closer was a journeyman tier traveler with the warrior class. Easier and faster. Grendel grinned. The bloodthirsty man rushed towards the warrior and thrusted his sword right into his back. The blade broke through his spinal cord and emerged on the other side of the man's chest. Grendel's silver sword was drenched in blood. The warrior's eyes widened as he looked down with shock at the sword sticking through his chest. He gasped and began to gurgle up blood. The man's eyes rolled into the back of his head as the excruciating pain began to overtake him. His body soon slumped over, hanging from Grendel's long sword like a pig on a spit. Suddenly, all the monsters on the battlefield flickered away, disappearing. All that remained was Grendel and 3 other travelers. It appeared as if Stage 1 of the challenge gate was officially over. Guildmaster Redfield watched the mana screens in Resfall's market square with a stern and serious expression on his face. He was focused on the battle, trying to gather as much information as possible. Once the battle began, he had ordered his clerks to start taking notes. They had never encountered a turquoise gate such as this one before, and he refused to be caught on the back foot like this ever again. If another turquoise gate showed up, they would be ready for it. All of the travelers in the guild would have been taught about what a turquoise dungeon gate represented. Everyone in the square was watching the screens with rapturous attention. Grendel Blackheart had stabbed another traveler in the back, and with that single deadly thrust, brought the first challenge to a close. All the monsters had suddenly disappeared, leaving only the surviving travelers left on the battlefield. Everyone in the crowd, including Edgar, had one question on their mind as they watched with bated breath. What happens next? Sam stared at Grendel Blackheart with venom. The apprentice-tier traveler had only been a few paces away from ending the evil man's life, but Grendel had ended up killing someone else, and therefore triggering the end of the first trial. If Sam attacked Grendel now, nothing would happen. His sword would go right through him. It was part of how this irregular gate functioned. Stabbing Grendel now would only signal to his enemy that he had a particular vendetta against him. He'd just have to wait until the next challenge to stop the man from having a future anywhere near similar to the one he had enjoyed in Sam's previous timeline. He had a ball of blood flame in his hand. He threw it on the ground and shook his fingers and winced theatrically. Grendel looked at him snidely and then turned away. Sam pushed away his seething thoughts of anger towards Grendel and took in the other surviving travelers. He needed to scope out the competition for the subsequent trials, and it appeared as if the competition was very stiff. Sam recognized both of the contestants from his previous timeline. One was a powerful woman with long brown hair, a stern face, and a large bow on her back. Ravenna Shadowmoor. In Sam's previous timeline, Ravenna had been a strong and deadly rogue traveler assassin. Her personal history was mostly shrouded in mystery, but her long ears hinted at a half-elf lineage. Ravenna actually hadn't entered the turquoise challenge gate in Sam's first timeline. Her presence was a historical divergence. When Clarence Erdstrom had ascended the royal throne in Resfall in Sam's previous timeline, he had Ravenna do a lot of his dirty work, and had ultimately refused to let her enter the challenge gate. It looked that now that Clarence wasn't paying her for hit jobs, the turquoise gate was an enticing opportunity. In Sam's previous timeline, Ravenna actually went on to be a severe and deadly force many years from now, killing hundreds of travelers and civilians in the event known as the Last War of the Human Kingdoms. Ravenna would be one to watch out for in the next challenge. Her power rivaled Grendel's without a doubt. The same could be said for the other surviving rogue traveler. It was an older gentleman with long, gray hair and beard, whose body was tucked beneath a long, dark, hooded robe. The man's name was Rays Ashworth. The rogue traveler was of the mage class with a specialty in fire magic. He was infamously a pyromaniac and arsonist. He had died here in this challenge gate in Sam's previous timeline, leaving behind an infamous history of burning down multiple villages, murdering countless innocent men, women, and children. He was not a good man. So these were Sam's competition: Grendel Blackheart, Ravenna Shadowmoor, Rays Ashworth. Fortunately for him, he knew a lot more about them than they did about him. None of them spoke, all simply standing exactly where they were when the trial ended. Suddenly, a huge turquoise portal appeared before them all. It was the passageway to the second trial of the challenge arc. Sam took a step towards the portal. Now the real battle was about to begin. 63. The wind howled across the strange dungeon world that made up the first trial of the turquoise challenge gate. Sam took a step forward in the direction of the glowing portal in front of him. The gateway to the second trial. The powerful gusts blowing across the dour dungeon world sent Sam's hair flying to the side, many strands getting in front of his deep, red eyes. He didn't even flick his hair. He wasn't bothered. He was focused on the task at hand. He stepped forward and walked through the portal, entering the zone of the second trial. In a split second, Sam appeared in another realm. Before he could even get his bearings on his new location, a dense, palpable humidity smacked against him. The air was hot, and he felt it in his lungs as he took his first few breaths in this new environment. The turquoise gate had teleported him to what looked like a jungle environment. Sam was surrounded by a dense labyrinth of tall trees that stretched up to the sky and blocked out most of the sunlight. The ground was covered in thick layers of moss and ferns, and in the distance, he could hear the sounds of exotic birds chirping and the buzz of unfamiliar insects. As Sam got his bearings in the new jungle world he'd been transplanted to, a message came up in his retina. Challenge 2. Slay another challenger. Sam nodded at the words that appeared. The message prompt must have come up as soon as the 3 other challengers had entered the portal and arrived in the new jungle realm. The second challenge was simple, yet more complicated. From what Sam knew from his studies in his previous timeline, was that the 4 travelers in the second trial all spawned at 4 different corners of the jungle map, and then were given the freedom to hunt each other down. It was effectively a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 match. Anyone could fight anyone. Anyone could kill anyone. As soon as a challenger slayed another, they were teleported away to a transitional area to await the start of the third and final trial. On top of the 3 infamous rogue travelers who were now stalking the jungle to kill him, the jungle also had its own deadly monsters roaming it. This meant that there was a secret win condition to the round. If 2 challengers were killed by monsters before the other 2 could face off against them, those 2 surviving challengers would go on to the final round. So, theoretically, a challenger could win just by surviving and outlasting his enemies, even if he didn't fight them in the end. Sam's immediate plan was to get his bearings and figure out the lay of the land in this jungle, and figure out what his strategy for this new trial would be. Did he want to fight Grendel here? Or wait until he was at his most tired in the final round? Or potentially let the others kill each other first? Sam found the idea of slaying Grendel now quite appealing. He couldn't guarantee victories against any of them, so if he killed Grendel now, at least he knew in a worst-case scenario, if he didn't survive the challenge gate, the Elven genocide would have been significantly knocked off course. Sam quickly shook his head at that thinking. He must be getting tired after trudging through the Usanobach stomach dungeon. He couldn't explain the slightly defeatist thinking. He had to defeat Grendel Blackheart. He had to win this challenge. He wasn't just trying to stop the gruesome horrors of the Elven genocide, which definitely needed to be stopped, but also to undo the utter demise of all of Westria that ended his first timeline. Sam was ready to trek forward and hunt down the other challengers when he spotted a set of yellow eyes watching him through the foliage. Before Sam could do anything, a medium-sized raptor leaped out from the foliage towards him. Sam spun on his foot and quickly materialized his berserker sword and slashed upward. He reacted to the sudden monster attack with such speed that his berserker sword created a massive gash in the raptor's stomach as it flew through the air above him. A bright red line formed across the raptor's stomach before bursting out a torrent of blood and collapsing on the ground at Sam's feet. Sam looked down at the beast he had just slain with utter ease and watched as it disintegrated down to a monster stone. He bent down and picked up the stone. That was a close call, Sam thought. He triggered his mana sense to take in the surrounding area. Sam's eyes widened as he saw a major, overwhelming force of mana coming his way. His mind immediately went to the 3 other contestants, and he prepared himself accordingly for a grueling battle ahead. The intensely powerful force of mana was only seconds away, not giving Sam enough time to hide or take on an optimal position. He took a battle stance and gripped his berserker sword and narrowed his eyes to where he believed the force was coming from. Emerging from the jungle was a massive reptile known as a Spikosaurus. The creature roared as it came into view, showcasing its destructive mouth filled with hundreds of sharp, deadly teeth. Sam quickly put together that the tiny little raptor he had destroyed had actually been this new Spikosaurus's dinner. It looked as if the massive reptile had plans to use Sam as his new meal replacement. Worse, from what Sam's mana sense was telling him, this creature was at least journeyman tier levels of power, meaning it was a whole tier class above Sam. That's not good. Sam triggered Pain Ring, a bright crimson light shooting out from his chest and creating a large circle in the battlefield. He felt his power begin to surge upward as the gnawing teeth of his silver dragon armor set dug into him, in and out, tearing away at his flesh again and again, while his necklace of healing consistently healed his skin, only for it to get torn into over and over again in an infinite loop of pain, all of which fed into the central and most important ability of his Blood Knight class, Pain Ring. Sam dodged the fast swipes of the Spikosaurus, watching entire tree trunks be turned into shreds either by its claws or the chomp of its teeth where it expected Sam's head to be. Sam circled the Spikosaurus to buy time while his Pain Ring generated more power for him to take on the powerful dinosaur. The Spikosaurus retaliated with a whip of its spiked tail. Sam's eyes widened. He quickly bent down in his knees and then jumped as high as he could, lingering in the air as the deadly tail passed by just below his feet. Landing back on his feet, Sam quickly slashed his berserker sword into the Spikosaurus. He did a bit of damage, but not enough. It was as if his blade were a little kid's fingernails scratching into hardened skin. Dang. I need to keep surviving until my power levels get higher, Sam thought grimly. He rolled across the jungle battlefield right as the Spikosaurus lunged its snapping jaws in his direction. As Sam got up, the Spikosaurus changed in his vision. The creature's back left foot glowed purple. Ah, this hasn't happened in a while, Sam grinned. It was the second-level evolution of his Pain Ring ability. After taking in enough pain, he would gain battle awareness, giving him insights into his opponent's weak points. He didn't use this element of his Pain Ring ability very often, mainly because he slew his opponents far faster normally, or that he could predict weak points fairly easily without the battle awareness's help. He knew the classic weak points: brain, heart, and gonad. But given that the battle awareness was showcasing the creature's leg, there must have been some kind of imperceptible weakness there. A weak muscle or strained leg. Sam knew that he had to take advantage. That was the road to victory in this fight. He moved with lightning speed, maneuvering around the vicious Spikosaurus, until he finally got behind it and slashed his berserker sword right in the glowing area that his battle awareness indicated the weak spot was. As soon as his hit landed, the Spikosaurus cried out in pain. Sam's attack had broken through the Spikosaurus's powerful armored skin, breaking through muscle, tendon, and ultimately bone, cracking it. The Blood Knight knew that this was his opportunity for victory, and he didn't have a second to waste. 64. Sam reached out his other empty hand and triggered level 3 of his Deathlord class's Blood Flame ability, and began conjuring a blood flame sword out of the open flesh wound he'd created in the Spikosaurus's leg. He slashed the magical sword right as it was conjured, severing the monster's leg from the rest of its body in one fell swoop. The creature screamed. A torrent of blood shot out from its now open and legless thigh. Sam triggered level 1 of Blood Flame and watched the whole creature erupt into flames. He caught his breath as the roasted and charred Spikosaurus began to melt down into a yellow-hued monster stone. Sam bent over and pocketed the orb in his inventory. That was far closer than I would have liked, Sam thought to himself. He had never been in doubt that he could defeat the Spikosaurus, but he was uncomfortable with how much focus and attention it had demanded of him. It would have been the perfect opportunity for one of the other challengers to sneak up on him. Sam then considered the yellow orb he'd just pocketed. The monster had left behind a journeyman tier orb. That would prove to be incredibly beneficial in the development of his magic affinity stat and general traveler development overall. A journeyman tier level monster had a faint chance of appearing inside an apprentice tier dungeon, but such occurrences would be few and far between. The fact that Sam was currently in a dungeon where such monsters were roaming freely was a huge opportunity that a lot of other travelers at his level would never receive. Sam had already made plans for the opportunity of being inside this irregular dungeon gate, but the yellow journeyman tier stone only hammered that home. Sam was finally getting his bearings inside the jungle world of the second challenge of the turquoise irregular dungeon. He knew what his plan was. He'd focus on maximizing the gains from this challenge while his opponents hunted each other down and killed one another. Sure, he could go hunt down Grendel straight away, but Sam had to think both in the short term and the long term. He had to think beyond Grendel Blackheart, beyond the Elven genocide, which was still quite far away. He needed to get powerful enough to turn the tide in all of Westria's favor against the Demon King who came to destroy them all. Unique dungeons such as this one were once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to find loot and treasure that would help elevate his progress as a traveler exponentially. And thankfully, Sam had done the research in his previous lifetime to help him exploit this exact scenario. Sam moved cautiously but determinedly through the humid jungle. He kept his footsteps quiet and gently pushed leaves and branches out of his way as he marched forward across the large dungeon world. A gentle wind rustled the thick foliage of the jungle while large mosquitoes buzzed near his ears. Sam kept his mana sense on high alert at all times. If he picked up one of the challengers or a deadly monster, he wanted to know about such a presence straight away. Sam recalled his previous timeline. He remembered standing in the market square, watching the screens of the challenge gate and its contestants battling their way through the challenges. There was one challenger who ran from a fight and passed by a strange devil fairy that'd been hanging out by a fountain. That had to have been a secret boss, Sam thought to himself as he moved forward. In Sam's previous timeline, they only had Grendel Blackheart's testimony along with the witness accounts from those watching the screens in the market square, and none of those accounts confirmed the presence of any secret benefits hidden within the challenge itself. However, as the years passed, scholars of the dungeon gates had later discovered the presence of hidden treasures, secret bosses, and optional layers, all within challenge gates that appeared after the arrival of this first one. Sam planned on seeking out that devil fairy and reaping whatever benefits came from defeating it. He continued to travel through the hot and sticky jungle. The farther he went, the more he could hear the sounds of a rushing stream of a river, echoing through the thick throng of the jungle. The upcoming change in environment was enough to make Sam slow down. He crouched for a moment and observed what his mana sense was picking up. There was a cluster of about 5 unique, mana-filled entities. The fact that he wasn't hearing explosions or screams told Sam that this group of mana-rich beings had to have been dungeon monsters rather than the challengers he was up against. The creak also indicated that he was getting closer to his destination. From Sam's memory in his previous timeline, the contestant who had passed the devil fairy had been near water a few moments before then. Sam moved slowly until the riverbank came into view. From his hidden vantage point in the trees, he could make out a group of 5 dread rhinos drinking in the creek. They were both a problem and a blessing. The rhinos were a problem, as they were what separated him from crossing the creek and getting to the devil fairy's fountain lair. If he tried to run past them, he'd be potentially dragging them into the fight with the devil fairy, which would cause major issues for him, which he did not want. The rhinos were a blessing because they were journeyman-tier monsters, but only just, meaning they shouldn't be as much work as the Spikosaurus was earlier that day. With all that in mind, Sam got to work on taking out the dread rhinos. Sam materialized a vial of blood and whipped it at a rock close to the shore of the river. The vial smashed open, leaving a huge splotch of deep red blood on the stone. All 5 dread rhinos looked up with alarm at the smashed glass. Sam then stepped out from his hidden position in the forest and conjured a blood flame ball. He whipped it at one dread rhino. The blood flame ball burst in its face, not doing much damage but clearly angering the rhino. The beast snorted and then started charging towards Sam. The apprentice-tier traveler quickly changed position and whipped another blood flame ball at another rhino. As that second one began charging at him, Sam changed positions again. He did this 5 times until he had 5 dread rhinos coming at him in all directions. Just as they were all about to collide and trample over him, Sam triggered Blood Teleport. He disappeared and reappeared on the rock where he had originally smashed one of his trusty blood vials. When Sam reappeared, he watched with satisfaction as the dread rhinos all charged into one another, their powerful horns digging into each other's flesh, creating a bloodbath of destruction. There was no way the dread rhinos would live for much longer after grievously harming one another so drastically, but to speed things up, Sam triggered Blood Flame and watched them all roast. Once they were all destroyed, he quickly gathered up their fallen monster stones and moved across the river to the jungle on the other side. Sam was closing in on the Devil Fairy. He was looking forward to facing off against the secret boss that had been ignored in his previous lifetime. The jungle on the other side of the river felt strange and different. At first, Sam couldn't quite detect what it was, and then he realized it was the insects. Specifically, there were none. Outside of the plants and trees growing around him, all other life had been extinguished in this particular area of the jungle. Such was the power of the Devil Fairy. Sam moved forward cautiously, knowing he was getting closer and closer to this dungeon world's secret boss. His mana sense eventually picked up a huge brimming power source, and that was when Sam knew he was very close to approaching the rare and unique creature he was hunting down. The trees of the jungle began to thin. The grass became shorter, exposing old, worn-away cobblestones of ruins that had been lost to time. Eventually, through the distance of the trees, Sam could make out a small clearing in the jungle. In the open area was an old stone fountain covered in moss. A figure rested on the edge of the fountain. Sam knew exactly who the figure was as soon as he saw it. It was exactly what he'd remembered from his first timeline. Sitting at the fountain was none other than the Devil Fairy. Sam's eyes narrowed. Looks like I found my target. The Devil Fairy was larger than what most people imagined when they considered a fairy. It was around 4 feet and 5 inches, so the size of a small child. The creature had light violet-colored skin and purple wings jutting out from its back. This was the ghastly secret boss that had been ignored in his previous timeline. An opportunity for power and progress that had never been taken advantage of in the entire history of Westria. Sam wouldn't let that opportunity go to waste in this new timeline. He materialized a vial of blood in his hand and got to work. The Devil Fairy's nose first twitched, then wrinkled entirely as the horrific scent filled her nostrils. It was the utterly repulsive smell of a human. "What human dares to enter my domain?" thought the Devil Fairy. She would have been more insulted at the egregious affront if she wasn't so excited. A spider might balk at the idiocy of a fly caught in her web, but still be excited by the prospect of a juicy new prey. This captured the Devil Fairy's feelings precisely. Disgusting as the stench of humans may be, she loved killing and slaying travelers. She observed the incoming human presence as it approached her. "He's heading straight for me," she thought with intrigue. "This little bug isn't stepping towards me accidentally. He's actually coming straight for me, as if he knows I'm here." The Devil Fairy didn't know what to make of this except that the smelly human must be confident. In many ways, it only made her intrigued. Perhaps her prey would give her an actual challenge, which would make killing him all the more satisfying and pleasurable. Soon, the human made his first move. 3 glass vials flew through the air like the daggers of an assassin. The devil fairy didn't move, watching as the 3 vials smashed on the ground in 3 different spots in front of her, each leaving a large splotch of red blood. The devil fairy's eye twitched. Very interesting, she thought. Suddenly, a figure with shaggy black hair and crimson eyes appeared in the splotch of blood closest to her. Even before the figure appeared, he looked to be swinging his weapon, and so materialized mid-swing with a massive blade slashing right towards the devil fairy. The devil fairy flew upward and dodged the attack. She quickly descended to retaliate, but the young man disappeared before she could. And worse, the splotch of blood where he had been standing suddenly erupted in a torrent of flame. The devil fairy flapped her wings and sent herself hurling out of the way of the blast of fire. A bait and switch. The devil fairy smirked, impressed by her attacker. It will be a pleasure to defeat and kill this crafty little human. Sam gritted his teeth with frustration at the devil fairy's quick dodge of his attack. The devil fairy flapped her wings, floating in the air, assessing Sam to see what he did next. There goes my opening surprise attack, he bristled. He hadn't assumed it would be that easy, but he thought it had the potential to catch the devil fairy off guard. It didn't matter. He had a multi-stage plan to defeat this powerful secret boss. Sam triggered Pain Ring next, a crimson circle blasting out from his chest and creating a large radius that encompassed both him and the devil fairy. He hadn't wanted to use Pain Ring earlier, as he didn't want to undercut his surprise attack, but now that the battle was truly underway, it was crucial to get the ability up and running and start increasing his power by the second. The devil fairy threw out her arms and shot out a purple laser from her hands. Sam quickly dodged the attack. Looking over his shoulder, the ground where the attack landed exploded in a cloud of dust. The power was undeniable. A mana blast like that would have obliterated Sam. If he was hoping to increase his power from Pain Ring, he would have to rely solely on the gnawing teeth of his Silver Dragon armor set. But Sam was less concerned with increasing his damage output at that very moment. That would be the backup to the backup plan. For now, he knew what he needed to do. The devil fairy whipped her hand out, one after the other, shooting destructive purple beams of light at the human traveler with shaggy black hair. She was right about to throw out another beam at the human when before she could, the boy shot out an energy blast of his own. Except it was no normal energy blast. It was a chain composed of mana that latched into the devil fairy's chest and suddenly dragged her forward so that she was face to face with the human traveler. Her eyes widened when she realized where they were standing, right in a splotch of blood. Right where the boy could trigger that ability and create a torrent of fire. He won't trigger that flame. The fairy squirmed. It would harm him too, wouldn't it? As if the boy could read her mind, he smirked and shook his head. Sorry, he said. It doesn't work that way. Then, a huge torrent of flames shot out of the ground, roasting the demon fairy alive as the boy held her there in place, watching his enemy burn to death. The torrent of blood flame died down. Sam stood with the remains of the devil fairy clutched onto his hurting hook. The blood flame had left the devil fairy as a gray statue of ash that began to crumble right in front of him. As the ash drifted to the ground, it began to morph and transform into both a monster stone and a treasure chest. Sam crouched down and pocketed the monster stone. He then looked to the treasure chest eagerly. Before even attempting to open the chest, he looked over his shoulder and triggered his mana sense. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no nearby threats. He could open the treasure chest in peace, for now. Sam clicked open the chest and saw the customary soul-bound scroll at the bottom. Speed belt, super rare, tier adept, plus 10 agility. Or arcane aegis, mythic, tier adept, floating reflective shield. Sam looked at the scroll with unease. The one thing he hated about soul-bound scrolls is that they normally forced one to make an incredibly difficult choice, and that was exactly what was happening right now. Sam considered the 2 items offered in front of him.
The speed belt offered an increase to his stats, which was always very beneficial. Just like the ring of empowerment he had acquired earlier inside the Usanobach stomach dungeon, the speed belt would push him more than halfway towards the next tier in his agility stat. Such a boost would allow him to trick his opponents by having a way higher level of agility than they might expect from an apprentice-tier traveler like himself. It was an undeniably helpful item. But then there was the second choice. Sam was both intrigued and perplexed by the second choice. Arcane Aegis, he thought, letting the words linger in his mind. He hadn't heard of anything remotely like it in his previous timeline. Normally, travelers with the Blood Knight class never used shields.
Blocking damage went solely against the class's abilities and specialties. Blood Knights wanted to take damage, not avoid it. Similarly, from what he gathered about his newer Death Lord class, shields were once again not necessary. Perhaps a shield would be more useful for its set of abilities than the Blood Knight, but even then, a shield would be taking up another hand that one could cast magic with. And yet, this shield, the Arcane Aegis, had him very curious. It was the same tier as the speed belt, but of a higher rarity. Mythic rarity, to be exact, which was the second highest rarity an item could have, just beneath legendary status. Facing the choice of the speed belt and a normal shield, Sam would have automatically declined the shield straight away. But there was something about the description of this one that sounded very appealing. Floating reflective shield. So presumably the shield wouldn't be held in his arm or hand, meaning he didn't lose any versatility to his fighting style with it equipped. Then there was the fact that the shield could reflect things, potentially magical attacks. The shield sounded like it could be an incredibly handy item within his arsenal. It might not become a signature piece to his dual-class rotation of abilities. Nothing would ever dethrone Pain Ring from its crucial position in all of his fights. But when necessary, such a shield like the Arcane Aegis could be incredibly valuable. While the speed belt probably had more consistent and short-term value, agility, like all stats, could be improved on its own and with a host of other items. A reflective floating shield, however, could not be recreated out of nowhere. Sam had made up his mind. He chose Arcane Aegis, and the scroll exploded in a puff of smoke, disappearing out of existence. Replacing the soul-bound scroll was a glowing blue shield floating just above his hands. He lifted his finger and went to poke it, and found his arm went through the shield. It looked as if the shield did not block physical attacks. Just to be sure, though, Sam materialized his berserker sword and swung down on the floating blue shield of energy. The blade cut right through the blue energy, leaving not a mark or scratch on the magic shield. Sam turned to some of the remaining splotches of blood that he had laid down in his fight with the Devil Fairy and triggered the level 2 evolution of Blood Flame. Glowing crimson wisps of ash flew from the splotch of blood toward Sam's fingers until a blood flame ball swirled in the palm of his hand. He then whipped it at the floating blue shield of energy, curious to see what would happen. The blood flame ball flew through the air, smashing into the Arcane Aegis, only for it to bounce off of the blue energy and start flying right back at Sam. The blood flame ball burst into his chest, doing no damage.